to share my screen when you get to my slides, or do you want to share and then I'll just narrate from your screen?
Hold up. Move that. All right, we're live. Sorry, what is your question, Drew?
I was going to ask whenever you get to my content, do you want to share my slides and I can just narrate, or do you want me to share my screen?
I already have the slides uploaded, so
All right, gotcha.
yeah. All right, so today we're going to be reviewing Alex O'Connor's debate with David Wood on high and low Christology. My name is Apollos. That's the name I go by online. I'm dedicated to bringing forth the most up-to-date Christian apologetics content out there on YouTube. And yeah, that's kind of what I do. So without further ado, the rest of you guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves. So we have people from Imago Logos. So yeah, tell us about yourselves, guys.
Yeah, so I'll go first since I created the channel, I guess. Well, it's kind of a long story, but it started with Drew and Sam talking about wanting to create a YouTube channel or something like that for people who like are engaged in like the Sentinel apologetics community. And so I just decided to like have a channel ready for that. And then we decided to start uploading videos. Some of us are biblical studies majors. Some of us aren't. For me, I just kind of do it as a hobby. Um, if you want like my contact info to like ask me any questions about this, because I'm the one who made the slides for this alongside Drew. Drew, can you like pull up the second slide, and then we can like show our links.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
I think Apollos has the slides. I've only got mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just go to the second one. Yeah. So if you want to find me, just go to Roy M on Instagram. I also have like a script written for this. That's like written thoughts. That's more formal. If you want that, I can give that to you. And obviously, check out the Imago Logos channel.
I'm Sam. I'm part of Imago Logos. I've released 2 videos so far. I'm not a biblical scholar or anything. I'm just interested in it. So that's all about me, I guess.
I'm Drew. I'm not a scholar, but I'm a biblical studies major at Carson Newman University. I'm just trying to, hopefully, training to be a scholar one day. Yeah, right now, just kind of do this stuff as both in school and kind of as a hobby. Yeah, Imago Logos is just kind of a collective of people who are really, really interested in this stuff, and yeah, I'm just a part of them.
Is that all of us, or are we missing anyone?
I guess I go next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go Cryptic.
All right. I'm Cryptic. I help Roy to voice the videos that he makes. I have an interest in Catholic theology and politics, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, it's not there on the slides because we forgot to add it, but his Twitter should be linked in the description if you want to like follow him.
Yeah.
But in terms of recent projects, we just released something on the titles in the Gospels, and we're gonna have some stuff on Christology soon enough. And I think Drew is working on a video, which is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, at some point I will do something on Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9.
Yeah. We try to cover the more like unknown topics that should be talked about more, but aren't really.
Yeah,
which is
like
kind of like why
divine
we're
council
here.
theology and stuff like that.
Yeah, which is why we're here, because with this debate, although I liked a lot of the reviews, I feel like they just didn't do it justice, and they didn't go into some of the things that I wanted them to. And I think that we have some unique things to talk about, because like it's about this, right? Because we have some topics to cover that are going to be important to other debates that are happening right now, and you can see that, which is why we wanted to do this. So, for example, there's this idea of like Jesus being merely Yahweh in a lesser sense, but not like in the sense that like Nicene Christology would affirm. Like basically, some people are arguing for Arianism being the teaching of the New Testament, and we're going to go into why that doesn't work. And I think this debate is like a good way to help you understand that, if you will.
All right, so should we get to the debate, guys?
Yeah.
All right,
Let's
let's
get
do it. I think it's like somewhere here.
Christian ideas like the Trinity and the incarnation that The primary way Jesus claimed to be God and that his followers claimed he's God gets overlooked by most Christians and non-Christians because we've lost touch with first century Jewish culture. We just tend to not notice things. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Here's a quote from Daniel Boyarin in his book, The Jewish Gospels, the story of Jesus Christ, the story of the Jewish Christ.
Pause or whatever.
He says most, if not all, of the ideas and practices of the Jesus movement of the first century and the beginning of the second century, and even later, can be safely understood as part of the ideas and practices that we understand to be the Judaism of the period. The ideas of Trinity and incarnation, or certainly the germs of those ideas, were already present.
You said pause?
I said slow it down a little bit.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I do think that this is not a bad place to pause, though. Just it does demonstrate that, like, okay, if we want to understand, like, how the New Testament portrays Jesus as God, we can't just think of it in, like, modern day terms. We have to understand Jewish culture in that day, and hopefully that's something that we'll get into a lot. And David does get into it quite a bit in his opening statement with the two powers in heaven. But hopefully in the stream we'll get more into that theology of how there can be a figure who, you know, receives the name God, has the essence of God, but is still nonetheless distinct from God the Father.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm reminded of my debate I had against Carlos Xavier, like, and my whole point with that debate is that you can still have a very, very incredibly high Christology without, like, the full-blown Nicene Trinity with all the processions and all the details, like, ironed out over there. So,
granted,
yeah,
though, I do think that maybe this is controversial. I do think you can get very, very close to Nicene Christology all the way back in the Old Testament.
Gotcha.
And
yeah, I could definitely see that as conceivable for sure.
Well,
like, it's definitely one way of looking.
That's a video that we could make.
Yeah, we're gonna
sure.
get into this when it comes to the name theology and with the angel of the Lord, but I think you can get a Nicene Christology out of that.
Yeah. All right. Continue.
Yeah.
Among Jewish believers, well before Jesus came on the scene to incarnate in himself, as it were, those theological notions and take up his messianic calling. So the ideas were there, paving the way for Jesus who embodied them. Now, who's Daniel Boyarin to say that Christian ideas of the Trinity and the incarnation were already present in some form in first century Judaism? Is he a Christian apologist? No, he's a scholar of rabbinic Judaism. He's a Talmud scholar. He points out that a lot of the beliefs we now think of as distinctively Christian actually weren't. The earliest Christian church was embedded in first century Jewish culture, but as Christianity spread, it became dominated by Gentile Christians who tended to lose touch with the Jewish framework. And something was happening within Judaism as well. As Jewish orthodoxy was forming in the 2nd century, the rabbis tended to weed out certain ideas that had once been familiar in Judaism, but which had been adopted by Christians. The rabbis wanted to clearly distinguish Judaism from Christianity, and some of the ideas that were present in first century Judaism were soon deemed heretical. So Christians lost touch with the Jewish framework of early Christianity, and Jews abandoned some of the Jewish ideas that became part of Christianity. And the result is that today it's easy for us to miss a few things when we're reading the Bible. Things that would have been understood by listeners at the time might not be understood by us. Here in my opening statement, I'm going to briefly discuss the forgotten Jewish idea that's most relevant for understanding how Jesus claimed to be God, and then I'll show how this forgotten Jewish idea illuminates various passages in the New Testament. Some of you are familiar with the early Jewish belief in the two powers in heaven. Alan Siegel, a Jewish scholar, drew attention to this in his 1977 book, Two Powers in Heaven. And lots of people, especially Christians, have been interested in the topic ever since. Here's the idea in a nutshell. The Old Testament is very clear that there's one true God, but there are numerous passages in the Old Testament where we see two divine figures.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to say before we get into this, right, is that the explanation that people try to give to get around two powers theology essentially involves making the Old Testament into a polytheistic text. Because what they're saying is that the word Yahweh can have a referent that is a created being rather than a divine person. So David Wood is going to mention the angel of the Lord stuff, right? And one of the responses this is the response that, like, Jews usually give, right? Is that this being is something that has the name Yahweh, but it's still a created angel, right? So this is important because really what you have is you have someone who's named Yahweh, who's created, and then you have someone else who's named Yahweh that is uncreated. But the issue is that Jews posit that these are like two different substances or like two different beings, right? So if you have two different beings, both of them are Yahweh, because obviously if you have the name Yahweh, then we can say that, oh, this person is Yahweh. It's like if someone has like the name Mark, we can say this person is Mark, right? So if you have two beings with the name Yahweh and they're not the same being, you have two Yahwehs, but that's polytheism. So whenever, like, for example, a rabbinic Jew is going to accuse Christianity of being polytheistic, you have to remember is that once they try to defend their own system and actually interpret these texts, they're basically going to fall into polytheism. And I think Alex is also going to fall into polytheism, or like making the Bible polytheistic when he interprets it. But we're going to get to that later.
Yeah, because if you take those, because David's going to bring up, say, Judges 6, where you have the angel of the Lord is being worshipped. I mean, if you admit that it's okay to worship the angel of the Lord, but you still say that's a different being than Yahweh, then you're saying it's okay to worship two different gods, which is not a monotheistic system.
Yeah.
So really, in order to, like, if you're going to still maintain the belief that the Hebrew Bible teaches monotheism, then you have to also admit that the angel of the Lord is Yahweh.
Yep. And actually, funny enough, I was reading a book about Leibniz. Now, if you don't know, Leibniz is like this important guy in logic.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Cosmological.
Yeah, so he's just a very important guy in like logic because of the developments he made. One funny thing he pointed out is he said that the Unitarians are actually just polytheists because what they do is they're saying that there's this creature named Jesus who can be given worship, who's a separate substance than the Father. And his point against the Unitarians is it's not like what's it called? It's simply that they're polytheists, and he says that they have two gods.
Yeah, we got a comment from Jacob Steeson saying Christology is just saying more magic. Except if you consider that Christology is an internal
how the Hebrew Bible or how the New Testament portrays Jesus.
Say that again.
You can be an atheist and study Christology. You can be an atheist and study how the New Testament portrays Jesus. So,
yeah, I'm gonna talking about.
Sure. Actually, I want to post the quote from Leibniz real quick. Hold on. You can keep on going. I'm just gonna post it in the chat, the YouTube chat.
All right, sounds good. I'll continue playing.
I'll give a few quick examples. There are tons of these. Sometimes God seems to be in two different places doing two different things. A common example is the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. The Lord appears to Abraham and tells him that he's going down to Sodom and Gomorrah to see firsthand how bad the people are. So he goes down to Sodom and Gomorrah. And what happens? Genesis 19:24. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. The Lord on earth rained down fire from the Lord out of heaven. This thing reboot every couple minutes. It sounds like there are two lords here. Watch what happens in Zechariah 2. Pay attention or you'll miss it. Come, Zion, escape, you who live in daughter Babylon. For this is what the Lord Almighty says. Who's speaking? The Lord Almighty. And he says, after the glorious one has sent me, the Lord was sent by the glorious one, against the nations that have plundered you, for whoever touches you touches the apple of his eye. I will surely raise my hand against them, so that their slaves will plunder them. Then you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me. The Lord Almighty was sent by the Lord Almighty. Next paragraph. Shout and be glad, daughter Zion, for I am coming, and I will live among you, declares the Lord, Yahweh. Many nations will be joined with the Lord in that day and will become my people. I will live among you, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. The Lord, Yahweh, will live among them, and they will know that the Lord was sent by the Lord Almighty. So Yahweh rains down fire from Yahweh. Yahweh is sent by Yahweh. Plenty of passages like these. Then we got a mysterious figure called the angel of the Lord. Whenever you think, whatever you think of when you think about angels, just get rid of that.
Oh, is it paused?
Yep.
So Drew might have more to say on this, but so if you pull up Amos 4:11, what's interesting is that it's recounting the same story in which fire is thrown at Sodom from heaven, right? And what it says is, I overthrew you as God threw over Sodom and Gomorrah. So what's interesting is that this is God speaking about how he's going to overthrow people, right? And what happens is that it switches from the singular, I mean, not the singular, it switches from first person to being in the third person, implying a distinct subject. So it's saying that there's two subjects there, or two persons, which is what we're saying.
Yeah, I'm looking at the verse right now. It's as I overthrew some of you as when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Yep. And then at the very end it says declares the Lord, declares Yahweh. So you have Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, but Yahweh is the one speaking. So yeah, that's just another little tidbit that I noticed in there. Again, I think that's good evidence for like the early reception of the Sodom and Gomorrah tradition. The like people who were thinking about the Sodom and Gomorrah tradition when they saw like, okay, Yahweh rains down fire from Yahweh in heaven. It's like they understood that as a two powers in heaven situation.
Yep.
Quick thing before we go. I think you also kind of have a same thing in Jeremiah 50:40, where it says, "As when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and their neighboring cities, declares the Lord." So there you have like the Lord declaring that God, overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. So kind of like the same thing with Amos 4.
Yep.
Yeah, so in neither of these recountings of the Sodom and Gomorrah tradition, not in neither of these accountings of the event, you have God saying, "I overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah." It's always Yahweh saying when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It doesn't seem to be when I did it. So there might be examples of that, but that's just interesting that in a lot of these recountings of the Sodom and Gomorrah tradition, Yahweh is speaking as if Elohim is another subject or another person, to use Trinitarian language.
All right, continue. All right, bad.
The angel of the Lord is no ordinary angel because this angel is somehow the Lord. Angel just means messenger. In Hebrew, it can refer to a human messenger, a spirit messenger, or in this case, the Lord himself. Look at Judges 6. The angel of the Lord came and sat down to talk to Gideon. The angel of the Lord appeared to Gideon. Then it switches to the Lord turned to him. The Lord answered. Then it goes back to the angel of the Lord. Then, when Gideon realized that it was the angel of the Lord, he exclaimed, "Alas, sovereign Lord, I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die. If you see the Lord in all his glory, you're dead. But if you see the angel of the Lord, who is somehow the Lord, you might survive." One more example of this. Here's Jacob blessing Joseph in Genesis 48. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked faithfully, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys."
So just a quick comment on this verse, Genesis 48. If you do take like a critical documentary hypothesis stating or dividing of the Pentateuch, then this verse is a part of the J source, which is, according to most scholars, I think Van Cedars would contest this, but according to most scholars, the J source is the oldest source. So that means that you have this theology of both the angel of Yahweh and Yahweh being interchangeable. This is very, very old. It's not just a Second Temple development. This is very old in the Hebrew.
I would add, though, I don't hold the documentary hypothesis. I don't think most of us here do. But one thing I do want to point out is that if you can someone pull up the let me see, someone pull up the slides and go to slide 3. Or no, wait, yeah, slide 6. Go to slide 6. One more, one underneath, I think. Yeah. So, so the citation is right there, but Michael Heiser points out that, and he says this exactly in pages 71 to 2 in one of his books, that the explicit parallel of God and angel in Genesis 48, 15 to 16a, which is what David Wood referenced, therefore certainly does not imply that God is an angel. Rather, it affirms that this angel is God. The verb blessed, moreover, is grammatically singular. A grammatically plural verb would indicate that he's talking to two different beings to bless the boys. So what's interesting is that, and he points out that the singular verb, right, it fuses them into one being. So it's saying that they're the same being.
Yeah, and also you have Hebrew parallelism as well, which Hebrew parallelism, if you don't know, it's basically a way of like doing a poetic structure in Hebrew poetry where they would essentially equate two ideas. I think Bart Ehrman has summarized it by saying, like, in Hebrew poetry they don't rhyme words, they rhyme ideas. So you have there'll be some more examples of this given tonight, but like you have Matthew comes in writing, or in Zechariah you have the Messiah coming in riding on a colt on a donkey. The colt and the donkey are equated as the same thing because they're in the parallelism. You have that going on here. So you have may God bless the boys, may God bless the boys, may the angel bless the boys. And the verb is all singular, so that's what's going on in your Hebrew parallelism. So they're equated not just to the singular verb, but also to the use of Hebrew parallelism, because Hebrew parallelism was a way of equating two subjects, two nouns.
So this isn't something that I have in the slideshow, but actually, Drew, how good are your Hebrew skills so far?
I don't trust them at all. So
okay,
well, I haven't taken Hebrew I haven't done a class in Hebrew yet. I've been
All right,
practicing Greek, but
fair
not Hebrew.
enough. But there's actually a source I have. So I was reading Douglas Stewart's Exodus commentary, right? And in it, he points out that the phrase "angel of the Lord" might not be accurate, but instead the term in Hebrew might be accurately translated as the angel that is the Lord. And like what he points out is that the syntax and grammar of like the phrase "angel of the Lord" is similar to the syntax of like the river Euphrates, right? And what he points out is that just as like the river Euphrates is translated as the river that is the Euphrates, similarly, Malach Yahweh, which is going to be like how you would say it in Hebrew, right? That can be translated as the messenger that is Yahweh. So that's also something that you can bring up to point out that the angel is clearly not just a created being, but rather is God.
Yeah, so these are just like big parts of like a cumulative case to
Yeah.
building up this whole idea of the second power in heaven, where Jews would have had this idea of a figure who is distinct from Yahweh, yet still bears, the name or the essence of Yahweh. And we'll talk later about how
Yeah, it's a different person, but it's the same being and the same essence.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, for those of you who watched the debate, does David Wood go into the Daniel Son of Man? Because I remember seeing. Okay, does he go into it like
he does
sooner or
in his
later?
opening
He goes
statement,
into it a little, and I have some stuff on that we should cover.
Yeah,
when he gets to
100%.
I haven't
Yeah.
studied the Daniel 7 thing as much as other people have here, I think, but I have Heiser's dissertation pulled up that I could probably.
Yeah, because I'm
I think,
familiar with the Theodosian Septuagint going into that.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm gonna
we'll
get
get
into
to that
that.
later.
I think you all have more to say there than I do. So
Yeah, I get into the Septuagint issue. Just wait until we get there.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. Remove.
Also,
Back on
on the
stage.
angel of the Lord stuff, I also wanted to point out when Abraham is like going to sacrifice his son, when the angel of the Lord comes to stop him, he says, "You have not withheld your son, your only son, from me."
Yep.
Not from God, from me.
That's important too, because I don't think like the authors of the Hebrew Bible, I don't think they would condone of people sacrificing to a created being. In fact, that's if you look at Isaiah's polemic behind like idolatry, right? The entire point is that these are created things. How can you sacrifice to created things? How can you give worship to created things, right? So, so if the angel of the Lord is having like Isaac sacrifice to him, quote unquote sacrifice, because that's not what really happens, but you get what I mean, right? But if that's happening to him, then the angel can't just be a creature, or else Isaiah's theology doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, it's more the occultic context.
Yeah, and also at the beginning of Exodus 3, it's the angel of Yahweh that's originally in the bush speaking to Abraham. So you have the angel of Yahweh is the one doing the "I am that I am." Yeah, we can move on. These are all just like a whole bunch of little tidbits and data pieces in the big cumulative case of building up this two powers idea.
We just have a lot for sure on this. That's
so for those of you guys who are kind of lost, we're just trying to build a cumulative case for why something like high Christology doesn't violate monotheism, ancient Jewish monotheism, and is
also why it's
within that tradition.
Yeah, and also why it's anticipated in the Hebrew Bible too.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But here we go.
He, singular. So the God, and the angel are all referring to the same being. The angel is God, but the angel is the messenger of God. This is all over the place in the Old Testament, from Genesis all the way to the prophets. We just don't pay attention to it when we're reading. But there were ancient Jews who paid very close attention to passages like these, and they realized that something very, very strange is going on. There's one God, but there were two powers, two authorities in heaven. If you put all of the passages together, it seems like there's God you can't be around because his presence would destroy you, and God you can be around somehow. There's God you can't be around and God you can be around. The God you can't be around is distinct from the God you can be around. They interact with each other. One sends the other, and yet they're both God. This was all very, very confusing to first century Jews. If there's one God, why are there two powers in heaven? Why are there two powers who both act like God? They tried to deal with this problem in a number of ways, but mainly they were confused. And then Jesus came along. And he says, in effect, you know those two powers that you've been reading about in the scriptures? You know those two powers that you're so confused by? I can tell you about those two powers because I'm one of them. That's the primary way Jesus claims to be God. It's the primary way his followers claim that he's God. And it's the primary way, it's the primary issue that enrages his opponents. But did Jesus really claim to be one of the two powers in heaven? Since Jesus is a highly controversial figure, and since there's a skeptic in our midst, I would suggest that if we want to know what someone like Jesus is claiming about himself, we can look at 6 things. We can look at what Jesus says and what Jesus does, what he says and does as they relate to our topic. We can look at what his friends say and what his friends do. Here I mean what they say and do in reaction to him. And we can look at what his enemies say and what his enemies do, again, in reaction to him. So what Jesus says, what Jesus does, what his friends say, what his friends do, what his enemies say, what his enemies do. I would put all of that together and say that's our evidence that we need to account for, and that will give us the best indication of what Jesus was claiming about himself. We have a ton of time left, so we'll consider a few things Jesus says and does, and a few things his friends say and do. Along the way, we'll see the reactions of some of his enemies, and maybe I'll add a few more examples of rebuttals. What does Jesus say? Jesus claims to be one of the two powers in heaven in multiple ways. I'll give you 3. The most familiar is the Father-Son language he uses. Jesus claims to be the Son of God. Now, someone can be a son of God in various ways in the Bible. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. But Jesus claims to be the Son of God in a unique divine sense. For example, Matthew 11:27, all things have been handed over to me by my Father. And no one knows the Son except the Father. And no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. All things were handed over to the Son by the Father. No one knows the Son except the Father. Obviously, the people around Jesus knew him in some sense, but they didn't really know him. Only the Father really knows him. And no one knows the Father except the Son and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. No one can know the Father unless the Son chooses to reveal him. This should sound somewhat similar to the Old Testament idea that there's God you can't be around and God you can be around. Two powers, Father and Son. Jesus is the Son. Mark 12. While Jesus was teaching in the temple courts, he asked, why do the teachers of the law say that the Messiah is the son of David? David himself, speaking by the Holy Spirit, declared, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. David himself calls him Lord. How then can he be his son? Whose son is the Messiah? He's the son of David, but David calls the Messiah his Lord. How many lords do we have here? The Lord said to my Lord. According to Jesus, the second Lord here, the Lord of King David, is the Messiah. So we've got two powers in heaven, and Jesus is one of them. On a side note, if you're a Christian and you're wondering why we're talking about 2 powers instead of 3, where's the Holy Spirit? He's there, but we're focusing on how Jesus claimed to be God, and that's connected to 2 powers in heaven. Mark 14. Again, the high priest asked him, are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? And Jesus said, I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven. And the high priest tore his garments and said, what further witnesses do we need? You have heard his blasphemy. What is your decision? And they all condemned him as deserving death. What do the enemies say? This is blasphemy. What do? Tear their garments, that's what they do when they're outraged about blasphemy, and condemn him as deserving death. Why do they react like that? The Son of Man, that's Jesus' favorite title for himself, will be seated at the right hand of power. So there's the power, which sounds like God, and there's the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. How many powers in heaven? I see 2 here, and Jesus claims to be one of them.
Real quick, I think it deserves some repetition. I'm sure some other reviewers have covered this, but in ancient iconography, to be a throne sharer with a deity was to imply that you have the divine prerogatives of that deity himself as well. And so for Jesus to say that he's the Son of Man who's going to sit at the right hand of God, definitely points to the fact that he's like trying to grab whatever, I guess you could say, Old Testament quotes to show that he is of divine origin. He is of divine nature. And we'll get into a little bit about what I anticipate David Wood will say is the Danielic Son of Man. So, does anyone else want to add anything else?
I have some stuff on the angel. Like I have like 2 page, like 4 pages worth on stuff on the angel of the Lord and what's it called, Daniel Son of Man. Should I wait till the end of his opening statement to cover that, or should we like let it? Like, should I say it all now?
Yeah, let's wait for him to mention it real
I think
quick.
you should wait.
Okay.
Let's not pour it all out right at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Drew, you should wait till Alex's statement is done, and then you can go over why it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, I might ask to pause it whenever he finishes his exegesis of John 10, and then I might go into my alternative interpretation as well as problems wrong with it. But and I think I do have a specific timestamp marked for whenever I want to bring up the name stuff, but we can get into that later, and I'll just bring it up whenever it feels the most appropriate.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick. I remember Brant Petrie talking about this passage a lot. Now, I don't know if Alex O'Connor, might say the blasphemy thing is Jesus claiming to be the Messiah or something. But I remember him talking about how it was only really blasphemous to be a divine Messiah because, to claim to be the Messiah is, something you're expecting and how else would you know he was going to come unless he's like, hey, I'm that guy. But specifically the fact that Jesus is saying, like, he's that pre-existent divine Messiah that's worshipped and all that, that gets him the blasphemy charge.
Yeah, for sure. We got a comment from Rembrandt saying Prophet of Zod did an expose on Woodhead. Don't know who Prophet of Zod is. He
Prophet
sounds
of
Like
familiar, but
Prophet
he's
of
some
Zod
atheist
is
YouTuber.
he's
I think
an
like Quint
atheist
too.
YouTuber. Also, I do love your username, Rembrandt. Big Rembrandt fan.
yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
Prophet of
let's-
Zod is he's an atheist YouTuber. Not as scholarly as people like Apologia. Apologia. He doesn't interview scholars as much, but yeah, he's similar vein of content.
Mhm. Alright, I'll continue.
Yeah, I don't really see how that's relevant because we're not David Wood,
Yeah.
and we're probably going to critique David Wood at some points because
I mean, if you want me to critique
Who's,
him now,
who's Jesus claiming to be at his?
if you
we'll
want
get
me to
into it.
critique him now, so I don't really like the language of two powers. I know it's like the language that scholars use, but it's not technically accurate to call it two powers. And also, I don't think he goes that well into the angel of the Lord stuff, but we're
Yeah,
gonna get
I
to
agree.
that. Or the Daniel stuff. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He should have covered more, but
It's such a
then
big
again, he has
topic
like
that you
time
can't really do.
constraints.
Yeah.
He has time constraints, so maybe it's
Yeah,
not his
because
fault.
you've got two steps. First, you've got to build up the two powers idea in the Old Testament, and then you've got to show how Jesus meets it in the New. You can't just. I mean, you've got two very big tasks that you're trying to
That's fair, yeah.
accomplish in a small debate. Okay, let's keep going.
Jewish trial. He's claiming to be the Son of Man, prophesied in Daniel 7:13-14. Daniel says, "In my vision at night I looked, and there before me was one like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He approached the Ancient of Days and was led into his presence. He was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and peoples of every language worshipped him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, will not pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed." So there's the Ancient of Days, God, but there's also the Son of Man, who will be worshipped by all nations, whose dominion is everlasting, and who comes with the clouds. In the Old Testament, Yahweh is the one who rides the clouds. Humans don't, angels don't. Isaiah 19, see, the Lord rides on a swift cloud. Psalm 104, the Lord wraps himself in light as with a garment. He stretches out the heavens like a tent and lays the beams of his upper chambers on the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot and rides on the wings of the wind. God comes with the clouds. So we've got the Ancient of Days, who sounds like God. And we've got the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven, who sounds like God. Two powers in heaven, and Jesus claims to be one of them. Jesus claims to be one of the two powers in heaven multiple times, multiple ways, in multiple sources. Jesus says a lot more than that, but what does Jesus do?
So he's gonna be pivoting out of the Danielic Son of Man over here pretty soon. But Roy, what's special about the Septuagint version of Daniel 7?
Hold on. You might want to pull up the slides for this.
Yeah, I'll
and-
do that.
Yeah, go to slides 4 and you'll see. Yeah, so this is pretty long quote from Charles Quarles, who's a New Testament scholar. So he goes into the New Testament Greek. So basically, the reading up there is supported by like the earliest known manuscript of the Septuagint. And the issue is that some people argue that the reading is a scribal error, but the consensus now is that actually the whole thing that's happening in the Septuagint, or like the earliest manuscript, is it's a thought out interpretation of the Aramaic text, which equates the Son of Man and the Ancient of Days in terms of being. So you have this whole thing I was talking about with Genesis 48 and how you have two persons, one being. And what's interesting is that that's kind of happening in Daniel 7 with the Septuagint version. And in fact, the original Greek could probably go back to the Aramaic text. Similarly, like Second Thessalonians and Revelation 1:1-14 conflates the descriptions as well of the Son of Man and the Ancient of Days, which suggests that the reading of the manuscript that we have above is actually just known in the first century as well. And if that's the case, then the earliest interpretation of Daniel is the one that we're taking, where you have two persons, one being, which means that this is going to be the most antique interpretation there can be. Which means
Yes.
that any other interpretation that isn't Trinitarian is going to be a later interpretation, and it's probably going to be ad hoc too. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see why.
Yeah, so I actually just pulled up my Septuagint. I'm sharing my screen right now, and that is really interesting. So you have So the,
Oh
so the
wait,
English.
we can't see your screen. Screen.
Okay, it's okay. I can just read the Septuagint.
Yeah.
So, like the translation says, the translation that I have, I'm using the Lexham English Septuagint. It says, "A being like the Son of Man came, and the Ancient of Days was present." But whenever I go to the Greek interlinear, it says the in between the words "came" and "Ancient of Days," you have kai hos. So hos in Greek is a preposition that means as or like. So that's just really interesting. It's not translated in like the English translation of the Septuagint, but you do have that little
Yep.
that like
Yeah,
transition.
just
The phrase
one letter
"host."
makes the whole difference.
Yeah.
So you're
and so this
saying that.
is-
So you guys
Yeah.
are saying that the Septuagint is saying that the Son of Man didn't just come to the Ancient of Days, but he came as the Ancient of Days.
He is
Basically conflating
he's
their
the same in
identities.
terms of being. He's the same in terms of being is basically what it's positing.
Yeah.
It's going
Can
all
you
the
get
way
my
Guys,
back-
I
Can you
thought
get
the
my screen?
Septuagint was just a Greek translation, and that
So
It's interpretive sometimes.
yeah, it's
yeah.
internal.
I thought that
here,
the
actually, here,
Masoretic
it might,
texts are always original, because
No,
that's only
Here
what
it might
scholars
just
think.
preserve
No,
the
that's the
original.
KJV. That's the original
So
one.
here in this
Yeah.
case, it might preserve the original meaning, which is interesting. And
Yeah.
given that the other earliest texts and interpretations we have view it this way, do it that way, that tells us that it's correct. And another thing, Deuteronomy 33:26, I think Wood mentioned this. I'm not too sure, but it's not just that the Cloud Rider motif is like, because the context of it is that it's from the ancient Near East and it's always applied to deities. And as like a polemic, what happened is that the Israelites said, no, Baal is not the Cloud Rider, Yahweh is the Cloud Rider. And what they would do is they would appropriate that title to their god to like signify supremacy, right?
Yeah.
So that alone makes it weird that the Son of Man is riding on the clouds of heaven, which he is in Daniel 7:13, because that alone would just make him Yahweh. Because the whole point of taking that title is to signify God's uniqueness, right? However, the fact is that Deuteronomy 33:26 explicitly says that only Yahweh rides on the clouds of heaven. So that combined with Mark 14:62 and Daniel 7:13 just basically proves our case on its own. But if you go to slide 5, you'll see something else, which Drew can probably confirm.
I'm still looking at the Greek Septuagint.
Okay.
I noticed that you had my Apollos. You had my screen on there. Is it still on there? Because I was going to
No.
demonstrate this.
Okay, but so this is another quote from Charles Quarles, right? And what he points out is that the verb used to render service to the Son of Man is actually translated as worship. And when we see how it's used in Daniel, like contextually, it's used only to denote worship of God specifically. So
Yeah,
only
like
God can be
Trevo.
worshipped this way. Yeah, so if you look at the citation he gives in Daniel 3:12, they refuse to worship the gods of the nations as like, because of the second commandment, right? So the fact that they're worshiping the Son of Man tells us that the Son of Man isn't a creature.
100%. So important lesson here, guys. Just because it's Hebrew doesn't mean it's the original manuscript. You can very well have Septuagint readings that go back to the original reading of the text.
Yeah. This isn't to
And
say
in
that
this
the
case,
Hebrew's
it's
wrong, though. Because the Hebrew, it's not like the Hebrew denies the reading. It's more so
Right.
that the Septuagint is going to like clarify it, if you get what I mean.
yeah, for sure.
It's the earliest interpretation.
Darthan says, "Look at all of this special pleading."
So true, Darth Fan. So true.
Yeah,
It's over. We got to pack it up.
yeah. Gotta pack it up, boys. You guys are reaching pretty hard to make this a Trinity bit. Oh, I guess
I
giving
mean, if
evidence
you-
is reaching pretty hard.
Yeah, if you have
Oh,
some
I was
argument
actually-
that
I was
shows that we're
responding to
wrong,
that.
I'd love to see it.
I was responding to that in the chat. This isn't okay. So at least our treatment of Daniel 7 is not so much saying, okay, this passage teaches the Trinity. Okay, what we're saying is that passages like these lay the groundwork for the Trinity in the New Testament. Okay, so in Daniel 7, what we're arguing is that you have this idea where you have the Ancient of Days and you have the Son of Man, and both of these figures are being treated as Yahweh. Okay, that's not the same as saying this passage teaches the Trinity, but it's saying that at least kind of teaches a part of it, or like a piece of it.
It teaches Binitarianism at the very least.
Yeah,
Because you have
it
two
teaches
persons.
the idea that like two figures can be treated as Yahweh. And this
Nobody-
paves the way for later in the stream where we're going to demonstrate that Jesus is portrayed as one of these figures in the New Testament.
Nobody said that this verse alone is going to prove the Trinity, just that the non-Trinitarian interpretation is false. Because let's be real, there's no Binitarians out there, at least not that I know of. So the whole thing about, like, yeah, technically it's Binitarian, it doesn't explicitly teach the Trinity, but, like, typically in discourse, it's a dichotomy between Trinitarianism and Binitarianism. It would be, Trinitarianism and Unitarianism. It would be highly unlikely if Binitarianism was true. Like, that does not seem plausible.
Yeah. Well, there is Philo who does talk about the second power and not a third power. But I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
If I had more time to prepare for this stream, I would have pulled some quotes from Philo because he's got a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
The whole
All right,
idea
let's
of the
continue.
Logos is one of the biggest thrusts of his philosophy. All right, let's continue. We've been yapping about Daniel 7 for a while.
Jesus judges the world. In the Old Testament, David says, "The Lord abides forever. He has established his throne for judgment, and he will judge the world in righteousness." Who's the judge here? Yahweh. But in Matthew 25, Jesus declares, "But when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. All nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them from one another as the shepherd separates the sheep from the goats." Jesus goes on to say that he will admit certain people into heaven and cast others into hell. Why is Jesus the final judge? He tells us in John 5, "For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him." You don't honor God, you can be around. You don't honor God, you can't be around. Jesus also raises the dead at the resurrection. According to the Old Testament, Yahweh is the one who raises the dead. For Samuel 2:6, "The Lord kills and makes alive. He brings down to Sheol and raises up." But Jesus says he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. John 5, "Truly, truly, I say to you, an hour is coming and now is, when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For just as the Father has life in himself, even so he gave to the Son also to have life in himself. He gave him authority to execute judgment because he is the Son of Man. Do not marvel at this, for an hour is coming, in which all who are in the tombs will hear his voice and will come forth. Those who did the good deeds to a resurrection of life, those who committed the evil deeds to a resurrection of judgment." So Jesus claims by what he says and what he does that he's one of these two powers in heaven. And that means he's claiming to be God. And his friends got the message. How do his friends react? What do the early Christians say? In Philippians 2, Paul quotes an early Christian song or poem or creed about Jesus. It goes like this: "In your relationships with one another, have the same mindset as Christ Jesus, who, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness. And being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore, God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow."
This Philippians 2 song. So the fact that essentially prior to, so some scholars think that Paul is kind of composing a hymn kind of on the spot, while some scholars think that he's kind of more so pulling from an older hymn. I'm not really sure which camp I lean into, but either way, Paul quotes the hymn in the context of commanding the Philippians to be humble. So, and the hymn goes like, Jesus did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself. Okay, humility is, lowering yourself down, and that would not have the rhetorical effect if Jesus was not assumed to be equal
Actually
with God,
be
rightfully.
equal with God.
Yeah, because Jesus deserved, because the idea is that Jesus deserved.
Drew, can we get into that a bit later, though?
Okay, yeah, sorry, I just
we have OConnor goes into that a bit, and I
okay, does he? Okay, we can talk about that more than there.
Yeah, if you check the thing, you'll see.
Okay.
All right.
In heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord, for the glory of God the Father. What's the name that is above every name? Yahweh. And in the name of Jesus, every knee should bow and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord. This is a reference to Isaiah 45. In verse 18, Yahweh says, "I am the Lord, and there is no other." And in verse 23, he says, "Before me, every knee will bow. By me, every tongue will swear." The early Christians said, that's Jesus. So Jesus was in very nature God. Then he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death. Then God exalted him. How many powers do you see here? 2, and Jesus is one of them. Paul quotes that and obviously agrees with it, but look at how Paul describes the 2 powers. "For us, there is one God, the Father, from whom are all things and for whom we exist, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom are all things and through whom we exist." There is one God, the Father. You see, Jesus can't be God. It's only one God. Well, keep reading. "And one Lord, Jesus Christ." Does that mean that Jesus is Lord, but the Father isn't? All Paul does here is take 2 titles for God and says, I'll call the Father God and Jesus Lord. 2 powers, and Jesus is one of them. What about John 1? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him.
So I don't know if David gets into this later, but that language of all things being through Christ that Paul mentions in 1 Corinthians 8. So that 1 Corinthians 8 passage is particularly interesting. Some scholars do think he's actually because he says it, I guess, more
Yeah, some
clearly
people
or
think it's a more
dogmatically.
subordinationist, like sort of like.
Well, no. What I was gonna say is that because Paul's quoting it almost dogmatically or very creedally, some people think he's referencing an earlier Christian confession and creed, kind of like the Corinthian Creed in 1 Corinthians 15. He's pulling from older material. And what's interesting about that is that it says that all things are from the Father, but then he says that all things are through Christ. So that this language about all things being through something is used of wisdom in Second Temple texts. So what comes to mind is like I think Wisdom of Psalm 7. I have some more examples of this that we can get into later, but the idea is that all things were believed to be created through like the speech of God or the wisdom of God. Those things were created equated in like the Baruch 4, I think. But yeah, so wisdom would have been another example of this second power figure. That I kind of wish David got into more, but oh well. Did Apollos? Is he still there?
Yeah, I don't know about Apollos, but I know a lot of scholars have realized that Paul's like splitting up the Shema there, and
Yeah.
to put
Are we still
Jesus
live? Should I check?
in the
No, we're still live. I got the stream here.
yeah, but to put Jesus in the Shema without him being like God, with how much Jews quoted that, would basically again kind of go back to the Daniel 7 thing or the angel of the Lord, with it just being idolatry to put him in there if he wasn't, God.
Yeah. All right, let's see where Apollos went. Also, Rembrandt says in the chat, too bad there isn't any... Okay, he's getting back on. Okay, Rembrandt says, too bad there isn't any way to show that Paul's words have any relation to reality. That's not the goal of the stream tonight. The goal of the stream tonight is to say, okay, did Jesus claim to be God? And the fact that Paul's words... and also coupled by the fact that he's probably quoting something, that makes the idea of Jesus as the second power, that puts it very early in Christian history, which makes it much more likely that the historical Jesus claimed to be the second power, which in turn means that he claimed to be, have the same nature as Yahweh. So that the goal of the tonight's stream is not to do that. The goal of tonight's stream is to say, did Jesus claim to be God?
Yeah, plus Paul was correct in what he said because he was connected to the apostles themselves. And the apostles actually saw the risen Jesus and knew what he taught. And if you disbelieve what Christ said, even though he did miracles, then at that point, I'm not really sure what would convince you. Because you have someone who's raised from the dead, walked on water, fed 5,000, etc., through divine power. If that's not
Yeah.
good enough evidence, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as
Well,
who was it? C.H. Dodd who said it's very unlikely that Paul went all the way to Jerusalem to meet Peter and James just to talk about the weather. Like, no, they definitely talked about Jesus' teachings and
Yeah.
the reception of those teachings and how
Yeah.
those were passed down and implemented in the church. So yeah, this idea that Paul just like invented Christianity is just quite. It bears the marks of French theory. So yeah.
okay, so Rembrandt now says, but we don't have any of Jesus' words. All we have are stories about him after he died.
Yeah, that's not true. We got Jesus' words.
So with the
That's just why.
exception of extremely fringe theorists like Richard Carrier, pretty much every like liberal scholar would say that okay, at least some words of the historical Jesus are preserved in the canonical Gospels.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're like curious about like this from a more like epistemological perspective, evidence by definition is just merely information that raises the hypothesis, the probability of the hypothesis being true. So even if it happens to be like secondhand testimony, then it's still necessarily philosophically is admissible evidence. So
Okay, so last thing, and then we'll just move on.
yeah.
Rembrandt also claims that the Gospels have been written by people who apparently never met Jesus. We do have a video on our channel contesting that claim, arguing that the Gospels do stem from the apostles. So we can continue now. I just want to finish with that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'll continue.
And without him was not anything made that was made. There's God, and there's the Word, but the Word was God. How many powers? 2, and Jesus is one of them. You really want a fun verse later in the same chapter, try John 1:18. No one has ever seen God. The only God who's at the Father's side, he has made him known.
Got kicked out, I think.
What's that?
You gotta let Roy back in. He was in the. I think he might be in the waiting room. He got kicked out.
Oh, he was the anonymous author's theory, bro.
Am I up again? Yeah, so the whole
man.
thing about late dating is a massive cope. Suppose that they were written decades after, it doesn't matter because they're still by eyewitnesses. Regardless, they weren't written decades after. If you have some proof that they were, I'd love to see it.
Okay.
Also, Drew, check your DMs.
Okay, yeah, but let's focus mainly on just the stream instead of arguing with people in the chat.
Yeah, for sure. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm just going to stop responding to Rembrandt. He says that hearsay isn't evidence, and hearsay by definition is just an out-of-court statement. If you actually look at the federal statutes for what qualifies as evidence, secondhand statements can qualify as evidence. Say, for example, like the testimonies of expert testimonies of what happened in a certain laboratory experiment, or in some instances, reliable secondhand testimony. The whole point about hearsay not being admissible in a court setting, which it still can be admissible in a epistemological setting, is just to give like a fair hearing for those who want to testify for themselves firsthand. So this is just quite frankly, it's unfamiliar with, it's ignorant of the epistemology of testimony, eyewitness testimony, and yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Okay, this really isn't the topic of the stream, though. I mean, if we want to debate this some other time, but
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
We got
yeah,
apologetics.
he's free to come up if he wants to debate this. I'm sure we'd be fine with letting him in as long as he doesn't.
Yeah. Apollos, it might not be a bad idea. Since this is like a smaller stream, it might not be a bad idea just post a StreamYard in the chat, and we can just have people come in. As long as they don't like troll.
If they don't show anything, I'm fine with let them up here if they want to debate this.
For sure. Let me see if I can get the link.
Yeah, just wait. We'll see how they respond. If they say sure, then post the link. If they don't respond, then there's no point in posting the link.
Well, we can have other
he's a
people
man.
join too if they want to. I mean,
you guys know Theop, by the way?
I don't think I do.
Dude, he's like the Gen Z meme streamer for Christian content out there.
Tell him to get up here.
Definitely.
I always thought that was
Definitely
you. You're the guy like preserving filthy Frank humor in
Yeah.
the 45.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, continue the video.
Yeah, he said he needs a few minutes. Rembrandt said it, so whatever.
Sounds like 2 powers. That's what the early Christians say, among other things. What do? Wrapping up, they worship him, they pray to him, they sing hymns to and about him, they baptize in his name, they compose litany and doxologies to honor and praise him. In other words, they give Jesus the full array of religious honors. What could convince a bunch of first-century Jews that a carpenter from Nazareth was one of the 2 powers in heaven? Probably the same thing that convinced his enemy that he was guilty of blasphemy. Would have to be something big, either really big claims of Jesus or a really big misunderstanding. We'll see which option Alex goes with.
All right.
All right. That is David Wood's opening statement. And
I would say I'm really disappointed that he didn't bring up Mark 14:62, where Jesus explicitly claims to be the Son of Man in Daniel 7.
Yeah, he just says, "I am, and you shall see the cloud. You shall see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven," with the referent of Son of Man being himself. And if you just look through the gospel, you can see that.
Yeah, so that would have been a good thing for David to do, and I'm disappointed he didn't do that. But I think he still did a great job.
Pull up, what's it called? Pull up slide 6 of my presentation.
I'm really glad Dave did a more holistic approach to arguing this, kind of getting the Old Testament background for divine plurality.
Yeah, since we're all here, since the whole thing is done, you might want to just go through all the slides. Okay, we already went through that one. Oh, well, yeah. Okay, that's the one. So, what's interesting, right, is that, to be fair, I did criticize Wood for not going too much into it, but he had time constraints, so it's whatever. But one thing he didn't get into too much is the whole, visible versus invisible Yahweh thing, right? So John 1:18 says that the Father has not been seen, right? And the only one who has seen him is the Son. And that's going to be important because that means that the person in the theophanies cannot be the Father, or the person represented cannot be the Father.
For sure.
And-
Rembrandt is
Oh yeah,
ready to
that's
join
a good,
if you
that's a
guys
good
want
point.
to.
Like, that's a
Sure.
good point. Like
If he just puts something on the screen, make sure to like disable his camera though, just in case.
Yeah, for sure. Mic settings. I think I'll just have to like kick him if he does present something weird.
Okay.
But yeah, here I'll add him.
Okay.
Rembrandt, the raider of Apollo's Christian apologetic streams. How are you doing, my man?
hello,
I'm okay.
nice.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I noticed that you've been giving a lot of comments regarding the reliability of the Gospels. And I'm
Wanna
more
talk
than
about
happy
that?
to entertain you if the rest of Imago Logos is willing to.
Oh, I'd be happy
Because-
to. For now.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's your guys' stream, so I just want to be respectful of y'all's time. So
I will say that like we've only gotten just through David's opening statement. I think it'd be cool if we went through the whole debate. So I don't think we should spend too much time on this because
We can spend like 10 to
yeah,
20
I think
minutes on this.
10-15 minutes is good.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so when you say the Gospels are anonymous or late, can you give up one piece of evidence to support that claim?
Well, Mark is generally considered to be the first gospel written, and it was dated at around 70.
Yeah, but what's of all?
What's your
I don't
justification
accept
for
Mark
that
in
dating?
We dated that.
Yeah, I don't accept Mark in priority. First of all, second of all, why should I accept that it's 78, even if I accepted Mark in priority?
Well, it discusses the destruction of the temple.
Yeah, but
Yeah, what
other
about
Jewish authors mentioned that.
Plus,
And they
that's just
clearly,
arguing in a circle. Like, if you're
Yeah.
arguing against the New Testament and its presentation of Jesus as a prophet, the only way to
Okay.
use the destruction of the temple is to argue that Jesus wasn't a prophet, therefore he can't tell the future. Therefore, whenever it says that he told the future, he was just wrong, and the gospel authors just made it up post 70 AD.
and not only that, but like just the idea of the temple being destroyed was a well-standing tradition, an internal critique within early Judaism. You have the prophet Jeremiah, you have early people who revolted against the Second Temple cult, various Second Temple factions within Judaism that saw that the end of the temple was nigh. So this idea that you need to be like, you need to posit like supernatural entities just to say that, Mark can only be after 70 is, quite frankly, it's stupid.
Oh yeah, plus the thing is that Mark doesn't even give us the details about the temple. So it gives us instructions on what people should do if the temple is destroyed in the winter, which implies that this saying is still relevant. Why would you say pray that the temple of destruction isn't in such and such season? That doesn't make any sense unless it's prior to 70 AD.
The temple was also viewed as like a microcosm of the cosmos. Josephus goes into this.
Yeah, I
because of
know.
that.
They're not really talking about what he really says. They're talking about the cosmos, and
That's not what I said.
you know, it's all figurative, and you know, and the
It's not what
entire
any of us said.
Bible.
Nobody has ever said it's figurative. I don't know why you're putting words in his mouth.
That's not what
Yeah.
I said. I said
Yeah, you're making stuff up right now.
I said that the cosmos.
No, you. No, I'm done with this thread. You people won't listen. You just will make believe.
You're the one who rated our stream.
Yeah, like I said, you're just making stuff up, pulling it out of your butt, and you won't listen to anything I have to say, and you're sitting there laughing because I don't accept your make believe. Okay.
How is us making arguments against your claims making stuff up?
Yo,
Well,
wait,
okay. How many of the gospel authors
wait, I have a question for
are
you. I have a question
listed
for you.
saying my name is so and so, and I wrote this.
All of them, because all of them have
No,
a title
they're-
at the start of the gospel.
None of
That's
them.
the question.
None of them. None
That's
of
not
them.
true. It's all of them.
Put the
Rembrandt,
crack pipe down. Put the crack
Rembrandt.
pipe down.
real quick question. Have you read Simon Gattercole's 2018 paper?
No,
on
he has
the?
not.
No, I never heard of the man.
Yeah, absolutely has not.
Please
read.
actually read that paper.
No,
if you wanna
thank
talk.
you. It's all make believe. Look, blood magic isn't
Bro
real. You
appeals to
guys
scholarship
Yo.
for
you
70
guys
CE,
can
but
special
then says
plead all
scholarship
you
is
want.
make-believe.
Blood magic isn't real. I'm
We're
done.
not talking about blood magic. We're talking about who wrote the Gospels. When we should be talking about did Jesus claim to be God in the New Testament?
All right, he
That's
left the
the difference
stream.
between-
He left the stream.
Oh, that was
Bro
hilarious.
thinks he's an elite troll.
Okay, I think that was a
Oh,
waste of time.
that was good. I'm definitely.
No,
gonna
that was
clip
pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. All right. Do we want to continue?
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
if we're
of
gonna
course.
get through the whole debate, but
No,
Yeah.
I can get through the whole debate as long as you're willing to stay.
I can
Yeah.
as well.
I'll try to.
So
Yeah.
Roy, do you want to finish your slides or just continue?
We were talking about what were we last talking about? Oh, we were talking about the whole theophany problem. So
Yeah.
Bo Branson brings this up, and I wish more people brought it up, but a big motivation for like Trinitarian theology is going to be what Branson calls the theophany problem, and it's how like we see that in the Old Testament and the New Testament that says God cannot be seen, but then at the same time there's theophanies, and in fact sometimes these happen like right next to each other. I'm pretty sure. So how does that work? So what we're going to say is that works because you can have representations of the Son, but there's no theophany of the Father. But that requires two persons. So that requires Trinitarianism, basically, or at least Binitarianism. But Binitarianism leads into Trinitarianism anyways.
So
Yeah,
another
this is
thing-
why, like in 1 Corinthians 8, it doesn't say that the Father, through him, all things were made, but it says for him, all things were made. Because Jesus, the Son, the second power, assumes a demiurgical role within the whole creation-making process. So, yeah.
Yeah, another thing that verse John 1:18 demonstrates is that John is aware of this whole idea of two powers in heaven. Like I'm sure John is aware of these Old Testament theophanies.
Yeah. We're going to get into that a little bit
Yeah.
later when Alex O'Connor brings up arguments against Jesus being the angel of the Lord. So we'll just wait till
Okay,
that.
yeah.
All right, you want to continue then?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, let's continue.
Although, wait, actually, isn't there a slide underneath that? Hold on, let me check. Because, yeah, there is. Okay,
This
so
one?
these are some quotes from Craig Keener's book, and I think it's, Barber's book. And they
I've
go
got
into, like, the whole-
I've got his John commentary. If you want me to reference it at any points, I've got it right here.
Yeah. So I actually do reference Keener's John commentary later on, but what's interesting is that I think David Wood brings this up with like the whole baptism thing, right? Is that the triadic formula only works under a Trinitarian understanding? Because, well, first of all, the word name in Matthew 28:19 is singular. Like the word name itself is singular, implying that there's one name shared by the three persons. Well, that name would just be Yahweh.
And also later in the stream, we're going to talk about how names and essences
Yep.
would have been viewed very similarly.
And another thing, right, is that there's actually a place in, I think, Matthew, I think it's 10, where there's a plural usage of the word for names used for like a multiplicity of beings. But then when it comes to Matthew 28, it says that there's only one name, which is very important. And then on top of that, right, you just don't, like, think about it this way. Can you bless someone in the name of, I don't know, John the Baptist or Moses or whatever? No. Can you heal someone in their name? No. You can't do any of that. So why would you be able to baptize in the name of Christ if he's not God? Like, the reason why you can't say, I bless you in the name of such and such, is that that person is going to be a creature. But the reason why you can baptize in the, it's like, if baptism is greater than any of that, then how are you going to baptize in the name of Christ and the Holy Spirit alongside the Father if, they're not three divine persons?
All right. Continue on.
Yeah.
And Alex is going to take the podium for his 20-minute opening statement. David went over 1 minute and 14 seconds. So we'll give Alex a grace period of 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Can everybody hear me through here? Yes, David didn't factor in the clapping. I always factor in clapping into the timing of my speeches. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Or as we say in England, assalamu alaikum. I must apologize for the previous debate fiasco. David's right that most people don't know what happened. A lot of accusations thrown my way, but I suppose that is the essence of our debate this evening. People thinking they know a thing or two about a person without hearing it from their own mouth. To which effect, I was thinking about how to approach this, given that I didn't know which David was going to take. I woke up this morning in this fine resort, opposite Legoland, which means that there's a roller coaster just outside of my room. And being a bit jet lagged, I woke up quite late to the most peaceful of noises, that is the sound of children screaming for their lives. Hearing the sound of children screaming for their lives, of course, reminded me to read the Old Testament. And I wanted to begin with a verse.
I'll give Alex credit. He had a pretty funny opening.
That was too easy.
Yeah, I love Alex. He's awesome.
Yeah. Although I will say that
I've never seen this side of him, to be honest.
I don't want to get into this right now because that's a different topic. The whole thing about like genocide in the Old Testament. I think everyone here is going to take the hyperbole view, right? I know I do. I know Drew does.
I mean, some form of it. I don't think it's just that, but
so,
I mean,
a quick rundown is that it's ancient Near Eastern like warfare rhetoric.
Yeah, this is a complete
like talk about how you're going to destroy an entire nation and kill everyone in it, to just talk about winning in general. So when you hear statements such as like total destruction statements in the Old Testament, that's likely referring to like just victory in general rather than actual like genocide. Yeah, and there's good contextual reasons for taking this both like historically and in the text itself.
Yeah, but I don't
that's
think
for a different time.
Yeah, I don't. This is just a joke he made. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
I would probably make this joke too, because a lot of people do have that stereotype of the Old Testament anyway. So.
Fair enough. All right, continue on.
I factored that into my time as well. I want to begin with a verse from the Old Testament which might become relevant momentarily. And that is, well, a psalm, not in its entirety, but Psalm 82. Psalm 82 is a curious psalm because it opens by saying that God presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods. Elohim. That is definitely the word for gods. This seems to be an indication that God is talking about, the psalmist is talking about the so-called divine council, which also shows up in Job, for example. Later in the psalm, he says, I said, you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High. The psalmist is referring to beings here who are definitively not Yahweh, but calling them gods, which is kind of interesting. I'm not trying to make a point out of that. Jesus is going to do that for me as we turn to what I think is the most important Christological gospel of the four, which is, of course, John's gospel. Many people think that I just dismiss John's gospel because it's written too late or something. It is, of course, the least historically reliable of the gospels, but I'm willing to just treat it as if it's historically reliable for the purposes of this debate and see what Jesus actually says about himself. The question we're interested in here is the relationship that Jesus has to his Father. David is speaking about.
Pause for a second.
Oh, are we going to talk about that comment?
So I want to wait till. So I want to. Well, I actually want to wait till Alex finishes exegesis of John 10 before I get into my stuff. But I will just say I actually do really like the approaches that both debaters took in this debate. It was very non-conventional. So like David definitely went way back into the Old Testament.
Yeah, that's the
while Alex did. While Alex actually is presupposing the reliability of John, which I do like. I like how both debaters.
Yeah, I would just say that. I would just say that from what I've read, there seems to be a little bit of a turning point when it comes to like the reliability of John, where people are treating it as more reliable than they would before.
Yeah, I agree, but
fully reliable. But that's a conversation for another day. I just recommend seeing Lydia McGrew's book on the reliability of John.
Blomberg has a book exclusively dedicated to John. Yeah. But okay, we can continue.
Same thing with Craig Blomberg and the whole like fourth quest for the historical Jesus and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, another video for another day.
Yeah, continue. I just like how both debaters took an unconventional approach.
Yeah.
The 2000 heaven heresy, and saying that Jesus' relationship to the Father is the kind of relationship that people who believe in these two powers were talking about. Well, let's investigate that in Jesus' own words. There's one place in the Gospels where Jesus is directly accused of claiming to be God. Do you know where it is? It's in John chapter 10. In John chapter 10, his Jewish opponents come to him and say, if you're the Messiah, tell us plainly. And Jesus responds by saying, I and the Father are one. I'm told by Christians this is a direct Christological claim. Who can claim to be identical to the Father except to someone who is God? And there was no confusion about this. The Jewish opponents picked up stones to stone him to death for making this claim. Now, how does Jesus respond? Does he agree with them? Or does he correct them? He says, in response to the Jews, is it not written in your law, I have said you are gods? Quoting, as you'll probably realize, the psalm that I just quoted and explained briefly a moment ago. So directly asked about his Christological status, Jesus decides to quote a psalm which is explicitly talking about beings who are not in fact Yahweh and yet are called gods. Why would he pick that psalm if the message he wanted to convey was that he is in fact in some sense God, that is, identical to Yahweh? Jesus continues, if he called them gods, why wouldn't he call me God, the one who the Father has sent and set aside? So why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son? Like in the divine council, you shall be called gods, that is, sons of the Most High. So it's a misunderstanding. Jesus immediately afterwards clarifies further and says...
Oh, are we going to pause? Okay,
So we kind of have like two sets of slides for this. So
Yeah.
I think my slides are going to be a little bit simpler because you get more into the. How about this? Let's go through my slides since I didn't focus on this particular part that much. But yeah, okay. Go to the next slide. Okay, yeah. So let's like go through some things.
Yeah, I
First,
think it is good because I actually didn't go into the definition of Elohim at all in my slides, so I
yeah,
think it'd be good if you did that before
yeah.
I did.
Elohim just means spiritual being. So when Psalm 82 mentions quote unquote multiple gods, that's going to be using the word Elohim, which is an it's not like problematic theologically to say there's multiple spiritual beings. Second, I think he's just wrong about John being the most important book here. I think the Old Testament is probably more important. John is reliable, as I said before. Just look at McGrew and Petrie's book.
Yeah, another thing that I would like to add on the definition of Elohim. So, in his book Unseen Realm, Michael Heiser, he goes over the different beings that receive the term Elohim. He says Yahweh, the God of Israel, is called Elohim thousands of times. The members of Yahweh's council are called Elohim. So that's in Psalm 82, the psalm that Alex just quoted. Gods and goddesses of other nations receive the term Elohim. Demons receive the term Elohim in Deuteronomy 32:17. They're called the Shadim, which is a variant of that word. The deceased Samuel, so like the ghost or spirit of the deceased Samuel, is called an Elohim in 1 Samuel 28:13. And angels, or the angel of Yahweh, is receive the term Elohim, Deuteronomy 35:7.
So yeah, to give you like, I guess an example, right? An angel is an immaterial substance. God is an immaterial substance. Spirits are immaterial substances. Demons are immaterial substances. But it doesn't follow from that you have multiple gods. Like just because God is an immaterial substance and there's only one God, it doesn't follow that you can derive a multiplicity of gods from there being a multiplicity of immaterial substances. So that's all Elohim means.
Yeah,
If you
so
want
the
to
word Elohim just means powerful spiritual being. All right, you can continue with your slides.
Yeah. So, oh boy, we're gonna have to get into the exegesis of John 10. But first, I want to point out that Jesus is directly accused of being called God in Mark 14:62. That's the reason why the high priest gets mad. And I think that he like just because he doesn't use the word theos there or Elohim doesn't matter because I am is a more direct claim to be God because theos or Elohim can be interpreted as just immaterial substance, whereas the I am or ego eimi, right? That can't be interpreted as anything else in that specific context. In different contexts, yeah, it's just a normal construction, but we'll get into this later when we talk about his interpretation of John 8. But there's a certain construction where you can't interpret it anywhere else, and so Mark 14:62 is probably gonna be one of those.
And for
Next
those that
slide,
don't,
and you'll just
for those that don't know, Mark 14:62 is the passage where Jesus claims to be the Daniel 7 Son of Man figure, who we've already argued is portrayed as the second power in heaven, the second Yahweh.
yeah, okay. Go to the next slide, and yeah, okay. So first, we have to understand what like John 10 is talking about in the first place. Firstly, let's start with John 10:22 because that's where this whole episode starts. So verse 22 to 23 has Jesus entering. Verse 23 has Jesus getting posed a question. And then in verse 25 to 29, Jesus answers by basically giving like a list of certain operations where he says, the Father does this and likewise I do this, right? Or I do this and likewise the Father does this. And then immediately after, he declares, I am the Father are one, right? And that's going to be important because the context of this oneness claim, right? It's going to be operations, or in the Greek, energia, right? And this is what Bo Branson points out, is that this is actually how like the Cappadocians argued. So if you go to the next slide. Okay, so this is how the Cappadocians argued. Really, what they argued is that because the Father and the Son do the same operations, therefore they have the same nature. And this is just the argument. So every operation done by the Father is done by Jesus. The Father does certain things that can only be done if something has the divine nature. Therefore, the Son does certain operations that can only be done if someone has the divine nature. Therefore, the Son has the divine nature. And we have it in formal logic on the right as well, if you want that. But that's how like the Cappadocians argue. And when you think about it, that is like a pretty reasonable way to argue. So for example, right, and we'll get into this more when we talk about the eunomian premise, but the way we individuate kind natures is usually going to be with causal powers. So, for example, the way that you know that something is copper is like you would look at like how much electricity it could conduct, like how much it weighs, its density, and so forth, right? You look at its causal powers. So, if two things have the exact same causal powers or operations, it's going to be the case that they likely have the same nature, right? And this is especially the
Yeah.
case if the father has certain operations that can only be done if he has because of his nature, right? So, just one example, right? Saving or redeeming or creating. These are going to be things that are only possible if you have the divine nature, right? So, the fact that Jesus does each of these operations is going to be proof that he has a divine nature. Um, just as a quick question, how do you guys feel about canonic Christology?
What's that?
I know you
I
and I have
actually
disagreed. You and I have disagreed with this one before, but I'm pretty
Okay,
for it.
so here's the thing. One thing that the Father does is sustaining all existence. If you want like a proof of that, I would recommend looking at Thomas Aquinas's proof for like from actuality and potency and from the distinction between essence and existence. And he goes into that why God must like uh, basically be the ground of all being concurrently, right? And so that's going to be something the Father does. And if Jesus does everything the Father does, it follows that the Son also sustains all existence, right? But that's going to be also during his earthly life, and I don't really see how that works with canonic Christology. But I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to leave that there for now. Um, if you go to the next slide, we actually see that, for example, New Testament scholars such as Craig Keener are going to like show that like the conclusion I made is kind of the conclusion that the author expects us to make, right? So the whole thing about like how God's people are the sheep of his hand, right? And how like Jesus is using that motif, that's a divine thing to do, right? And Jesus is applying that to himself. And within that context, it becomes clear why he's doing that. It's a claim that he's God. So this is going to be the prior context of the whole Psalm 82 citation, right? And so if you go to the next slide, right now we finally get into the place where O'Connor is going to be citing like his verses to make his claim that Jesus is denying to be God, right? That doesn't work because, like as we've seen from the previous context, right, he's actually claiming to be God in like the first like 30 verses right there, right? So what happens is, in response to verse 30, the Jews pick up stones to try and get Jesus, right? Because he's claiming to be God. And then Jesus responds by saying that Psalm 82 calls other figures who aren't God by the term Elohim, right? And he says that if those figures then can be called God, then so can he, because he is greater, right? So Alex's interpretation is that Jesus is denying the charge of being God. But in reality, he is more so using like a legal technicality, and this is what Wood's interpretation is. So if you go to the next slide, so like he's really just using a legal technicality where he's saying like, okay, this person can be called Elohim or Theos. I'm greater than them, so I can also be called that, right? So he's not saying that he's actually one of the gods of Psalm 82. He's claiming to be greater, right? And I think Drew is going to get more into this, but if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
there's
I
nothing
show exactly
greater.
what Jesus is claiming to be, not
Yeah,
just that he's greater than the gods of the
yeah.
council, but I show exactly what Jesus is saying when he quotes Psalm.
Yeah. So if you go to the next slide, we have a quote from Craig Keener on this as well. Yeah. So he calls us a like a so much greater than reasoning, right? It's a how much more argument, and so that just supports my position more. So the issue is, right, how is Jesus greater? Well, the issue is that from what I know is that the Jews wouldn't really have this understanding where like prior like they would have this understanding where it's the divine council and then right above that is God, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They would have the vice regent right next to God.
Yeah, so there's no vice regent in the sense that like the Canaanites had it, which because they're monotheists, right?
Yeah.
So the issue is that if Jesus and like Psalm 82, Drew's gonna get into this, but that's about the divine council rebelling. So if Jesus is so much greater than the divine council, and given the prior context, it seems that by claiming to be greater than, he's actually claiming to be God, right? So that seems to just support our interpretation more.
or the vice regent who was the second power in heaven, which is
the
more
vice
clearly what we're
regent
claiming.
is
Yeah.
so like to explain to some people that don't get it, in the ancient Near Eastern thought, you had the high god, you had the vice regent, and then you had the divine council, and then you had humans, right? So the people in Psalm 82, that's going to be the divine council. Now the vice regent, they're in like ancient Near Eastern thought, typically the vice regent was like this subordinate deity, right? Who's like ontologically inferior.
Yeah. So
But
El in the Ugaritic text, El was the head god, Baal was the vice regent.
yep. But for the Israelites, they don't have a vice regent in that sense. Actually, Yahweh takes up both slots. He's both the head god and the vice regent, and they're both equal. So
Real
they're
quick, do you
different.
guys happen to know someone named Fresh Carrot?
Yes, I
Yes.
do. He's my friend.
All right, bet I'll add him.
Jack, you joined right before I started my slides.
Nice.
Yeah. So when it comes to like the vice regent thing, right? For them, Yahweh took both slots, and this Yahweh was different. Like, so you have two persons, right? So let's just call it the father who takes the head, right? The son who's the vice regent, and they're both the same being, but they're different persons. And that's going to be important because if Jesus is claiming to be so much greater than the divine council, not just in the future when like he achieved when like it's like in the future, right? What happens is theosis, right? In the future you have theosis where but that's like after. That's well and we're going to get into theosis a bit later on when Alex brings up John 17. But that's well
Right.
after the end times, right? So before that, you have the cosmology of angels, divine council, and then right above that is Yahweh. There's no in between. So if Jesus is currently speaking, like at the time that he told that to the Jews, if he's above the divine council, then he has to be in the slot of the vice regent or the
Yeah.
head god. But the vice regent and the head god are the same in Israelite theology, so he's just going to be God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, the next stuff I have is going to be on John 8:58, but I think you should cook on
Yeah.
this next.
Yeah. So I compiled some slides this morning, essentially, on Alex O'Connor's just interpretation of John 10. Before we get into that, I think it'd be good to play the clip of him talking about it again, just so we can kind of get the idea more fresh in our minds. That'd be good for the audience.
You want me to go back a bit?
Yeah, go back like 2 minutes, maybe.
All right.
But does he correct them? He says,
Actually,
in response
go
to the
back
Jews,
a
is it
little
not
more.
written in your law, I have said you are so-called divine counsel, which also shows up in Job, for example. Later in the Psalm, he says, I said you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High. The psalmist is referring to beings here who are definitively not Yahweh, but calling them gods, which is kind of interesting. I'm not trying to make a point out of that. Jesus is going to do that for me as we turn to what I think is the most important Christological gospel of the four, which is, of course, John's gospel. Many people think that I just dismiss John's gospel because it's written too late or something. It is, of course, the least historically reliable of the gospels, but I'm willing to just treat it as if it's historically reliable for the purposes of this debate and see what Jesus actually said.
I think this is good. I think just keep going till he stops talking about John 10, and then I wanted to get his argument.
The question we're interested in here is the relationship that Jesus has to his Father. David has been speaking about the two powers in heaven heresy and saying that Jesus' relationship to the Father is the kind of relationship that people who believe in these two powers are talking about. Well, let's investigate that in Jesus' own words. There's one place in the Gospels where Jesus is directly accused of claiming to be God. Do you know where it is? It's in John chapter 10. In John chapter 10, his Jewish opponents come to him and say, if you're the Messiah, tell us plainly. And Jesus responds by saying, I and the Father are one. I'm told by Christians this is a direct Christological claim. Who can claim to be identical to the Father except for someone who is God? And there was no confusion about this. The Jewish opponents picked up stones to stone him to death for making this claim. Now, how does Jesus respond? Does he agree with them? Or does he correct them? He says, in response to the Jews, is it not written in your law, I have said you are gods? Quoting, as you'll probably realize, the psalm that I just quoted and explained briefly a moment ago. So directly asked about his Christological status, Jesus decides to quote a psalm which is explicitly talking about beings who are not in fact Yahweh and yet are called gods. Why would he pick that psalm if the message he wanted to convey was that he is in fact in some sense God?
All right, that's probably good.
Yeah, pause it there. Drew, it's your turn.
Yeah, pause. Could you pull up my slides? Yeah, so while Apollos does that, I just want to kind of remind everyone that Roy already talked about just like the Hebrew word Elohim and how it can refer to multiple or how the word Elohim just generally refers to a spiritual being. So before we kind of get into giving a better interpretation of Jesus' use of Psalm 82, I think it's important to go and get started with just some problems with Alex's interpretation. So from what I'm able to gather, it seems that Alex is claiming that Jesus is essentially placing himself as, or in the same kind of ontological category as the gods of Psalm 82. And this is a little problematic. For the first reason is that the escalated reaction of the Pharisees makes it seem as if Jesus is reinforcing and not correcting their assumptions of his claim to deity. So immediately after Jesus finishes his like exposition of Psalm 82, the Pharisees try to arrest him. So if Jesus was lessening his claim to divinity, this would not be expected. So Alex, later on in his opening statement, anticipates and counters this by saying that the Gospels oftentimes have a theme of the Pharisees misunderstanding Jesus. However, he has a burden of proof to fill this and doesn't demonstrate it. If you were to bring up passages like Mark 2, where the Pharisees think in their minds, oh, who can forgive sins but God alone, and then Jesus, in his interpretation, Matthew would correct that. That would be kind of presupposing a low Christology, so he would have to demonstrate this kind of theme of the Pharisees misunderstanding Jesus' claims of nearness to God. And additionally, Jesus placing himself in the same ontological category as the gods of Psalm 82 is incoherent, given his previous statement of I and the Father are one occurs like immediately before Jesus' quotation of Psalm 82. There's no evidence in Second Temple Jewish literature, in the New Testament, or any surrounding cultural context that people believe that Yahweh and the corrupt gods of Psalm 82 were viewed as one in any sense. All right, so we can continue. Next slide. Is it stuck? We got it. Here, I'll just share my screen. All right, can you all see my screen?
No, not yet.
All right, I think Apollos is going to have to pull it up.
By the way, after this, Sam, do you want to mention what you were talking about earlier with King of the Jews thing?
Sure.
We can get into that later, but essentially, just to kind of recap, like while Apollos is getting back, basically, Alex is interpreting, or from what I'm able to, I guess, assume Alex's interpretation is that Jesus is placing himself in the same ontological category as the gods of Psalm 82. However, that's unexpected, given that the Pharisees immediately react harshly. If Jesus was lessening his claims of divinity, which is what Alex thinks Jesus is doing, then we would not expect the Pharisees to react harshly. And additionally, we have no evidence of the gods of Psalm 82, the divine council members, being viewed as one with God in any sense, which Jesus claims earlier. So, all right, where did Apollos go?
That's a good question. You might want to try screen sharing again, since if he's
I'm screen sharing right now. I think he's got to approve it for it to be the main thing, though.
Sorry, boys.
There we go. All
right. Give me a second. Oh, okay, you're screen sharing.
All right, cool. Okay, so this is my screen?
Yep.
Yep, looks like it. Yeah, so I think in order to kind of really understand what Jesus is doing with Psalm 82 in John 10, we kind of need to get a closer look at Psalm 82 itself. So basically, before we get into Psalm 82 in particular, it's important to get kind of a backdrop of the theology of Psalm 82 and kind of what it's assuming. So ancient Israelites believed that the supreme God divided up the nations to his lesser sons. So like the sons of God in Job, they would have believed that each of these sons of God would have kind of been allotted their own particular nation. So these are the gods of Psalm 82. So a good example of this is Deuteronomy 32:8. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the people according to the number of the sons of God. So another example of this would be Deuteronomy 4:19-20, where it talks about how Israel is not permitted to worship like the stars. Okay, stars would have been used as a common symbol for deities. So Israel is not permitted to worship other deities. But then immediately after that, God says other nations have been allotted to these deities. And then Daniel 10:20. So Daniel 10:20 talks about princes of different nations. So you have this idea that there would have been, some people would say angels, some people would say gods. The idea is that there's spiritual beings that are presiding over the different nations. That's the backdrop of Psalm 82. And in Psalm 82, God, who is called Elohim in the text, is prosecuting the God. So it's a divine council scene. It's like a legal court scenario. And he's claiming that they rule the nations corruptly. So you see this in verses 2 through 5, where God kind of pronounces his judgment against, or not judgment, God pronounces his accusation against the gods of the nations of ruling corruptly. So what's interesting is that in verse 1, God is depicted as standing. So the verse in ESV says, God has taken his place in the divine council. The verb for taken his place oftentimes is translated in other versions as standing. So God is standing in the divine council. And that oftentimes was the posture of the prosecutor, the accuser in the council. So an example of this would be in Zechariah 3. You have the Satan, the accuser, is standing next to, I think it's Joshua who's being accused. And also in verses 2 to 5, he's the one who delivers the charge. So Psalm 82 portrays God, or portrays Yahweh as the prosecutor in the council, delivering a charge against the gods of the nations. So normally in divine council scenes, the prosecuting God was separate from the God who judges. So like an example of this is the divine council scene in Job. So you have God kind of presiding over the council, and then the Satan, the accuser, comes and accuses Job of not being faithful. Same thing happens in Zechariah 3. The Satan is a different figure. The Satan, the accuser, is a different figure from the one presiding over the council. However, in Psalm 82, God is both the prosecutor and the judge. So we see his role as the judge in verses 6 through 7, where Yahweh delivers the death sentence. So basically, I'll go ahead and read verses 6 through 7. These are the verses that Jesus quotes. I said, "You are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, like a man you shall die, and fall like any prince." So basically, God is delivering the death sentence against the corrupt gods of the nations. And additionally, in verse 8, he's called to rise. So it says, "Arise, O God, judge the earth." So the command for God to arise assumes that he's in a seated position, which would have been the posture of the judge of the council. So thus, in Psalm 82, Yahweh is portrayed as both the prosecutor and the judge. So in Psalm 82, the prosecutor and the judge of the council are one, so to speak. And we see this in Kirsten Nielsen's study on kind of court scenes in prophetic literature in the Hebrew Bible. She concludes that it would appear, I'll just read the quote. "It would appear from our brief survey of recent research, as well as from the textual analysis we have here performed, that it is characteristic of the prophetic lawsuit," so that's a similar genre of Psalm 82, "that Yahweh enjoys the dual role of prosecutor and judge." So this isn't like some ad hoc way of reading Psalm 82. It's like, no, in scholarly literature, it's been recognized that Yahweh can play the role of both prosecutor and judge. And some people like Michael Heiser have said, okay, this might be what's going on in Psalm 82. And Heiser's not the only one. He quotes people in his dissertation and in his articles on this. So that's essentially the backdrop of Psalm 82 and kind of what Psalm 82 is.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
Wait, my bad for interrupting, but so I do want to talk about a different scholarly interpretation of this. And you're probably aware of this, but there's some that say that what's it called? Yahweh takes the place of the judge, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's some people who say that the person who takes the place as judge is distinct from the person who takes place like at the head of the council, right? You're aware of that interpretation,
yeah.
right?
So people like Mark Smith and Dan McClellan has also popularized this interpretation online, where you have two distinct gods in Psalm 82, Yahweh and El. That doesn't need to be the case just because Yahweh oftentimes can play the role of both prosecutor and judge.
Yeah. But that's actually, see, the thing is, I don't think we have to argue against that. Let's just say that interpretation that Yahweh is distinct from the person at the head, right? That seems to go more with Trinitarianism than it does with.
And we'll see why. And we'll see why later.
Yeah, because then we can just come in and say that Jesus is the judge, and the one at the head is the Father. It doesn't like. Let me explain this. All like, let's say the alternative interpretation is correct, right? All they can prove is that there's two subjects. There's two persons. They can't prove two gods. Two gods is not a
Yeah.
valid conclusion from two persons. You need to have an additional premise in there, right?
Yeah, and you have
So
Benjamin Sommer's work basically arguing that it would have been pretty normal in the ancient Near East for, different, gods to act in different, bodies, or you could use the word bodies or
yeah,
persons or
yeah.
whatever.
So he thinks that deities can act through like different mediums, and we're
Yeah.
gonna say that God can be two persons, right?
Yeah.
Or three
Okay.
persons, but here it's only two persons, right?
Yeah, so that's basically, what Psalm 82 is doing. Psalm 82 casts Yahweh, the God of Israel, as both the prosecutor delivering a charge against the corrupt gods of the nations, but it also portrays him as the judge who issues the sentence and is seated in the court. All right, so now we're going to move on to essentially how Jesus uses this psalm. So the interpretive key to Jesus' quotation of Psalm 82 is the phrase, works of my Father. These works, according to verse 8, demonstrate that the Father is in Jesus. So let me just pull it up on Logos and I'll read it. Yeah, so verse 38 says, or verse 37 says, if I am not doing the works of my Father, then do not believe me. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I am in the Father. So basically, the works that Jesus is doing somehow demonstrate that he is essentially kind of one or in the Father. So how does Jesus doing the Father's works demonstrate this? What is the work of God in Psalm 82? Okay, so Jesus quotes Psalm 82, talks about the gods, but then talks about him doing the work of God, and somehow that demonstrates his, in a sense, equality with God. So what is the work of God in Psalm 82? Well, in Psalm 82, 6 and 7, God pronounces a verdict of death against the corrupt gods. So that's what we talked about earlier. This is the work. The death sentence is the work. So the destruction of the corrupt gods and the reclaiming of their nations was anticipated by various Day of the Lord passages in the Old Testament. So like an example of this would be Isaiah 24, 66, and Zechariah 14. Isaiah 24 and Zechariah 14 in particular talk about like battles between God and the heavenly host of the other nations, whereas Isaiah 66, another Day of the Lord passage, talks about God kind of reclaiming the nations and building like an Israel of both Jew and Gentile. So yeah, and the coming of Jesus is a partial fulfillment of the Day of the Lord, and that can be demonstrated in Acts 2, where Peter quotes, I think it's Joel 3, which is the Day of the Lord passage, and so that it's being fulfilled. It was fulfilled through the coming of Christ. So early Christians understood the coming of Jesus as a partial fulfillment of this concept of the Day of the Lord, where the gods of the nations would be judged and the nations reclaimed. Yeah, and Jesus as the one who brings judgment against evil spiritual powers is stated explicitly in John's gospel. So John 12 says, now is the judgment of this world. Now will the ruler, archon in Greek, so archon it's very similar to Paul's language of principalities and powers in Ephesians. So now the ruler of this world will be cast out, and I will draw all people, so nations, to myself. So kind of compare that to Psalm 82, 6 through 8. So in Psalm 82, God delivers the judgment against the gods. He says, sons of the Most High, all of you, nevertheless, like men, you shall die. So he's proclaiming a death sentence against the gods. And then in verse 8, the psalm concludes by saying, arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all nations. So this is what's going on in John 12. Jesus casting out the ruler of the world. Now you might say, ruler of the world, oh, well, that's Satan. That's not the gods of Psalm 82. Well, there are Dead Sea Scroll readings that essentially have Belial. So Belial would have been like a prototype of Satan, kind of as the one who kind of leads these corrupt gods. So now the ruler of this world will be cast out. The corrupt spiritual powers will be cast out, and then will draw all people to myself. He will inherit the nations. That's the same template as in Psalm 82, where the judgment is proclaimed and the nations are inherited. Again, we see this in John 16:11 as well, concerning judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. Yeah, so essentially what I'm arguing, and what other scholars have argued, mainly Heiser has argued, that John 10:34 through 38 is basically another instance of this. In John 10:34 through 38, Jesus defends his authority by claiming to be the one who delivers God's proclamation of judgment, the death sentence against the gods. Thus Jesus is the prosecutor who attacks the gods, while the Father is the judge. Both are Yahweh. Okay, we saw this in Psalm 82. To demonstrate the coherence of this reading, let's look at John 34-38 in full. So I'm just going to kind of read John 10:34-38 and kind of give a commentary of it. If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, so logos tu theou, logos tu theou is essentially the proclamation of judgment in Psalm 82:7. You might hear word of God and think, oh, so that's the Torah, that's the law given at Sinai. Well, the Greek word for logos here, for word, logos is a very like broad word. It can mean like the Torah, but a lot of times it can also mean just a basic saying. It can mean a basic declaration. So just because you have logos theou, that doesn't mean it's the Torah. The word of God doesn't have to mean that. The word of God can also mean the proclamation of judgment delivered against the gods in Psalm 82. So if he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and scripture cannot be broken, do you say of him whom the Father consecrated and sent out into the world? So consecrated and sent out into the world, according to this interpretation, is Jesus' mission to judge the rulers. Okay, that's what we saw here. Okay, part of Jesus' job is to cast out the ruler of the world, okay, the corrupt gods, and draw all people to himself. That's part of Jesus' mission in John's theology. Okay, so consecrated into the world, that's Jesus' mission. Do you say of him whom the Father consecrated and sent into the world, you are blaspheming because I said I am the Son of God? So hopefully now it should be pretty clear. Jesus defends his authority by reminding the Pharisees of his mission. He is the prosecutor in Psalm 82 who chastises and judges and condemns the gods. Okay, so moving on with John. If I am not doing the works of my Father, so works of my Father, we've already kind of talked about that, is the verdict of execution that was decreed in Psalm 82 and anticipated in Day of Yahweh passages, where the gods would be defeated and the nations would be reclaimed. If I am not doing the works of my Father, then do not believe me. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works. Okay, same thing. The works, the judging of the gods and reclaiming of the nations, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I am in the Father. Jesus doing the work of bringing judgment demonstrates that the Father is in him, because in Psalm 82, the prosecutor and the judge were one. Okay, that's what we talked about in Psalm 82. The prosecutor and the judge were one, and Yahweh and Jesus is claiming to be the prosecutor. He's claiming to be, in a sense, the executioner of the gods. Now, there's an interesting book. I thought about mentioning this, whether or not I should, but there's an interesting book by a guy named Ryan Stokes. He's one of my professors, actually. He's taught classes at Yale Divinity School. That basically argues that in the divine council, the lines between like the prosecutor role and the executioner role would have been a little more blurred. It would have been a little more blurred. So the idea is that Jesus is the prosecutor and executor of the gods, and that would have been in Psalm 82. That would have been Yahweh. So yeah, that's about it. Is there anything else you guys want me to talk about or add?
That was very insightful.
Yeah, I think both of us are done with everything to do with John 10 for a bit. I don't think they're gonna go back into it that much. At least not as much depth. So we might have covered everything relating to John 10 that we could have. I'm trying to look up something. If you want to like continue it a little bit, you can.
I don't have any more slides after this, at least pertaining to John 10.
I think we should continue the debate then.
Yeah, let's continue. All right, I stopped sharing.
Yahweh. Jesus continues, if he called them gods, why wouldn't he call me God, the one who Father has sent and set aside? So why then do you accuse me of blasphemy if I said I am God's son? Like in the divine council, you shall be all gods, that is, sons of the Most High. There's a misunderstanding. Jesus immediately afterwards clarifies further and says, believe the work, that is the works of my Father through me, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I am in the Father. Another
I would like to pause for a second.
Claim. What does it mean?
I think Alex needs to show how his interpretation of Jesus' use of Psalm 82 can lead to the misconception or the idea that Jesus is equal to God.
Let's turn to the most important Christological chapter in John's Gospel, which is, of course, chapter 17. Jesus is praying, first for his disciples, then for all of his believers. Remember, in John chapter 10 so far, Jesus has made two claims. I and the Father are one, and I am in the Father, and the Father is in me, addressing the relationship that he has to his Father, which David thinks is the two powers in heaven. What does Jesus say in his own words? John chapter 17, verse 20 onwards. My prayer is not for them alone, the disciples. I pray also for those who believe in me through their message, that is, all of you, that all of them may be one. Hen, H-E-N, the same Greek word used in John 10. Father, just as you are in me, and I am in you, may they also be in us. This is crucial, this is pivotal. When Jesus is asked to clarify his Christological status, what is his relationship to the Father? He says, I'm in the Father and the Father's in me. He then later prays that all of us will one day be in God in the same way, just as, kathos in the Greek, which doesn't just mean as, it means in the same way as, just as. If this is supposed to indicate that Jesus is claiming to be identical to Yahweh, what does that make the rest of us? And how, I'm interested in knowing, is David going to interpret these verses where Jesus is specifically asked to clarify his relationship to the Father and tells us that he is only in relationship with him in such a way that everybody else can be in relationship with them too. The same thing is true of another important quote from John's Gospel, which is when Philip asks Jesus to show him the Father. What does Jesus say? Anyone who has seen me has seen the Father. Another intense Christological claim. He then follows up by saying, how can you say, show us the Father? Don't you believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority. Rather, it is the Father living in me who is doing his work. So again, Jesus clarifies his relationship to the Father, this time saying that he doesn't speak on his own authority. But there's more. In the same chapter this time, chapter 14, just a few verses later, he says to those same disciples who he's just told, that if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, because the Father is in me, and I'm in the Father. He speaks of a future day past his crucifixion and says, on that day, verse 20, on that day you will realize that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am in you. So to recap, Jesus is directly asked to clarify his relationship in his Christology to the Father. And he says that I'm in the Father, and the Father's in me, and guess what? You'll all be one with us too.
Do you want to pause
This
here?
claim
Because
to
I
be
do
Yahweh
have some
that-
stuff on John 17.
Yeah, you told me that you had some stuff on the
Yeah, let me
on
see
like
where
the
it is.
believers being one as well. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. My throat is sore from talking.
Go to slide like 24, which I know that's kind of far down, but you know. Oh, Paul, is he there? Okay.
I am back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, where did he go?
Apollos, what happened? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. But basically, so in John 17, right, the whole point is that Jesus has glory, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that he's also going to give glory to the disciples, correct? So the issue is that like we can now I wanted to talk about this earlier, right? But I wanted to save it here, right? Drew, you want to talk about theosis for a bit since you were wanting to get into that a bit?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say one thing that just came to mind. So Alex is claiming that like, Jesus says, I and the Father are one, but later on in John 17, Jesus also prays that he and the disciples would be one. So I guess Alex's claim is that like the same unity between the Father and Jesus is the exact same unity between the disciples and Jesus. Whereas that necessarily can't be the case at least in John 17, because in John 17, I don't have the text pulled up right now, but it's either in verses 1 through 3, where actually I'll pull it up on my computer. Yeah, so verse 5 actually says, Jesus prays to God, and now, Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory that I had with you before the world existed. Okay, Jesus had glory. Jesus had a relationship with the Father before the world existed. Okay, so that means that Jesus' relationship with the Father, in some sense, supersedes the relationship that Jesus has with the disciples. Yeah, and part of Alex does hit a very important nuance that part of salvation in John's gospel is the idea of kind of being grafted into or brought into that relationship between Christ and the Father through the Holy Spirit. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the exact same relationship, so to speak. And it can't be the same relationship just because you have Jesus talking about how he had a relationship with the Father before the world began.
Yep. So it can't be the literal same glory, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, John thinks that that Christians are uncreated beings, which probably isn't the case.
Yep. Around slide 24.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me see this. Yeah. Okay, so he kind of like talks about how the disciples are transferred the glory of Christ. The issue is, right, it says that God has performed the act of giving them glory, right? Now, there's an interesting passage, right, where um Drew might remember this. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but it's in one of the letters, right, where it talks about how um God has given people glory from eternity past, right? Do you remember where it is?
Could you be more specific?
There's this one verse that like people use in response to John 17:5, where it says that God gives people glory from eternity past, like predestines that glory, basically.
Yeah, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that they existed back then.
Are
Yeah.
you
So
are you thinking of stuff in like Romans 8, like predestined to his son or something?
No, I know what he's talking about. I'm trying to find it.
yeah, it's in one of the epistles. Might be in Second Peter. Nope. But basically, right, once we find it, the whole point is that God gives glory to people from eternity past, right? But when they actually receive that glory is going to be different. So to explain it this way, right? God is going to predestine someone to salvation or like call them to salvation from like eternity past, right? But
Hmm.
they're only going to be like fully saved later on. So there's a gap between when, God decrees something and when that thing happens, right? And
Yeah.
so similarly, right, Jesus says that he's already decreed the disciples to have glory. But the issue is that clearly this glory is going to be in the future because if they're having the same glory, right, then I think Drew is going to agree with me on this, is that they're talking about theosis. It's talking about how the disciples are going to have the same glory as like as like the son has, right, in his humanity, and that's going to be through theosis. But that only is completed at the end times, right? Like well after the grand narrative of history is over, and after everything has ended. That's when theosis is complete, right?
Yeah.
So John 17 is saying that the disciples will in the future have theosis, right? Now, the issue is that according to John 17:5, it's not just that Jesus was given glory at the like before, it's that Jesus actually had that glory itself prior to the creation of the world.
Yeah,
Which means that
and so
Jesus
I'm looking at
has
John 7. I'm looking at John 17 now. This isn't just in verse 5. It's also in verse 24.
Yep.
Father, I desire that they now Father, I desire that they also whom you have given me may be with me where I am to see my glory that you have given me because you love me before the foundation of the world.
Yep. So this is important because according to John 17:5, Jesus already has that glory, and that glory is given to the disciples in the future, and that's going to be via theosis, right?
Yeah. So Alex is basically claiming that like the relationship between Jesus and the Father is the same as the relationship between Jesus and the disciples. If that's true, if that is John's theology, then John must also believe, based on these statements in John 17:5 and John 17:25, or not even 24, that if that's the case, then based on these statements, John must also believe that the disciples existed eternally, which is
Yeah.
unlikely.
So another thing, right, is that according to Isaiah, God doesn't share his glory, right? And Alex is going to get into that, and he's going to like avoid it by saying, "Well, yeah, John 17 says otherwise," right? The issue is that Isaiah is talking about the here and now, right? Whereas John 17 is talking about in the future after everything is complete, right?
Yeah, it's eschatological.
Yeah. So Isaiah is talking about how in the current nobody has the glory that God has, right? Nobody is sinless like God is currently, right? But that doesn't mean in the future we're not going to be sinless, right? So that's important because Jesus is alive according to John at the same time when Isaiah is proclaiming that God hasn't shared his glory to anyone, right? And since
Yeah.
Jesus is around and he has that glory, that means he must be God. Because according to Isaiah, the glory is unique to God alone. So if Jesus has that glory at the time when Isaiah is speaking, right, then it follows that Jesus is God. Now, the only way Alex is going to try to avoid this is by saying, yeah, but the disciples have that glory too, which isn't really a rebuttal to the argument. It's more like, I guess you could say a counter example. It's just the issue is that it's a different point in time. Like, this is glory, after the recreation, after theosis, after like revelation is complete, right? Whereas the glory Jesus has is already in the here and now. And
Yeah.
I think Bo Branson talks about this, right? It's where like the big issue for Unitarianism is like you kind of have this thing where you have the Father, and then the Father like communicates the divine energies to the Son, and the Son is a creature, but then the Son just communicates those energies to us. But like at that point, what's the point of the mediator, right? Like if God is just going to communicate those energies to this creature, what's the point of that, right?
Yeah.
And we can put that out about like Alex's interpretation too, right? Like, what is the point? Like, let's say under his view, where Jesus is just like a creature, and then the Father is communicating like the divine energies to him, right? Or like the divine glory, right? Like, well, what's the point of the mediator there? I'm not really too sure, because like with the Trinitarians, we have a reason for the mediator, and that's like with the divine love and how relations work and so forth, right? But I don't see this interpretation where there's just a created mediator who communicates energies. I don't see how that works. Like just philosophically, right? That doesn't make sense to me. And if John is trying to say that Jesus is a created mediator who communicates glory, right? I don't think that would make the gospel coherent, or it wouldn't make it make sense, right? Whereas if Jesus is a uncreated mediator who has glory eternity past and therefore is God, and then he comes into the world, and it is through that incarnation that we're able to be saved, and thus we're able to complete theosis, and then we're able to have the divine energies, right? So that interpretation makes more sense to me, and it seems to be more of a logical explanation of what's going on in John 17 than Alex's interpretation.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to move on?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
What's
was
the
gonna
question?
say, regarding the saying how why would there be a mediator? Could you say that since there were other prophets, or at least other times in which God used people, such as Moses on the mountain,
Uh-huh.
to bring down to use him as a mediator to give the message, or a message of a kind at least.
But that's a message, not like theosis and
Okay.
salvation itself.
Uh-huh.
Because when we talk about theosis, we're talking about
I'm not too familiar with that term, by the
it's
way.
it's like the glory.
So
Do you know
so
the quote? Do you know the quote from Saint Athanasius about God became man so man could become God-like?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so the whole idea is so Eastern Orthodoxy is going to say that this is via the divine energies. I don't really know what people's positions are here,
it's not
but
just an Eastern Orthodox thing. Heiser's brought it to evangelicalism.
yeah. So the idea is you have the divine glory or the divine energies, and that's communicated to human persons, right? Whereas in the Catholic tradition, you have created grace, and that's going to be your glory. I don't really feel like getting into the debate right now. I don't care. That has nothing to do with this.
So
But
theosis is just participating in the
it's
person or
participation in
essence
the
of
divine.
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
conformity not just to the behavior of God necessarily, but also conformity
no,
to
it's
the
conformity to how God acts, because
that's part of it, but more deeper, it's
yeah.
conformity to the essence of God, I guess.
Okay.
I don't think anyone thinks that the essence of God is what you become, but rather
It's
at
it's
most.
like a mathematical asymptote. You never reach the point of becoming
Sure.
God.
Well, we'll leave it there. But
I think this is kind of a red herring.
Because
yeah,
I'm thinking if it does compare more so to the behavior, I think you could say that with the Ten
because
Commandments, that could be a push towards behavior if it's more so the
no,
essence.
because you don't achieve you don't follow the Ten Commandments in Moses, right? You don't say Moses has saved me, and because of what Moses has did, I can now follow the Ten Commandments. That's still yeah. So the issue is right. So what we're saying is that under Alex's view, Jesus is saying that he's the created mediator And like God
Okay.
has glory from eternity. He passes it on to this creature known as the Son, and then the Son passes the glory on to what's it called? Like disciples. But what we're saying is that according to Isaiah, like nothing in the current age can have the glory of God. Like that's only gonna happen after the end times. So, after the end time, like to give you an example, right? You know that one verse about like how nobody is sinless besides God, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so that applies in the here and now, but obviously no one's going to deny that in the afterlife we're going to sin. Like, no, I mean, nobody's going to say we're going to sin in the afterlife. Like, nobody's going to tell us that. Similarly, right, before we fell, there was no sin.
Hmm.
So, yeah, so what our point is that Isaiah's claim about God not sharing his glory, that applies to the here and now because we're sinful creatures, right? But the reason why the disciples can receive the glory is because that happens well after the end times and because they achieve theosis. However, in between, there's no room for sharing the glory with creatures. So you can't have Jesus be a creature and have the divine glory and exist at the time of Isaiah speaking that. But according to John, Jesus existed when Isaiah was saying that nobody has the divine glory but God. And so that's why he must be God, and that's why Alex O'Connor's interpretation fails. But yeah, I think that's sufficient for now. We
Yeah,
can speak
I
on foot.
think we've done overkill. All right, let's keep going.
Hold on, I'll be
Yes.
back in a bit. Just hold up.
All right.
Now,
He might get into the Yael stuff here in a
You
bit.
can you can play the clip and I'll just comment on it when I come back.
it's difficult to know where to take this because, of course, there is a third really important Christological claim in John's Gospel, which is in chapter 8. I think it might be relevant to talking about the understanding of ancient Jews, and we'll see where this goes. But famously, in chapter 8, Jesus is talking about eternal life, and his Jewish opponents say to him, they challenge him and say, well, our father Abraham, he died. Are you saying you're greater than him? And Jesus replies, if I glorify myself, I glorify, if my glory means something. Your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day, and he was glad. They say, well, you're not even 50 years old, and Abraham has seen you? And he says, truly I tell you, before Abraham was, I am. Why is that important? Two reasons. Firstly, he seems to claim pre-existence to Abraham, which is pretty significant, but also the invocation of the word I am, Greek ego eimi, which many people think is a callback.
It's lagging so bad that I can't actually watch it. Roy was the only thing holding it together.
Yeah, I think this is good actually because I think Roy had some notes on John 8:58. Yeah, before Abraham was, I am thing, and this is what Alex is about to get into.
All right, I'm back. Did he finish speaking?
He's lagging.
No,
Yeah.
it stopped working the instant you left.
Bruh. What point? I'm trying to look at my notes. Oh, he's going to John 8:58 now.
Yeah,
right?
so that's what I said. It's good that it kind of lagged just because I know you had a lot of notes on that, but yeah, I think one thing I would like to say about this debate, I did say this earlier, but I'd like to say it again so you can hear it, Jack. I think like this debate was really, really good to watch just because both debaters took very, very unconventional approaches. So like David Wood's approach to defending the deity of Jesus, he mainly actually talked about the kind of precedent for like two Yahweh figures in the Old Testament. So he spent most of his time there actually kind of setting up the idea that, okay, Jews had this idea in their heads of figures that could bear the essence and name of Yahweh, and just demonstrate how Jesus kind of fits into that slot. So that was a very unconventional approach. He spent most of his time in the Old Testament. Again, Alex's approach also very unconventional, which I liked. He presupposes the reliability of John's gospel and then demonstrates that even in John's gospel, you can't get to Jesus' divinity, which we would disagree with. But I still think it's a good approach nonetheless because it's unconventional.
All right, boys, I'm back. Do we want to share the screen or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you all want to do like a part 2 or something after we get through Alex's opening statement, and then we could get to like the cross-examination in a part 2?
I'm down.
I'd be fine with doing it now, or I'd be fine with doing a part 2. It's really up to y'all.
Yeah, well, it's getting we're already at 2 hours, so it might get pretty long if we add the cross-exam. But
It's up to you. I'm fine with going on.
Well,
Yeah, let's do the part 2.
We can get through Alex's opening statement.
This was pretty fun. I liked it.
Yeah, for sure. That.
I am that I am. I am who I am. So go and tell them that I am has sent you. It's interesting. Of course, the New Testament is not written in Hebrew, it's written in Greek. And it's well known that the authors of the New Testament were using a Greek translation of the Old Testament, called the Septuagint. This is something that was pointed out by J.R. Daniel Kirk, so I'm indebted to him for this. If you read the Septuagint that the New Testament writers were using, and we have very good evidence to suggest that John as well is using the Septuagint, how is this verse rendered? Exodus chapter 3. God says to Moses, ego eimi ho on, which means something like, I am the one who is. So go and tell them, ho on has sent you. In other words, in the Greek version, ego eimi is just as it is typically used in Greek, a way of saying, I am. It's used commonly like this. In John chapter 9, the blind man is healed by Jesus. He runs into town. They say, is this not the man who was born blind? And he says, ego eimi, it's me. When Jesus is asked by the woman at the well says, I'm expecting the Messiah to come. Jesus says, I am he, ego eimi, once again. That is how it is often used. So in the Greek Septuagint, we have I am, ho-on, I am the one who is. Go and tell them that ho-on has sent you. In the Greek Septuagint, in other words, the abbreviation of the divine name is not ego eimi, it's ho-on. It's ego eimi that Jesus says. And in fact, Jesus says the words ego eimi 6 times in chapter 8 of John's Gospel, and yet this is the only time it seems to annoy anybody. Why is that? Well, maybe because it's got more to do with the fact that Jesus seems to be claiming eternality. But supposing for a moment that this really were an invocation of the divine name, I'm just willing to grant it. Let's say, okay, he was meaning to invoke.
Can we pause here for a second?
I am.
Yeah, so Alex is basically saying that that the I am who I am in the Septuagint is in Greek ha-on.
I actually have some slides on that if you want to put them up.
Well, so Alex is basically saying that the I am that I am in Exodus 3 is ha-on in Greek, and so the own is actually a participle. It literally means like the one existing or the existing one, the one who it's a noun. So basically in grammar, a participle is when you take a verb and basically make it a noun. So what I'm going to counter to that is by saying that if Jesus said before Abraham was ha-on, that would have been basically him saying before Abraham was the one existing. Okay, it doesn't make any grammatical sense. So if Jesus wants to invoke the divine name but also make grammatical sense, ego eimi is the best thing to use because it's also used in Exodus 3:14. So and God spoke to Moses saying, I am the one who exists, ego eimi ha-on. So yes, ha-on is the more direct version of the divine name in the Septuagint, Exodus 3:14, but it wouldn't make grammatical sense for Jesus to invoke it there because it's not a verb, it's just a participle. Okay, so we can continue.
Yeah, so on my
Can I say a couple things?
Actually, is there like a link to a Greek interlinear you can send me so I can like?
Yeah, I've got it on my screen. I'll share my screen. I've got a Greek.
Yeah. Okay. Let him share his screen, and then we can get to my slides, and then afterwards, because I think he brings up the whole divine name thing. Do we want to save that for the angel of the Lord stuff, or do we want to save that for now? Because.
So let's wait till he brings up the Yael thing. Okay, so this is the Exodus 3:14 in Septuagint interlinear.
Could I say a couple things on the points he made?
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I would say is that ego eimi in Exodus 3:14 is not the only place it shows up. It also shows up elsewhere in the Greek Septuagint, like in Isaiah 43:10.
Yeah. We're gonna get into that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We're gonna get into that. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
The other thing is like I've heard this argument that the blind man in the next chapter says ego eimi, but you got to understand context when using it. Like
so Craig Keener talks about this, and we're going to get into that. There's 2 different ways. There's the regular way, and then there's the absolute sense. We're concerned with the absolute sense, and I'm going to get into that once Drew is done. Okay, so can you Drew, can you highlight the ego eimi in Exodus 3:14 so we can show everyone? Yeah. So as you can see right there, there's ego eimi in Exodus 3:14. So what's important, right, is that, as someone already said, right, is that this shows up in Isaiah too, and this actually is the way that God introduces himself in Isaiah. If you pull up the slides again, if Drew's streaming, can he just do it, or does he not have the slides?
Where do you need me to go? Is it the Septuagint?
No. Are you you have my slides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pull up my slides and go to page or slide 16.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. DM leaks.
Oh, okay. Apollo's got it.
Oh, okay. Just leaked our DM.
So yeah, okay. Go one up. Go one up. Apollos. We just okay. So firstly, yeah. So I just want to mention this. One of y'all can pull it up, but there's actually this good dissertation by Keith Pang that was released like last year, so it's very recent on like the whole I am thing in John, right? And he goes over how this is used in Exodus and how it's used in Isaiah, and just like a full analysis. And basically, it's used in those texts to denote like Yahweh's superiority and ontological uniqueness. It's his way of introducing himself in like places like Isaiah, right? And this is important because that means that John 8:58 doesn't have to be connected to like Exodus 3:14 specifically. And instead, it just has to be connected to the general I am motif in the Old Testament. And this is going to be important because, and this is what Keener points out, and I was going about this earlier, is that there's this absolute sense of the word I am, or the phrase ego eimi. Now, there's a sense in which, like, where the blind man can say I am, right? And where there's like an implied predicate. So, for example, if someone asks you, "Are you blind?" you can say "Ego eimi," I am, right? That's because there's a predicate or implied predicate. But whenever there's no implied predicate or anything like that, it's an "Ego eimi" in the most absolute sense. And when it's in the most absolute sense, that can only be interpreted as a claim of deity. Now, this is important because there's no predicate in John 8. Okay, there's no predicate implied in John 8:58 at all. It's being used in the absolute sense. In other words, it's a divine identity claim. Now, finally, the last point is that Alex O'Connor's like point here doesn't actually prove his position. Like all he's doing is supposedly refuting an argument from our side, but that doesn't actually prove his position. He needs to go further than that.
Yeah.
So it's just an undercutting defeater.
Yeah, and can I say one more thing about the Greek of John 8:58?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so the Greek is truly, SAT before Abraham was, I am. So the verb for was is aorist. It's a past tense verb. It's a genesthai, so it's past tense. Then Jesus says, before Abraham was, ego eimi, I am. Eimi, the verb for being, is present tense. So it's exceptionally odd that Jesus is doing that. So Jesus is, by making the word eimi present tense, he's highlighting the statement I am in his sentence. He doesn't say truly, SAT before Abraham was, I also was. He doesn't say before Abraham was, I was. He says before Abraham was, I am. So the fact that he changes from past tense to present tense highlights the ego eimi thing. And again, Alex could retort by saying, well, he doesn't say ha'on. Ha'on is the more specific version of the I am that I am in Exodus 3:14 Septuagint, but that wouldn't make grammatical sense if Jesus used ha'on, because ha'on's a participle. It's not a verb. If Jesus said ha'on, it would read, truly, I say to you, before Abraham was, the one who exists. Okay, it's a noun. It's not a verb. It doesn't make sense grammatically. Okay, yeah. That was just another note on the grammar.
So go to the where did Apollos go? But if you go to the next slide, I have some other stuff to talk about John 8, right? So the thing is, Alex kind of concedes that, like, okay, fine, maybe it's talking about the divine name, but that still doesn't get you somewhere. And what he says is that, like, okay, the divine name can be given to created beings. And Drew has like a whole like presentation on this specifically, but basically, no, it can't. The divine name can't be given to anyone else. In fact, the whole point of the divine name, or like divine names in general, is to signify uniqueness, right? And like he's gonna try and use this whole idea of, okay, well, creatures can be given the divine name in like Second Temple text. Like there's this article by Williams that goes over this. Like it's more tenuous, we'll put it that way. However, even let's just like concede that for a second. Even if in Second Temple literature that's the case, that would still be inconsistent with the Old Testament. And ultimately, if Alex O'Connor is going to be arguing like inside the Christian, like inside the New Testament paradigm, he's not gonna like you can't accuse the New Testament of being inconsistent with the Old Testament if you're arguing from inside the Christian paradigm. That doesn't work, because that's just like you're moving from an internal critique to an external critique then. But another big issue, right, is that, like, let's say that you could have a creature be endowed with the name Yahweh. The issue is that the name Yahweh can have a referent that's a divine being, and then a referent that's a created being. But they can't be the same being because a created being and an uncreated being cannot be the same being. Therefore, it follows that you would have two beings. But if there's two beings that are Yahweh, then you have two Yahwehs. But that's just polytheism. So Alex's interpretation like forces you into a polytheist interpretation, which I don't think that John 8 like is giving you a polytheistic interpretation. I don't think that the New Testament authors wanted to suggest that there's two Yahwehs. So we could rule that interpretation on its own. However, right, the issue is that Alex O'Connor's interpretation just doesn't make any sense with the context. So suppose for a second that Jesus is merely claiming to have the divine name, but he's not actually claiming to be like uncreated and like actually God, right? So the question of the Pharisees in John 8:57 can be paraphrased as, how can you claim to have seen Abraham if you're younger than him, i.e., came into being before him? Now, if Jesus' answer to this is just, I have the divine name, and the divine name doesn't signify being God, and creatures can have it, then Jesus hasn't answered the question at all. In fact, Jesus has just said something entirely irrelevant. What would, under the interpretation that Alex O'Connor is taking, what would having the divine name have anything to do with answering the question? Like, literally nothing. Because
Yeah,
under his
we'll
view,
get into this more in a bit, I think.
yeah, like it wouldn't answer anything because according to Alex O'Connor, you can give like a creature the divine name. So if a creature can have the divine name, then Jesus claiming to have the divine name means literally nothing in relation to the question. But under the Trinitarian view, like it makes perfect sense because Jesus is asked, "How can you claim to have seen Abraham if you're younger than him?" And his response is, "It's because I'm God." And that response actually makes sense. Like Alex O'Connor's interpretation, I don't think it does. Now, Drew, can you like pull up your slideshow on divine names and just go through that?
Yeah, I think we should wait a bit till we get
No,
to the
no,
stuff on
because
Yael
I
first.
think it's best to do it now, and then we can like do it again in part two
Okay.
to like refresh everyone's mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of long though, but I don't know if I'd do the whole thing again. But
Yeah, you could give like a recap at part two.
yeah.
Before that, could I say one more thing before I go? Because I got to get ready for bed, and I'm in an awkward hotel room here. So
Yeah. So what you want
yeah,
to
I
say?
don't know. I don't know if you guys were going to mention this, but also there's another interesting point on John 8:58. Psalm 90 verse 2 in the Greek Septuagint very closely parallels it. The only difference is just it's you are in the Greek instead of I am because it's speaking of Yahweh. I don't know if you guys were going to mention that, but that's something interesting also.
Yeah. So like Walton also mentions this in his I think it's in his intro to like Old Testament or like introducing the Old Testament background. I forgot the exact title. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's the one we just read for the thing.
Ancient Near Eastern thought in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
I have a copy of it right here. So if
Yep.
we need a reference,
So
yeah.
what he points out is that like the name I am, right? That's like to be. Like it's
Yeah,
denoting God's eternity.
yeah.
The whole point of it is to talk about God's eternity.
Yeah.
So that's gonna segue into what you're talking about though. With
Yeah, and another thing about the John 58 thing, the I am thing. I just got Keener's commentary. He says, when I am lacks even an implied predicate, however, it becomes unintelligible except as an allusion to God's name in the Hebrew Bible or the Septuagint. So like in John 58, there's no like I am Jesus, I am this. No, it's just I am. So that is normally an allusion to, yeah, the Keener agrees with that. So yeah, so I think one thing, so this is my presentation on names now. I think one thing that Alex seems to miss in his opening statement, and he's going to get into this more where he talks about Yael. So basically, Yael was a was an angel. He would have been similar to like the same category of thing as like the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. So he's occasionally like blurred. The lines are occasionally blurred with Yahweh in some instances with this angel. And there's one text in particular, the Apocalypse of Abraham, where here I'll just read Heiser's treatment of this. So yeah, the angel bears the name of God, Yael. He is in the likeness of a man, and yeah. So basically, in the Apocalypse of Abraham, you have Yael is essentially he's called God. He's called the God of Israel, and he appears in the list of like divine names toward the end. So Alex O'Connor actually he uses this example of Yael as an instance of a figure who bears the divine name but is not God. So, and I think that's a big category error. I don't think that Jews would have had a category. I think that Jews would have viewed this figure, Yael, as kind of the angel of the Lord, as, you know, the Son of Man, Daniel 7, in the same kind of way as they would view other, you know, two powers in heaven type beings. So we talked about this a lot in the intro. And another thing that makes this view impossible is that in Jewish culture, the idea of a name was very similar to an essence. So for somebody to bear the name of something, so like for Yael to bear the name of God, that would have meant bearing the essence of God. So, you know, Alex O'Connor, he's about to say when he talks about the apocalypse of Abraham, that Yael bears the name of God, but he's not God. So I don't think that's possible. I think that in Jewish culture, a name would have been very, very similar to an essence. And that's what I'm going to argue in these slides. So part one of this is just investigating the ancient Near Eastern context. So this is just background so far. So this is J.M. Plumey and the Cosmology of Ancient Egypt. It was believed that the name of a living being or an object was not just a simple or practical designation to facilitate the exchange of ideas between persons. So it's not just like a label. A name in ancient Egypt was not just a label, but that it was the very essence of what was defined, and that the actual pronouncing of name was to create what was spoken. So, and also John Walton cites this in Ancient Near Eastern Thought in the Old Testament to demonstrate that this wasn't just ancient Egypt, this was also ancient Israel. Additionally, this is Timothy Seymour and Personal Names and Name Giving in the Ancient Near East. So this is not just ancient Egypt, this is also, you know, Hittites, this is Sumerians, this is Assyrians, this is Israelites, this is the ancient Near East in general. To the ancients, names came to represent far more than mere labels for people and things. Early on, the human impulse to attach names to every aspect of existence led to a peculiar identification of the thing being named and the abstract name itself. Okay, later on, he says, linked to this identity of name and essence is a human tendency to equate one's name with the soul. So the idea is that in the ancient Near East, a person's name kind of represented the fundamental part of them, either represented their essence or their soul. Okay, one more quote. So this is John Botero in his book on Mesopotamia. He has several books, but this one's the most relevant because it's the one we're citing. We have known for a long time that the name in ancient Mesopotamia was not, as in our own view, an epiphenomenon, a pure accident extrinsic to the object. So it's not, in our culture, it's not just a label. The ancient people were convinced that the name has its source not in the person who names, but in the object that is named. That is, it is an inseparable emanation from the object, like a projected shadow, a copy or a translation of its nature. They believed this to such an extent that in their eyes, to receive a name and to exist was one and the same. So again, you have this idea that a person's or a thing's name was equivalent to its essence. And we see this throughout ancient Near Eastern literature. For example, this is a quote from the Enuma Elish. As many of y'all probably know, the Enuma Elish is the most, it's the premier Babylonian creation myth. So it basically talks about, Marduk creating the cosmos. So this is how the text describes the pre-creation conditions. Before anything is created, this is how the world is described. When on high the heaven had not been named, firm ground below had not been called by name, when no gods whatever had been brought to being, uncalled by name, their destinies undetermined. So in the Enuma Elish, the uncreated state is described as not having names. Okay, and then the first act of creation, some gods are created, and the first thing is that they're given names. So the idea is that to create something meant to give it a name. Okay, naming and essence were conflated. Additionally, you also see this in ancient Egypt with the Memphite theology. The Ennead of Ptah, so Ennead is just like a kind of like a council, basically would have been the means by which the head god Ptah created the cosmos. The Ennead of Ptah pronounced the name of everything. So again, naming is inherently involved in creation. Okay, so yeah, just to summarize, in ancient Near Eastern culture, a thing's name was equal to a thing's essence. Okay, we don't just see this in ancient Near East, it's also in the Hebrew Bible. In Genesis 1, God assigns names as a part of the creation process. Okay, names also occur after a significant character change. You go from Abram to Abraham, Sarai to Sarah, and Jacob to Israel. Particularly in the Deuteronomistic history, which is a scholarly term for describing the books Deuteronomy through 2 Kings, God's name is a manifestation of the divine presence. So God's name almost acts as like a theophany. So like the name of Yahweh acts as kind of a visual, maybe not necessarily visual, but as like a substitute for the divine presence. It would have represented his presence. So we see this in Deuteronomy 12, 5 through 11. You shall seek the place that the Lord your God will choose out of all your tribes. So that's the temple. So it's talking about the future building of the temple. You shall seek the place that the Lord will put his name and make his habitation there. So God putting his name there and living there is one and the same. The place that the Lord God will choose to make his name dwell. So God's name is going to dwell in the temple. Okay, is this talking about, YHWH being written on the temple? No, it's talking about God dwelling there. The name is God. The name is God's presence. Okay, we see this again in 1 Kings 3, 3 through 5. You know that David, my father, could not build a house for the name of the Lord. I intend to build a house for the name of the Lord. This again is talking about the temple. And scholars recognize this. So this is a quote. These are quotes from H.B. Huffman in the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible. Great scholarly publication. Highly recommend it. God's name, which in some traditions is specifically revealed, can become a separate aspect of God in such a way as to represent God as a virtual hypostasis. So the name of God is a hypostasis. Okay, that's almost Trinitarian language. God's name has become virtually an independent entity, separate from God, i.e. a hypostasis, yet the name does not become a fully separate entity as the temple cult, so that's Jerusalem. So the temple worship is offered in the presence of the Lord, not in the presence of the name of the Lord. So the name of the Lord is both God in the sense that the worship to is offered in the presence of the Lord, not in the presence of the name of the Lord. The name of the Lord is not a separate deity, but it's a separate manifestation of God's presence. So the name of God is the presence of God. Okay, we see this also in Isaiah, as well as in some, I have Septuagint texts as well. So behold, the name of the Lord, so Septuagint translates that as Anama Kuriu. So just to demonstrate that the Septuagint is tracking with this. The Septuagint does not replace the name of the Lord with something easier to understand. The Septuagint keeps this theology of God's name being God's identity, or God's essence. So behold, the name of the Lord comes from afar, burning with his anger and in thick rising smoke. His lips are full of fury, and his tongue is like a developing fire. So the name of the Lord is God, is God's essence. Okay. Similarly, Psalm 21 says, may the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. Okay, and the Septuagint also continues this idea. The Septuagint doesn't replace it with something easier. The Septuagint also keeps the idea that God's essence is God's name. Okay, again, so we also see this with Exodus 23, 20 through 23. Behold, I send an angel. So this is talking about the angel of the Lord, who we've kind of referenced before. Behold, I send an angel before you. He will not pardon your transgression for my name. Okay, same thing in the Septuagint, same idea. The Septuagint is not making this easier. It's keeping the same theology. For my name is in him. So God's presence, God's essence is in the angel. The angel of the Lord shares the name or the essence of God. Okay, David Wood talked about in this opening, this forms the basis for Trinitarian thought in the New Testament. Okay, so this isn't just in the Old Testament as well. Intertestamental literature has these same ideas too. So Psalms of Solomon, which would have been dated around like 2nd to 1st century BC. There's still some debate on it, but Psalms of Solomon 7:5 says, when your name dwells among us, we will be shown mercy. Again, it's not talking about YHWH, the actual name. It's talking about the essence of God. It's talking about God himself. Odes 3:8 says, you who shackled the seas by the word of your command, who sealed it by your awesome and honorable name. Okay, the name of God, the literal Hebrew consonants is not a weapon. It's talking about God's essence. Okay, it's talking about God himself. God himself shackled the oceans. Okay, not a string of letters. Okay, so yeah, in the Hebrew Bible and intertestamental literature, God's name was a substitute for God's essence or presence. Okay, so Jesus in the New Testament is portrayed as the name of God. John 17:6, Jesus says, I have manifested your name to the people whom you gave me out of the world. Jesus has manifested God's presence to the people, to his disciples. Okay, Jesus has God's presence, and he's manifesting it to them. Romans 10, 9 through 11. So this is really significant because Romans 10, the book of Romans, one of the earliest New Testament documents we have. So this is very, very early Christology in Romans, okay? If you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Okay, so Paul is saying that you will be saved if you confess to Jesus, if you call it to Jesus. Okay, how does he defend this statement? He says, for everyone who calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. Okay, that's a quotation from the book of Joel. Paul is equating the name of the Lord in Joel with the name of Christ. Okay, Jesus has the name of God. He is the name of God. He has the essence of God. Okay, we also see this in Acts. So Acts 40 through 41 says they beat them. These are the apostles. The Jewish leaders are beating the apostles. The Jewish leaders beat the apostles and charged them not to speak in the name of Jesus. They, the apostles, left the presence of the council, rejoicing that they were counted worthy to suffer dishonor for the name. Okay, the name of who? It's Hashem. Okay, if you have Jewish friends, they might refer to out of reverence for not saying the name Yahweh, they might replace it with Hashem. That's a very old practice, and it means the name. They would just say the name. Okay, the name on its own was a way of referring to God. Okay, you also see this in 3 John 7. They have gone out. This is referring to missionaries in the Johannine community. They have gone out for the sake of the name. Okay, again, the name of who? The name. It's Hashem. It's the divine name. It's the thing that Jews would say to avoid saying Yahweh. Okay, and C.K. Barrett in the International Critical Commentary on Acts 1 through 4. Okay, this is not like a conservative commentary series. He says, the Jews used Hashem, or the name, to avoid saying God. The Christians took this up for Jesus because they thought of Jesus as God. Okay, so Jesus is the name of God, which, as we've shown from the Hebrew Bible, from the ancient Near East, from intertestamental literature, from the time of Jesus, the name, or a name, would have been viewed as an essence. Okay, so summary: though the New Testament does not depict Jesus as the same person as God the Father, okay, it doesn't depict them as the same person, it nonetheless depicts them as sharing the same name, which, as demonstrated, meant essence or presence. Okay, Jesus and God are different people, but they share the same name, which means essence or presence. This is very Trinitarian language that we're using. Okay, that's all I've got for the name stuff.
Yeah. So, do you actually want to end it like here, or how do you want to do it? Because
I think we should finish Alex's opening statement because he's still going to go into the Yael stuff.
That's a good point. But we kind of covered everything we could for the Yahuwah stuff, I think.
Yeah, but I think we should kind of finish watching it, and I'll kind of remind.
I mean, there's one last thing that I'd ask you to pull up. It's the dissertation I was talking about I Am and John. Keith Pangs. Have you read it, or?
I have not.
I don't think I've shared it that much. I'll send it to you right now. Here, check your notifications. Yeah, I think you should at least show it on screen so people can go look it up later on.
Yeah, I'm not screen sharing anymore, but yeah, I'll screen share again.
Here, let's see how much longer we have until we get to.
Yeah, so Ego and Me and the Surpassing Greatness of Jesus Christ in the Gospel of John. This is a dissertation from Liberty University by Keith Kekoa Pang. So if y'all want that, you got it.
Yeah, I think that's where the bulk of my stuff that I've said about John 8:58 would come from.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, we can go ahead and finish Alex's opening statement. I think it's almost done.
It should be, yeah.
And I think what about the stuff about the name theology that I just said should kind of cover his next thing, because what he's going to do is he's going to bring up Yael and the Apocalypse of Abraham as an example of, someone who is called Yahweh. He bears the name of Yahweh, but is not Yahweh, and I've demonstrated that that wouldn't have really been a category for ancient Jews because they equated name with essence.
There's really like two more points that I've saved in my notes that he makes. Like he just goes on to deny that Christ is the angel of the Lord, and he goes to, like, Hebrews, and then like God
He goes
Logic
to
brings
Hebrews
up
1.
Hebrews, yeah, and then God Logic brings up how in Hebrews 11:23-6 it actually supports the view that Jesus is the angel, and he kind of concedes. I don't want to say he definitely does. And then
Oh
like the
yeah, I
last
think I
point,
saw that.
yeah. And then and then lastly, he points out that like in Acts 6, Stephen doesn't point out that Jesus is the angel of Yahweh, despite the fact that he brings up the whole angel of Yahweh. But like that seems to be an argument from silence.
Yeah,
He then cites Augustine, but like
Augustine's not a
Augustine's
biblical
views are more
scholar.
complicated. Augustine's views are more complicated, and um, either way, like Augustine is going to be way later than the New Testament and the Old Testament, and he's going to be way later than the earlier fathers. I guess you could like point out like, oh yeah, this is we pointed out John 1:18 and the theophany problem. If Jesus is Yahweh visible, then it's gonna follow that he's the angel of the Lord, because that's the place the angel of the Lord took, right? So that alone tells us that Jesus is the pre-existent angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. But also in Colossians 1:15, it says that Jesus is the image of the invisible God. And if Jesus, let's suppose for a second that Jesus isn't the one represented in the theophanies, where like the angel of the Lord appears, well, then that statement doesn't seem to be true, because then the angel of the Lord is the image of Yahweh, like he's the image of the invisible God. So it seems that the only way to make Colossians 1:15 make sense is if Jesus is that person who is revealed in the theophanies.
Yeah, want to go and finish the opening statement? I think we're almost done. And
Because like,
we've
I'm
talked.
covering the points he makes right now, and
Yeah, well, I think it'd be
we
good
could,
just to kind of wash through it,
Yeah.
and then we'll just pause and be like,
Yeah.
yeah, we already talked about this, and then keep
All
going.
right. Hopefully, I don't crash here.
All right.
Um,
If we
I'll
can't,
just
that's
like,
okay.
oh, I have like two more things left on my notes. Let's see. Oh yeah, he tries to like say that the Gospel of John is like drawing on a Jewish source with like an angel speaking to Abraham. I don't think that works. Carson and Moo in their intro to the New Testament mentioned how like it's kind of hard to dig behind John's sources and like try to find his literary sources. So I'm not too confident in that.
Yeah, it is. John seems to kind of pull from a web of ideas, not necessarily one source. So like I think
Yeah.
mainly back to like his Logos Christology. It's like that there's so many different like networks that it doesn't seem like he's drawing on Philo. I think it'd be weird if he drew on Philo, just because Philo's so late. And even if you date John to like the
I also
late,
have
but even if you date John to the late first century, it'd be weird if he was pulling directly from Philo,
I
because
think
that's
I have
so
like a I
really
forgot
late.
if it's like a
But
doctoral dissertation or if it's like a master's thesis, but there's also something on like John's use of logos, which goes into how he's drawing from multiple sources.
yeah,
Those would be Richard.
I went on a research rabbit hole with that recently.
Yeah, but anyways, it's like I don't think that works. Finally, he talks about like John 8 and like how the Jews commonly misinterpret Jesus's claims, and we already went over that. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I don't think they misinterpret it when you look at it contextually. At least not in John 8 and John 10.
Oh yeah, Jolly Richard says I've seen Jay Dyer say John is pulling from the wisdom books. That's a great observation, but the wisdom books is not one particular piece, like one particular book. John is
Yeah.
pulling from
Okay.
a network of literature, and
Yeah.
that
When
network
we
of
say
literature
that,
largely is the wisdom literature. So John pulls from Wisdom of Solomon. He pulls from say Sirach to get his Logos Christology. It's not just like one source, and that was the point that we're making.
yeah, and when we say literary sources, we're not including the Old Testament, because obviously the Old Testament is a source for John. We mean like other gospels, other traditions of that sort, right?
I think
Finally,
we should finish the Alex's opening
yeah,
statement.
I'm
It
just gonna
shouldn't
cover
take
this
long
last
since we.
argument.
Yeah.
It's like then finally the last argument I think he makes is like in Acts 6, Stephen is stoned for blasphemy, and yet Stephen isn't claiming to be God. I mean, maybe, but like,
Yeah, I mean that at most that just demonstrates that like
yeah, that just seems like a red
someone.
herring to me. I don't see what that
Well,
proves.
it's not a red herring because it demonstrates that like okay, Jesus was accused of blasphemy, therefore they thought Jesus was God. It's like that's not necessarily the case, but
Yeah, we go a little more. Oh yeah, and then he uses the argument where like, oh, the Father is just commonly referred to as Theos without any like disambiguation, and then is distinguished from Jesus, I mean, sure, but like the monarchical Trinitarian interpretation like has no issues with that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go into that once the finishes because I want to go more in depth into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll play the clip and then I'll go more into depth into monarchical Trinitarianism and how it explains that better.
All right, here goes nothing.
Here we have, as David is quite right to point out, cultural context of early Judaism. And there is a tradition in early Jewish texts, or at least texts of around the contemporary times, Gospels, of endowing beings who are not Yahweh with Yahweh's name. And thereby enabling them.
You might want to like put this at 2 times speed
represent.
since we already covered like a lot of that.
So we already covered why, there's no such thing as like a being who is not Yahweh but bears the divine name, because the name would have been essence. And he's going to give Yael as an example, but Yael would have been, in our view, Yael would have been viewed as bearing the essence of God. He would have been the same kind of being as the angel of the Lord, which David brought up.
Yeah, just one other thing, right? Saying that a being has the name Yahweh but isn't Yahweh is nonsensical. Think of it this way. Drew has the name Mark, but he's not Mark. Like, what does that even mean? Like, if you say if someone has the name Drew or Mark, then you're saying that person is Mark or Drew. Like, that's just how names work. Like, if something has some name, you can refer to them as that name, and you can say this person is, and then you can say their name. That's the whole point of a name in the first place.
Yeah.
So saying that like you have a being who, like, if something isn't Yahweh, then it doesn't have the name Yahweh.
Yeah. All right, we can continue. I just wanted to summarize what we talked about earlier, just because Alex is bringing it up now.
All right, 2 times speed, and we should be good.
The angel of Yahweh. And there is the suggestion that the angel of Yahweh is Jesus. That doesn't make sense to me. For a start, if you turn to Hebrews chapter 1, the very first verse says, in the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets many times and in various ways. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son. In these last days. If Jesus is the angel of the Lord, way back in Exodus, the story of the Exodus, why is it that Hebrews says he's only spoken to us through the Son in the last few days? Likewise, in Acts chapter 6.
Hold on, pause it there. So I was talking about this earlier, but first of all, Hebrews 11, Hebrews 11 basically does say that Jesus was revealed in Old Testament times. Let me just read it out for you real quick. Where is it? Hebrews 11. Where did it go? Well, like God Logic, he brings this up in like the Q&A, right? And I think he kind of concedes, and we'll get to that, right? So
yeah, we'll do that tomorrow if we decide to do a part 2.
I want to get Fan in here. You want to I want to schedule a Fan and see what we can do.
Yeah.
I think Alex O'Connor actually responded with
a comment.
Yeah, his objections to what he said.
Yeah, I think that God Logic and him kind of started out. But the issue is, right, Hebrews 11:23-6 kind of just says that Moses suffered for Christ. And the issue is, right, if Christ wasn't there, then how does that work? So that's what God Logic's objection amounts to, right? It's obviously more than that. But with Hebrews 1, right, it just says that God has spoken to us in the last days through his sons. It doesn't say that there is in no sense in which God spoke to us through his son. It's just that, it wasn't as explicit. I don't think that, I don't think that, for example,
the primary prophet was not the angel of the Lord. In previous eras of Israelite history, the primary prophet would have been Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, David, Elijah. They would have been the primary prophet, not the angel of the Lord. Now, in the New Testament times, it is the second power who is the primary prophet, so to speak. In addition, another thing I'd like to bring up with Hebrews 1 is that verse 2 says that the Son was the means by which God created the world. So, but in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son, through whom he created the world. This,
but also,
wait, I'm not done. So this claims that Jesus was interacting with the world at creation. Okay.
Yeah. So if the Son wasn't there, how does that work? But another thing, right?
Well, I was also going to say that this claims that Jesus has been interacting with the world ever since creation. So if Alex thinks that Jesus speaking through the prophets means that the angel of the Lord of the second power can't interact with the world at all, then it's like, well, that doesn't make sense because the angel or the second power interacts with the world through creation. So.
Yep. But also, like, so back what we were just saying about, like, the primary prophet, notice how it says, after God spoke long ago in various portions and in various ways to our ancestors through the prophets, in these last days he has spoken to us in a son, right? So the issue is, notice, like, the plural, right? Because when you look at the angel of the Lord, he usually appears to, like, few people, like, very few people. Like, for example, he appears to Sarah, he appears to Hagar, or I don't know if he appears to Sarah, but I know
He never would have addressed. Yeah, the angel of Yahweh never addressed Israel corporately. It's only until now that the angel of the second power is addressing everyone.
Plus, it never actually, like, denies that, you know, the angel ever, like think about it. It just says God spoke to us through our ancestors, and in these last days he spoke to us through his son. That doesn't actually deny that he spoke ever through his son in the past. So that it just doesn't seem to follow.
Yeah, totally. All right, let's clear it up. Let's finish.
I guess, like, the last thing you could point out is that, like, Hebrews 1 technically, like, it says that the son is superior to angels, and some people use that to say that he's not the angel of the Lord. We can just distinguish between an ontological angel and, like, a functional angel, or an angel by relation. So
Yeah.
Hebrews 1 is...
So Heiser talks about, like, by the time the New Testament was written, the word, like Malachim or Angelos, had already evolved to kind of denote not just a function, but like a more subordinate status in the divine council. So
yeah, so there's two meanings. There's the meaning of just a messenger, which is just a term of relation, right? So in that sense, Jesus has to be an angel because Jesus is portrayed as a messenger. So Jesus has to be an angel in that sense, but he's not an angel in this new evolved sense of the word angelos or malach, right?
Yeah.
All right. And in it, he says that an angel spoke to Moses through the burning bush, not Jesus, but a messenger of Yahweh.
Yeah, we already
It's a little bit strange, but suppose we just accept that the angel of Yahweh is a bit difficult to unpack. Augustine himself, by the way, said that the angel is correctly termed an angel if we consider him himself, but equally correct, he is termed the Lord because God dwells in him. What does that mean?
Yeah, we already covered that.
I think it's an indication of the divine name. This is most elucidated for me when we turn to non-scriptural Jewish writings around the same period. For example, in 3rd Enoch, Metatron is called the little Yahweh, invoking the divine name, and in fact to the extent that the Talmud warns Jews not to confuse Metatron with Yahweh, because that seems to be the implication of...
Real quick, there's good indications that the original text actually doesn't contain the identification of Enoch as the son of man, but that it's actually an interpolation. But anywho, another video for another day.
Yeah, I don't know much about Enoch, so I can't. I don't know much about, like, Enoch studies, so I can't comment on that. That's more like Drew's area.
Invoking the name. The most important example of this for me is the Apocalypse of Abraham, written around the same time as the Gospels. A Jewish text which tells the story of Abraham, who hears the voice of God, and he's terrified, and he hits the ground. And he hears the voice of God speaking to an angel. And he speaks to an angel saying, "Go, Yahuel," that's the name of the angel, "of the same name, through the mediation of my ineffable name, consecrate this man for me and strengthen him against his trembling. Through the mediation of my divine name, which he's given to the angel Yahuel." Yahuel, by the way, Yah and El. It is a substitute for the ineffable name of Yahweh, the writing of which is forbidden. And that's why he's called Yahuel. And in fact, at one point, God is himself addressed as Yahuel in this text. Abraham is told by this angel Yahuel, "Stand up, Abraham, go without fear. Be right glad and rejoice, for I am with you. For eternal honor has been prepared for you by the Eternal One. I have appointed to be with you, and the generation prepared for you." So the angel, invoking the divine name, by the way, says to Abraham, "Rejoice, for I'm preparing for you, essentially, redemption, and it will come from your generation." And by the way, when Abraham finally stands up, one of the descriptions of Yahuel's appearance is that his hair is white like snow. Where have we heard that before? Bit interesting, isn't it? Let's think about the context of John 8:58. A lot of people forget that we're talking about Abraham. Why are we talking about Abraham? Why is it here that Jesus says, "Before Abraham was, I am"?
Yeah, so we could probably skip this part because all he's doing right now is just, like, he's trying to say that, like, this is the source or, like, it's a potential source, but we already went into that.
Yeah, I don't think we should skip it. I think we should be charitable.
Okay, that's fair.
But I mean, I was gonna say we already talked about this Yahuel thing. Alex O'Connor gives Yahuel as an example of a figure who would have the divine name but not be Yahweh, and I demonstrate that that's not the case because a name in essence would do the same thing. And also, so Michael Heiser in his book on angels, this is also in his dissertation too. He basically goes through examples of the second power in heaven figure. Okay, so remember, second power in heaven is a figure who is called Yahweh, bears the essence of Yahweh, but is still a distinct person from Yahweh. So he gives examples of kind of manifestations of this figure throughout the Hebrew Bible and Second Temple literature. And in the chapter on Second Temple literature, he gives Yahuel in the Apocalypse of Abraham as an example. All right, we can continue.
Yeah, you can start it now.
Well, if I'm right that he is just identifying himself, and the thing that's important is the Abraham claim, could this stem from a similar tradition? This is what Andrew Perryman has suggested recently, that when he says, I mean, this whole thing gets kicked off because Jesus says, Abraham rejoiced to see my day. Well, hold on a second. In the Apocalypse of Abraham, the angel Yahuel says to Abraham, rejoice, for from your generation will come one who will redeem you. So is it possible that a common tradition has Jesus referring to the fact that Abraham rejoiced to see his day because he was promised this redemption from the beginning of time? It's possible. It's a suggestion. I think it's quite an interesting one. But it is a little strange that Jesus claims to be pre-existent. He uses the present tense, I am. It's worth bearing in mind that the Bible sometimes does this when it is talking about plans that are preordained from the beginning of time. For example, in Revelation chapter 13, we hear about the Lamb who was slain from the creation of the world. It's talking about Jesus there. Jesus wasn't crucified at the beginning of the world. But it talks about it almost in the present tense, or at least as if it happened there and then. Why? Because the plan for this redemption through the Lamb was set in stone from the beginning of time.
Yeah,
so it talks about it as if it's in the present tense. Similarly, famously.
So he's conflating when the operation is first done with when the effect is completed, right? The issue is that let's say that God's decree that Jesus will be crucified, right? When that's predestined, let's just say that happens before the creation of the world, right? Let's take his interpretation of Revelation. Yeah, that doesn't follow, sure, that it's therefore going to happen at the same time. The issue is that with the I am statements, it's not saying that Jesus is causing something and then the effect of that cause is going to happen later. It's just a claim about his state of being as he is currently. So that doesn't work.
In the book of Jeremiah, God says to the prophet Jeremiah, before I formed you in your mother's womb, I knew you. He also says, before you were born, I consecrated you as a prophet. How can you consecrate someone as a prophet who doesn't exist yet? That means that Jeremiah must be pre-existent, right? He must be, no, not necessarily. It just means that God had this plan. It's a poetic way of saying that God already knew what was going to happen and had planned this from the beginning of time. So putting all of this together, there is an interesting interpretation of Jesus saying that Abraham rejoices in my day. And the Jews not understanding him, not getting it. He says, like, before Abraham was, I am. I am the fulfillment that was promised to Abraham and was from the beginning of time, and here I am. Now, of course, this is all exegesis, and it's a little sort of spotty. But the most important question is probably about blasphemy. David mentioned blasphemy in a different context earlier. Why is it that they pick up stones to stone him to death? Because, of course, if I'm looking for a sound exegesis of correctly interpreting the words of Jesus, I turn to his Jewish opponents, who consistently throughout the Gospels are always understanding him correctly. No, the theme of the Gospels, especially John's Gospel, is how comprehensively the Jews misunderstand what Jesus is saying. When he says, I and the Father are one, they say, you're claiming to be God. And he said, no, not getting it. When he says that he forgives sins, and they say, who can forgive sins but God alone? He says, you're not understanding me. And hopefully we can get into that, actually. And here, of course, when they say,
that's presupposing
we're going to stone
you.
Yeah, I don't. We don't agree with that, obviously. Like, he's kind of just assuming that they're always wrong, but I don't know for sure. Sometimes they very much understand what he's saying. They just don't like it. Like what's it called? There's this one scene in the Gospels where Jesus asked them the question of whether John's baptism was like from heaven, right? You know what I'm talking about, right, Drew?
Yeah, that's in John's.
Yeah, and from what I can tell, it's like they understand. Let me pull up the passage because I'm quoting off of memory with that one. Let me pull up the passage so I don't get it wrong. Yeah. So it's in Matthew 21, 23 to 7, right? So he asked them, where did John's baptism come from, heaven or from the people? And right, they said that if we say from heaven, he will say, why did you not believe them? If he says from people, then the crowd will be mad at him because they consider John a prophet. So clearly they understand what Jesus is saying, and they know what he's doing. They just don't like what he's doing. And there's plenty of other places where that's the case, right? Especially like whenever Jesus challenges their, like traditions.
Not told exactly what blasphemy they think he's committed. Do we now just think that they got it right, that they correctly understood what he was saying? I'm not so sure. Especially considering that if you look in Acts again, I've already mentioned Acts 6, this is Stephen. Stephen is telling the story of the Jews to the Jewish authorities, who he's been brought before on charges of blasphemy. He's eventually stoned to death. Why? Because he has a vision. In Acts 7, filled with the Holy Spirit, he gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. That is God, not the Father. Look, he said, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. At this, the Jews cover their ears, run up to him and stone him to death. Notice the similarity, by the way, between this depiction, looking up and seeing the Son of Man sat at the right hand of God, stood at the right hand of God in this case, and the claim that Jesus makes in his trial. It's quite interesting. Stephen is stoned to death for this. Did Stephen claim that Jesus was God? Here? Did Stephen claim that he was God here? Sometimes Christians act as if the only way to commit blasphemy is to claim to be God. That is simply not the case. In fact, in Acts chapter 6, we're told that Stephen has been fraudulently accused of blasphemy. They're making up.
I mean, maybe Stephen claims someone else is God. Just a thought.
Yeah. I think David Wood brings this up in his rebuttal.
That's just a kind of a snag remark.
Yeah, David Wood brings that up in his rebuttal that they only get angry at Stephen. Like, Stephen is constantly like criticizing them for, you know, being wrong and rejecting the prophets. But it's only when they say that, it's only when Stephen says that Jesus is at the right hand of the Father, right? That's when they get mad. That's when they pick up the
That's
stones.
interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see that when he goes into it.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, like, we kind of covered this. It's kind of what he's doing here is just kind of a red herring. I don't know where it came from.
Yeah. Well, let's finish the opening statement.
Charges against him. Here are the charges that they throw at him to bring him before the court for blasphemy. This man never stopped saying things against this holy place and the law. We've heard him say that Jesus of Nazareth will destroy this place and change the customs Moses has handed on to us. Ladies and gentlemen, if changing the customs that Moses has handed on to us is enough to get somebody convicted of blasphemy, I'm not sure we should read too deeply into the accusations of blasphemy against Jesus.
Well, actually,
there's so much to say.
Well, wait, wouldn't only God be the one who would be able to change the covenant?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I was about to say that because Simon Gathercole makes this point in his book about like the pre-existence of Jesus. You know that one passage, like Mark 10:18, right? At the end of that passage, Jesus takes the place of lawgiver. And what Simon Gathercole points out is that the context of this passage and that role he's taking only makes sense if Jesus has the authority of God. If Jesus is God, then that makes sense. If Jesus is not God, then that doesn't really make sense, because lawgiver, in the sense that Jesus is claiming to in Mark 10, doesn't really make sense. And maybe for part 2, I can get the direct quote, but right now I don't have it. I'm going off the record. Yeah.
Real quick, I just wanted to say he was talking about blasphemy, about like breaking the commandments. That's not at all, though, the scene that we get with Mark 14:62. It's specifically about Jesus' identity.
Yeah, and we're claiming that actually in Mark 14, Jesus is claiming to be God. Because he's claiming to be that Son of Man figure in Daniel 7, who we discussed previously, fits into that second power slot. And the second power would have been, you know, Yahweh, not Yahweh, same essence, different person.
But everything I want to respond to, we have rebuttal periods, so if I haven't responded to everything David has said, hopefully I'll get the opportunity then. But this idea of the divine name being invested into people and them having the authority of God without being Yahweh themselves is, I think, the important ticket here. One slightly less biblical example is a story recorded by Josephus, which came to mind when David was speaking. When Alexander the Great approaches Jerusalem in an attempt to conquer it, the crisis is averted. When a priest whose mitre bears the tetragrammaton, Yahweh, bears the name of God, comes out, and what does Alexander do? He bows down before the priest. Was Alexander bowing down before the priest? Or was he bowing down to the divine name that was in him? When every knee will bow to Jesus, what is the context? Jesus has been given the name that is above all other names.
For this, I think for this Josephus example, given what we've already talked about before, with, you know, the second power in heaven, the name meaning essence, you know, the name meaning God's presence, this figure in Josephus bowing down to the priest probably thought that the priest would have been some manifestation of the second power in heaven, because there are speculations in like, I think in the Dead Sea Scrolls of like the second power in heaven being like a human figure. This is also in Daniel 7, because, you know, one like a son of man can also mean like one like a human being, because son of man would have been a common term for human people. So yeah, there would have been speculations of the second power in heaven being a human person. So actually, the figure in Josephus bowing down to the priest who has the divine name actually isn't that unexpected. They probably thought the priest was a second power in heaven, a Yahweh, not Yahweh figure. All right, we can keep going.
I mean, I was going to add, though.
This is a common thing.
I was just going to say, right, it's that Alex says that is the person bowing down to the priest, or is he bowing down to the divine name? Well, if he's bowing down to the priest, then that's idolatry. And if he's bowing down to the divine name, then he's not bowing down to the priest. The issue is that it's not that they're, like, he mentions Philippians 2 and like how everyone will bow to the knee, like bow their knee to Jesus, right? The issue is that they're not bowing their knee to the divine name in that phrase. They're bowing their knee to Jesus. And so if Jesus is not God, then that's idolatry.
So I don't see how his exegesis works. But we're gonna get more into Philippians 2 next time because I have some stuff saved on that.
All right.
And so David's right that we need to understand how the early Jews were interpreting the various verses that we were reading, but I don't think it lends too nicely to his interpretation. Jesus is constantly talking as if he's not speaking with his own authority. He's doing this all the time. The most instructive example for me is in John 12:44, when Jesus cries out, "Whoever believes in me, believes not in me, but in the one who sent me." That's if you read the NRSV. The NIV adds in the word only. Whoever believes in me, believes not in me only, but in the one who sent me. That word simply isn't in the Greek. It's a little bit strange. I want to talk more about that. I want to talk about authority and where it comes from. I want to talk about the forgiving of sins. I want to talk about worship for sure. And whichever one of those roads we go down is essentially up to David Wood. But I'm ready for any of them, so we'll see what comes up. Thank you for listening.
I mean, the whole point about like only, like statements about like, say, for example, only the Father is this, even the Trinitarian can make those statements. And it's because of how the unity of the divine essence works. So,
yeah,
like, for example,
Jesus, the Son proceeds from the Father. His authority is derived from the Father.
yeah, exactly. So we can say only the Father is God, only the Son is God, only the Holy Spirit is God. And that makes sense because of the unity of being, right? It's not like this, like you can say, I don't know, Job isn't God, only the Father is God. You can say something like that because it's not like the Son and Spirit are separate gods from the Father. They're the same God. And even the name Father itself implies the Son. So you're already including the Son in it. And because the Father inspires the Spirit, you're also including the Spirit in it. So, like, you can have these statements because of the unity of essence. But, like, one thing he kind of gets into is, like, how in Acts 6, Jesus is distinguished from God, like the Father, and how the Father is just called God with no disambiguation. I think the monarchy of the Father solves this. To put it simply, I'll explain it from a more Thomist perspective.
We can wait till he actually gets into it. Maybe save it for tomorrow. But...
I don't think he ever gets into it.
Okay.
I think he gets into it a little bit at the end, so I guess I can go into it there. But to put it simply, we have certain titles which are common to all three persons that are appropriated specifically to one. So, for example, the title Lord.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, the title Lord is appropriated to Jesus. Jesus is called the one Lord. Jesus is called the only Lord, and so forth. And yet, clearly, the Father is Lord and the Spirit is Lord. The reason why is because we can appropriate certain titles to a specific person because of their role in like the economy and because of their role in procession. So the Son is the one who is like who becomes incarnate, and that has to do with why we call him Lord.
Yeah.
Similarly, the Father is like the source of the Son and the Spirit. The Son is begotten, the Spirit is spirated, and so because of that, we can appropriate the title God, especially to the Father, because it sort of mirrors or parallels the way that God is created to creatures. This isn't to say that the Son of the Spirit is a creature, but rather there's a parallel. So we can appropriate the titles specifically to God, the Father.
Yeah.
And so therefore you're going to commonly see the word God just applied to the Father with no disambiguation. And that's not really an issue for Trinitarians. If it was, then you could make the argument, oh, why is the Son commonly called Lord and like with no disambiguation and then distinguished from the Father? It's not because the Father, but you wouldn't conclude from that therefore the Father isn't Lord. You just
so
conclude that
like
there's
Paul
an appropriation.
says, like Paul says, and I think he's quoting an earlier creed of like, for us there is one God, the Father, for whom are all things, and one Lord Jesus Christ. People say like, oh, one God and one Lord are distinguished. Jesus isn't God in this verse, but like, okay, is the Father also not Lord? It's like if Jesus is not God in 1 Corinthians 8:6, then the Father is also not Lord in that verse, which doesn't really make sense for you to say.
Yeah, I think that's good enough for now.
Yeah, that's pretty much all of Alex's opening statement. I think we could do some summaries of it. Like, I thought it was really good. I'm really glad that he kind of took a different approach. I think it was really interesting how he kind of presupposed the reliability of John, and kind of demonstrated or tried to demonstrate that Jesus isn't God, even through presupposing the reliability of John. But again, I think he missed a lot of the Second Temple Jewish context of like the two powers in heaven. I think he missed a lot of the name theology. But yeah, I think he did a good job. I liked it.
Yeah, I'd say that overall they're definitely presenting the more high tier arguments. It's not like low tier stuff that you'll commonly see on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell Alex did a lot of research on
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean, I
Apocalypse
was
of Abraham. I thought
surprised
that was really interesting. So
because Alex is like by training a philosopher, right? Same with
yeah,
David Wood. It's kind of strange that they like got very much into this because usually, right, the philosophers kind of fumble theology and like biblical theology, especially, but
yeah,
these guys don't. So
yeah. Well,
I'd say
I
that,
think it could have been better on both sides, but I think I wish
yeah,
David Wood kind of went more into like.
Old Testament.
Well, no, I think he did a great job presenting the Old Testament. I think he went. I think he should have gone into more specific examples of. I think he should have talked more about Mark 14:62. So that because Mark is the earliest gospel, and because you have this statement is also mentioned in Matthew's gospel, you have that makes it more likely it's a statement from the historical Jesus. I'd also, if I was David Wood, I also probably would have gone more into like Romans and the Pauline letters, where you have Jesus as the second power in heaven in Paul's letters, very, very early Christology, because it's very early. That makes it more likely it comes from the historical Jesus. So, yeah, I think it was really good overall. I'm really glad that this kind of scholarship is being exposed to a broader audience, like Ruslan GP's audience.
I guess we're gonna cover this next time, but this kind of goes into why there's like I don't know if you guys are keeping up, but there's this whole idea of like especially like Muslims will argue this where they'll say that the New Testament teaches Arianism and that like Jesus is Yahweh in a lesser sense. They'll argue that's what the New Testament teaches. I think with what Drew covered, that's just not possible.
Yeah, I mean same essence, so same
Yeah,
name.
like
Same essence.
you can't have the divine name and not have the same essence. That's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just post my. Well, you guys already know my YouTube. It's Amago Logos. That's all of our YouTube except for Apollos, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. So let me go ahead and share your guys' YouTube channel. What interesting projects are you guys up to in the near future?
So we're trying to get like some unique stuff out there. I have my own like solution to the problem of evil that Cryptic voiced over for the script
Really?
that I'm gonna be releasing soon.
Yep.
So the first video you're seeing is who wrote the Gospels, where I basically covered the titles. My argument is that you can get an attribution of authorship from the titles themselves, like without looking at the church tradition or like actually going internal to the text besides the titles. Because I don't think people really focus on that a lot. They'll kind of focus more on church testimony and then like
Yeah.
internal evidence. But I think you can like you can argue that the titles were original and then from there argue that they're accurate. Then we have Sam's video, does Romans teach adoptionism, where he just goes into a quick passage, and then there's the whole point about what scripture was Paul citing in 1 Corinthians 15:4, and he thinks it's somewhere in Leviticus. I forgot the exact passage. Sam, do you remember?
It's Leviticus 23, 9 through 14, like the Feast of Feast Fruits.
Yeah, and then there's the first video we made, refuting the logical problem of the Trinity. That's me and Cryptic again, who made that.
Yep.
To there's no simple way to lay it out here, but it gets into like some complex logic and philosophy stuff. So if you're interested in that, I would check it out.
I actually do have a question about that video.
Yeah, what about it?
I know you included this other interpretation in order to solve the logical problem of the Trinity, but then just concluded that it kind of collapses into heresy. Why did you include that one?
Which one? Social
I'm trying to
Trinitarian?
remember which one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
The reason why I included it is because of the fact that like people use it a lot, and I just want to point out that it just fails. Plus I was reading Bo Branson at that time when I was like doing the research for that video, and he gave that critique of social Trinitarianism, and I wanted to include it.
Yeah.
All right. So that
I
was
think
our
Jolly Ranchers. I know who that is. That's SZN from the community. But
Okay.
I don't think there's not enough time to. He wanted me to drop the Thebes and Athens example. That's from the logical problem of the Trinity video, which that's gonna take forever to drop. I can't drop it here, man. I'll make a video on it eventually though. But
For next projects, though, I know we had a list somewhere. Let me find it.
I'll just say what I'm doing. I'm doing a vid soon on Mark 1330, whenever that will be released.
Yeah. So
for those of you guys who don't know, Imago Logos is a corporation. Well,
it's a
not a
group project.
corporation, but it's a
A
corporate
group project.
group group project of like many people who manage the YouTube channel. So that's why
Just a
they're able
group
to
of
post
nerds.
that content at a faster rate than me. So it's a real pleasure for you guys to come on
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
And
thank you
hopefully
for
we
having
can do
us.
this.
I appreciate it.
Hopefully we
Thank
can
you.
do this
Yeah, that was
sometime.
fun.
Yeah, hopefully we can do this sometime again in the near future.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Or something related. Yeah. But until then, Boy signing out. Apollos.
Yeah, man.
Peace.
All right. See ya, guys.
All right.
See ya.
Morning, good afternoon to everyone who's around the world. For the few people that are around the world, this is Boy Apollos, and I'm joined here today by two people from Imago Logos. For those of you who don't know me, my name, online at least, is Apollos, a Christian apologist. I'm dedicated to being the research frontier of Christian apologetics. And yeah, how about you two introduce yourselves?
My name is Drew. I'm a part of Imago Logos, just a small Christian theology apologetics ministry that just started around a month ago. I'm a biblical studies major at Carson Newman University. I'm not a scholar by any means, but I just love doing this stuff, love researching. So yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm Roy. I'm also part of Imago Logos. I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm probably not going to study it academically for a while, but I am interested in this stuff. If you want my contact information, it's on the second slide.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just switch to that.
Yeah. There.
Yeah. So if you want to contact either of us, young Christian is here. Let him do his introduction after me. But so if you want our contact information, it's right there on the second slide. If you want to add me on Instagram, go ahead, and I can probably answer any questions. If you want to ask Drew something, just ask me, and I'll ask him for you. If you want our channel, it's Imago Logos, and the link is right there. All right, young Christian, you should go next.
Are these like channel introductions or something? I literally just got here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi guys, I'm Young Christian. My YouTube channel is Young Christian's Thoughts. I do videos mostly on like apologetics and theology. I mainly talk about the Trinity. I've been engaging in Muslims recently. I've done videos on Iglesia ni Cristo. It's this false Christian cult that proclaims themselves as the one true church. One of my topics I do the most is the Trinity. I engage also in the Hebrew roots movement a lot. And I also do some more casual videos like, Christian living, things like that, because we need that too, right? We're not just here defending the faith, we also live out our faith. So that's kind of what I do.
Yeah, for sure. And today we're going to be going over the rebuttal statements of Alex O'Connor versus David Wood and onward. And see how much of that we can get done. So without further ado, is anything you guys want to add?
I guess I should explain why we're doing this, since the
Yeah,
debate
for sure.
is. I'd say Alex O'Connor probably has the most, like, the arguments that Alex O'Connor uses. People use similar arguments to get to similar conclusions, but I think Alex O'Connor has probably the most high tier arguments of them, and we'll see why the arguments he makes is so important.
Yeah, just to second that, I think the debate was really good. I think both David and Alex O'Connor did a good job of basically making the point that, like, okay, if we're gonna understand, who did Jesus claim to be, it's like we need to understand kind of how people or how Jews in the Second Temple period thought about like deities and stuff like that. So, yeah, just the importance of Second Temple context. I think both debaters really did a good job at that. So
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Just gonna share this. Guys, I forgot to connect my second monitor, so there's that. But I can easily get it plugged in right now. Let's see here. There's this. So while I'm at it, why don't you guys tell us a little bit about your upcoming projects? Drew, I know you said you were working on something regarding Deuteronomy 32.
Yeah, I haven't started it yet. I've been pretty busy, but I do hope to at some point get a video on that, just kind of explaining why I don't think it's really a good reason to argue for like a polytheistic origin of Yahweh worship. But yeah, outside of that, I'm currently working on some projects to do with like cosmic mountain and like world tree symbolism or imagery in the Bible, and I think that's super interesting. So it's not necessarily apologetics, but I still like that.
So I have a video. So far we have like a couple of videos. The next video is probably going to be on the problem of evil, and I have a unique solution to that. I don't think anyone has used it before that much. Sam, although he's not here right now, he's working on a video on Mark 13:30. We also have a video on the incarnation and the philosophy and metaphysics of it, which I think is going to be interesting. So far, it's like an hour long, and by the time it's done, it's probably going to be more. So you should watch out for that.
For sure. All right, I got my second monitor plugged in. Let's see here. Let's remove this. And then we're going to add to stage. Actually, let's do this.
And while we're waiting, can I just mention things that I am trying to work on? I haven't started yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been thinking about writing a book. I haven't started yet. I've only started the brainstorming phase, but I want to write a book. It's not too academic yet. It's just going to be a light start about apologetics and Christian living, connecting the two. I think people sort of disconnect the two too much. Like they'll be great defenders, but they don't live Christian faith, right? They'll just. And I think that's an important thing to cover. And I'm working on a video series soon, hopefully. It'll take some time because I'm still trying to brainstorm that too. But a defending the Trinity series, like case for the Trinity, just like present all my.
We actually are going to do something like that. We could probably work together on it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's,
All right. I'm just trying to find the timestamp over here. But yeah, let's get to it and let me know whenever you guys want to pause. I'll put it at 2 times speed if that's all right.
Actually, wait. Let's we should probably go through the intro slides I made for
Oh,
this.
okay. Yeah, that's right. Let me remove this. The first set of slides or the second set?
Christology part 2.
All right.
All right. So just as like a quick recap of what we covered last time, we went through the whole Son of Man in Daniel 7, how that's Jesus and how that's also Yahweh. So it follows that Jesus is Yahweh. We went over how the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament is the pre-incarnate Christ and also is Yahweh. We went over how the divine name is unique, or should I say Drew mostly covered that part, and how creatures can't have it. We went over how like the triadic baptismal formula supports Trinitarianism. Me and Drew went really into Psalm 82 and John 10 and how that shows Jesus is God because it places Jesus above the divine council. For a quick recap of that part specifically, in Israelite like cosmology or hierarchy, you had God on the top, you had the divine council underneath, and then you had humans. In the after the end times, you had humans overtaking the divine council, and Michael Heiser talks about this. I think Drew can also attest to that. And it's like that one verse that talks about how men will be the judge of angels. It's basically about how the humans will become part of the divine council. But the issue is of course, anything higher than the divine council, especially in the here and now, is going to be God. That's the only thing above it. And in John 10, Jesus is claiming to be greater than the divine council in his citation of Psalm 82.
Yeah, and one of Alex's big arguments in his opening statement was that, Jesus says, "I and the Father are one," in John 10. But okay, that can't mean that he and Yahweh are literally one, because in John 17 you have Jesus saying, I pray that the disciples be one, even as we are one. But basically, what we're saying is that's eschatological. Jesus prays so that the disciples will be one, meaning that it hasn't happened yet; it's yet to be fulfilled.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we went over John 8:58 and how Jesus is claiming to be God there. We also, if you go to the next slide, so Cryptic, he's not here yet, but he talked about
I
how
am here,
Jesus. Oh,
actually.
okay, now you're here.
I just
But
joined.
yeah, but you were talking about like how Jesus takes the place of giver as he alters the law of Moses and how that indicates his role as God. And I brought up
Yeah.
Simon Gathercole's point about that. I didn't have the quote because I was just talking off memory, but here it is. Basically, in Mark 10:18, ironically, a verse that's used to show that Jesus isn't God. The role that Jesus takes in Mark 10:18 is the role of the lawgiver, or in the whole pericope, I should say, and that proves he's God. And if you want to read that, you can pause it and read it.
For sure. And while we're at it, Cryptic, do you want to give a brief introduction about yourself and how you got connected with the Mago Logos?
Hi, I'm Cryptic from last time. You guys probably, may or may not remember me. I usually do the voicing for all of Roy's videos.
Yeah, he voiced over the problem review video.
Yeah, and that's how I got involved with this channel.
Also, let in Roken if he's not in already.
He's not here, but he is in the live chat saying that you should turn your camera on.
Not happening.
Yeah.
He already knows what I look like. I don't know why he wants to see.
Yeah, and is this you, young Christian? You are far ready for how handsome he is.
I spelled it wrong when I said you're not ready for how handsome he is.
Oh, okay.
Fact flood.
All right, I think we're ready. All right, if you want to find a Cryptic, his Twitter is linked below. He does like Catholic philosophy and or Catholic theology and politics.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I don't post very much on Twitter though.
All right. With that being said, let's get to the debate.
Sorry. Go to Nicene Christology right there. Let's quickly run through all these slides because it might sound weird, but like it'll help explain why Alex O'Connor is wrong. But to explain like his position, right? His position would basically be that entities can claim the divine name without actually being God, like ontologically, right? So his view is, well, some people are calling this today, right, is that he's basically saying that Jesus can be God, but he's like Yahweh in a lesser sense, right? And he's probably the best defender of that position that we'll see online. So that's why I wanted to engage with him specifically. But I mean, obviously other people are trying to defend it too. So that's why I should probably go over why this doesn't work. But to like start off with, we should probably understand what certain terms mean. So, firstly, a term is just a word in itself, like taken independent from what it refers to. So, like the word table is a word, and a referent is the object that the word refers to. So, if you take the word table itself, that's a term. But then, if you say something like like the table is red, right? In that sentence, table is a word, but the referent of that word is the actual table in the room, right? Similarly, if you say the ball is red, there's a term ball, which is a word, but that term has like an object that it picks out or refers to. So the term ball signifies a particular red ball. Similarly, like if you want to say John walked down the street, you can say a man walked down the street. And in the sentence, man is a term, and the referent for that term is John. And basically, term and referent are going to be important here, but they're distinct concepts, but they're related to each other. Now, a valid referent is going to be some referent that is accurately described by the term. So, like, a valid referent of man is Peter, and this is because Peter is a man. But you can't call Peter's pet dog a man. That's not a valid referent of the word man.
Yeah.
So, like a name or a title, and a title is just going to be a term that designates an object. So, doctor is going to be a title, and the referent of that title can be any doctor, depending on the context. And a name is basically just a title, but more specific. And names and titles are just terms where anything that is titled or named by that term is a valid referent of that term. So, like, if one of Mark's title is president, then you can say the president did, and then whatever, and the referent of president is Mark. That's a valid way to use that term. That's just like how names and titles works. That's just a necessary entailment of it. Similarly, like if you have a term, right, and it's a title, then any potential valid referent of that term is a title, or any potential referent of that term is titled or named by that term. So, like if I say Mark is down the road, the referent of Mark is the person standing down the road. The only way the referent can be the person standing down the road is if Mark is a name for that person, right? And this is just basic. I think anyone will understand this. This is like it's tautological, basically, right? It's just within the definition of the concepts themselves. Now, finally, if some term is like a name or a title for an object, then you can say that object is, and then insert the term afterwards. So, if the person down the road has the name Mark, then it follows that that person down the road is Mark. So I'll get into why this is important, but first I think we should go over the angel of the Lord passages and see how they work. So basically, there's this commonly appearing figure in the Torah, especially Genesis, called the angel of the Lord. The phrase "angel of the Lord" is translated from Malach Yahweh, right? Now the word translated to angel is just means messenger. It doesn't have the same ontological connotations as it does today. So the angel of the Lord is a messenger of Yahweh, but not necessarily like an angel, like ontologically. Like it's not a baby with wings or whatever image of angel you want to see. What's interesting is that the messenger is Yahweh, but he's also distinct from someone else who's just referred to as Yahweh. And we'll see this down. But interestingly, right, Douglas Stewart in his commentary points out that like the phrase Malach Yahweh might just mean the angel that is Yahweh. So that would provide evidence for the position that the messenger just is Yahweh. So in Genesis 16, 7 to 13, what we see is that the messenger is like directly referred to as the Yahweh who spoke to her. So if you look at the passage, right, in verse 13, it says, "So Hagar named the Lord who spoke to her, 'You are the God that sees me.' For she said, 'Here I have seen the one who sees me.'" And in context, the referent, right, the referent of the term Lord is just going to be the angel. That is the most direct referent of that term. Similarly, in Genesis 21, right, the angel is actually the one who promises to bless Hagar's children. So, let me pull up the verse real quick. He goes up to her and says that I will bless your children, right? He says, "Get up, help the boy, hold him by his hand, for I will hold him by his for I will make him into a great nation." But the issue is, this is the angel saying it, right? So this once again displays the angel's authority. Now, finally, similarly in Genesis 22, right? God calls upon Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, but obviously we know what happens later. But what's interesting, in verses 1 through 12, when we actually look at it, what it says is that the sacrifice was to the angel of the Lord. And notice how, if you, he says, so the angel of the Lord called him and said, "Abraham, Abraham, here I am. Do not harm the boy. Do not do anything on him. For I know that you fear God, because you did not withhold your son, your only son, from me." So when it says from me, that obviously refers to the angel of the Lord, which means that the sacrifice was meant to be dedicated to the angel. The issue is that you can't dedicate a sacrifice to anything besides Yahweh and be rewarded for it. So that's going to heavily imply that this angel is Yahweh. So the fact is that sacrificing to the angel shows your devotion to Yahweh, which does not make sense unless the angel is Yahweh, which makes sense in light of previous passages in which the angel claims the name Yahweh. Now, another one is very interesting. So in Genesis 31, right, Jacob has a dream, right? And the angel of God goes up to him and says, "Jacob, here I am." And he replied, and then he says, "Observe that all the male goats mating with the flock are streaked, speckled, or spotted, for I have observed that all that Laban has done to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed the sacred stone." Now, this is important because it says, "I am the God of Bethel." Who is the God of Bethel? Well, if you look at Genesis 28, the God of Bethel is Yahweh. And in fact, it says that you anointed the sacred stone and made a vow to me. To me. It says to the angel himself. The issue is that in Genesis 28, he made a vow to Yahweh, meaning that once again, the angel is claiming to be Yahweh. To like explain it from Jacob's perspective, right? It's like if you had a messenger come to you and this person just says, "I am the God of Bethel. You made this vow to me and you dedicated this sacred stone to me." The only way to interpret that is to interpret that as this figure claiming to be God, right? it's kind of like if you know this guy Mark and someone pulls up and says, "Hey, I'm Mark, the friend you've known." The only way to interpret that is to interpret it as the person claiming to be Mark. There's no other way to interpret it. Now, if you go to the next slide, we have some more verses. So we covered this last time, so I won't go too much into it. But in Genesis 48, the Yahweh who sends and the messenger are equated together. So that basically confirms that they're one being rather than two separate beings. Then in Exodus 3, what you see is that what you see is that the one in the burning bush is actually the angel of the Lord, and then the speaker switches from the angel to just being Yahweh, which implies a type of unity between the two. Now in Exodus 14:19, this is important. It's the angel of God is actually the one leading Israel out of Egypt, right? And then in Exodus 23:20 to 23, it says the angel of God has God's name in him. And Drew's presentation covers this a lot, but name means essence and power. So to have the God's name in you, in the sense that the angel does in the ancient Near Eastern context, is basically just saying that the angel of the Lord has the divine essence. And that's important because that gives you a very Nicene Christology in which you have Yahweh, and then you have Yahweh's messenger who has the divine essence.
And for those who are interested, my presentation is in part 1.
Yeah.
I might reference it again later in the stream if it becomes relevant.
Now, Judges 2:1 is very interesting, right? What it actually says is that the angel. So I'll just read it off because I want everyone to hear it. The angel of the Lord went up. He said, "I brought you from Egypt and led you into the land I had solemnly promised to your ancestors." Notice how the angel promises. Notice how the angel saves. But then he says, "I said, I will never break my covenant with you." The covenant is between Israel and the angel. How does that work? In fact, one of the biggest polemics against the Israelites for committing idolatry that Yahweh uses later on in the biblical text is, hey, these pagan gods didn't make their covenant with you. Only Yahweh made the covenant with you. So he brought you out of Egypt. How are you going to these other gods? Now, hold on. If the angel of Yahweh has made the covenant with the people of Egypt and only Yahweh does that, then it follows that the angel of Yahweh is Yahweh. Now, in Judges 6:19 to 24, what's interesting, right, is that, first of all, the angel of the Lord just accepts a sacrifice. So what it says is that um, the God's angel said to him, "Put the meat and the unleavened bread on this rock." And Gideon did as instructed. The angel of the Lord touched the meat and unleavened bread with the tip of his staff. Fire flared from the rock, and he consumed the meat and unleavened bread. Now, that's something that happens when God accepts a sacrifice in the Old Testament. So it's very interesting that the angel of the Lord takes that sacrifice in that way, because that would indicate that he's divine. But if you actually read in verses 22 to 24, when Gideon realized that it was the angel of the Lord that he was talking to, he says, "Oh no, sovereign Lord, I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But then the Lord said to him, "You are safe. Do not be afraid. You are not going to die."
Yeah,
So,
and so, yeah, just about that particular, like sometimes people say that like, oh, the angel of the Lord is just like a like a message bearer, or a carrier of God's presence. Like he carries on, like he speaks on behalf of Yahweh, but like it's the angel's face that she's afraid of.
yeah. So
It's like
here's the
the
question.
presence of the angel itself, like the angel itself had weight
Yeah.
to it,
Well,
not
so
just the fact that he stood in for God's presence.
yep, in the Hebrew Bible, right? This idea of seeing God face to face, that's only applied to like Yahweh. That's only a danger because the idea is that you can't see Yahweh face to face. Um, that's interesting, right? Because if the angel, like the whole point is that the angel cannot be seen face to face. But in the past, right, if you look at the Pentateuch especially, the Israelites have this fear of seeing Yahweh because they don't want to see God face to face, right? So why would Gideon be afraid to see the angel of the Lord face to face unless Gideon knew that this angel was actually just Yahweh? Because let's just suppose that the angel isn't Yahweh, there's no reason for Gideon to be afraid. Because this idea of being afraid to see someone face to face, I don't think that's ever applied to anyone besides Yahweh. So that's going to be a big issue there, especially with the sacrifice. Now, and similarly, right, in Judges 13:17 to 23, Manoah, right, or Manoah, however you want to pronounce it, what she does is she asks the angel of the Lord for his name, and the angel says, "You should not ask my name because you cannot comprehend it." And this is going to tie back to what Drew said about name equaling essence and power. He's saying that he cannot, she cannot, or like they cannot comprehend the power and the essence of the angel of the Lord, which is very important because, well, if his name isn't just Yahweh, why aren't they able to comprehend it? Like, who is this guy that he can say that unless he's God? And this is confirmed, right? When Manoah said to his wife, "We will certainly die because we have seen." And then I think in the so the NET translate this as supernatural being, but if you look literally, it just says, "We will certainly die because we have seen Elohim." Now, although Elohim does not necessarily like mean how we would use the word God, right? It can just mean immaterial being. The issue is that how do I put it? It's kind of like the word Lord. Lord can apply to anyone with a status of power. So like you can have a landlord, for example, right? But most commonly, you're gonna see it apply to God, right? Similarly, with Elohim, the way that the authors use it, most commonly Elohim is just gonna refer to God. Now, this is important because Manoah says, "We will certainly die, for we have seen Elohim." And I can hold on, I can pull up the Hebrew actually for
Yeah,
this.
and especially in the context of like seeing the Elohim being dangerous. It's like
Yeah,
you never in the Hebrew Bible you never have, so it's like other reference of Elohim are like the deceased Samuel, like the spirit of Samuel in I think it's First Samuel chapter 16, I think.
yeah. So
And you
yeah,
also
so
have the gods of other nations. So it's like never in those instances do you have like, oh no, we saw the deceased Samuel, or oh no, we saw like one of the sons of God in the divine council. We're gonna die now. It's like no, that's pretty much only use of Yahweh. So
yeah, that's so yeah, in this context, I'm pretty sure the other translation is translated as God. The reason why the NET translated is because I don't think the translators think that the angel of Yahweh is Jesus. I can check right now. I can just pull up the footnotes. Let's see. Yeah, so the footnote in the NET says seen God, and they just say that's the literal translation. It's just like they say it's unlikely because it's God's messenger. But the issue is that's just the NET's assumption that God's messenger also isn't God. So yeah, so basically those two, Judges 6:19 to 24 and Judges 13:17 to 23, I think those can only make sense if like they have the divine essence and they have the divine glory. Because the whole reason why people are afraid to see Yahweh is because it's Yahweh. It's not some lesser deity. It's like Yahweh himself appearing to you, right? That's going to be scary because that is the most high God. And finally, right? The messenger is a judge and a warrior. And I posted a bunch of passages I probably don't need to walk through, but there's like this motif of like him being a judge and a warrior who holds a sword. So there's passages that talk about like him destroying cities with a sword or approaching someone on the city with a sword, for example. And that'll be important later once you go to the next slide. So, like, finally moving to the New Testament, we can see that the angel of the Lord is Jesus. So, firstly, the theophanies in the Old Testament are actually of the Son. The Father isn't the one seen, but rather it's the Son. So, if you look at John 12:37 to 41, Jesus says that when Isaiah saw God's glory, he was saying Jesus' glory, which is important because that implies that Jesus is the one that Isaiah saw. So, that means that Jesus is already God, according to John. But also, what we see is that Jesus is constantly called God, but then distinguished from the Father, who is also God. And what's interesting is that the way Jesus is distinguished from God is by being called his messenger, which is very similar to the Old Testament's messenger of Yahweh. Now, in Jude 1 to 5, it says that Jesus saved the people out of Egypt. Now, given Jesus' role as messenger of God, it's not that hard to link the messenger of Yahweh with Jesus, given what Jude 1:5 says. In fact, I believe it is, let me see. Yeah, it's Isaiah 63:9, which says that the messenger is the one who saved Israel out of Egypt, which makes a connection to the messenger of Yahweh very likely with Jude 1 to 5. Now, similarly, Colossians 1:15 says that Jesus is the image of the invisible God. And this kind of ties back to how the Jews conceive the messenger, or like the second power, as they called it, as being like Yahweh visible, whereas the one who sent the messenger was Yahweh invisible. But according to Paul, Jesus is Yahweh visible, making him the messenger. And finally, right, the role as like judge that Jesus takes, where like he's holding a sword and he's executing God's justice, that's like paralleling basically what's said about the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. So this is like a Heiser quote, where he talks about how the angel of the Lord is Yahweh, and how this is equated with Jesus. If you want to pause and read it, you can, but it basically just covers what I did above. Now, let's get to some Unitarian analogies to like and why they fail. So, to explain agency, right? What they will say, right, is they'll give this example. George Bush invaded Iraq, but technically it was the U.S. Army. So what's happening is that the U.S. Army has the name of George Bush because technically George Bush is the one that invaded Iraq, not the Army. Well, I'm sorry, the Army is the one that invaded George Bush, but not invaded Iraq, but not George Bush. But we just give the Army the name of George Bush as like because they're George Bush's agents, and what they call this is an agency. And I think Alex O'Connor is probably going to do something like this too, or at least like when he gets in depth into it. But basically, to explain why they have to do this, a valid referent of Yahweh is the messenger or Jesus, and anyone needs to explain how that's the case. They need to give an account to that. Now, to go with the analogy, right? The reason why that doesn't work is because in the sentence George Bush invaded Iraq, the referent of George Bush is not the U.S. Army, but rather it's the person himself. It's just the fact that the verb invaded, right? Because George Bush was part of the operation to invade Iraq, we can use that verb to describe what he did to Iraq. So it's not the fact that the actual name George Bush refers to the army, but rather the referent of the term George Bush still refers to the person. The army is just not a valid referent. But suppose it was a valid referent. Well, then what you would have to say is that George Bush is a name of the army. Like you would have to say that the army is George Bush, but clearly that's nonsensical, which is why we can't say it's a valid referent of George Bush. This is important because if the army isn't a valid, if the army isn't a valid referent of George Bush, then with the angel of Yahweh passages, it's no longer analogous because in the angel of Yahweh passages, the referent of Yahweh is the messenger of Yahweh, right? So when it says that Hagar saw the Lord that spoke to her, the referent of that is just going to be the angel of Yahweh. Similarly, like you can't go up to someone in the army and say, "Hello, George Bush," and like just up to their face, and that's because the referent of George Bush is the person, not their agent. And this is important because if Jesus is just referred to Yahweh as like a way of introducing himself, so like when the angel of the Lord introduces himself as the God of Bethel, right? He just says, "I am the God of Bethel," and that's how he introduces himself. That's kind of like a random person going up to you and saying, "I am George Bush." You can't use agency to get out of that. You can't say, "Oh, he's George Bush's agent. That's why he's claiming to be George Bush." That's not how that works. That's just not how names work. Um, so that's important because it shows that you can't use agency to like help explain that passage because all the examples are gonna fall because they don't understand that the referent of like the name just refers to the original person themselves, not the agent.
Yeah, and it's not just disanalogous on like the name point, but also how they're treated too. It's like you can't treat just like a random person in the army. You're even a high ranking person in the army like you would treat George Bush. Like you can't go up to like
you can't
you can't go to a random cadet and be like, "Hello, Mr. President," and you can't do that with like a high ranking official either. But you can treat the angel of Yahweh like Yahweh.
Yep.
And one thing I wanted to say relating to that, like some extra evidence to back that up, is that Jesus himself accepts worship in Matthew. What is it?
Yeah, and we're gonna get into that
28:9.
more.
Yeah, we're gonna go over that soon.
We're gonna get more into that today because he does challenge that topic.
All right.
So if you go to the next slide, I'll give you some more examples as to why agency doesn't work. So, like, let's say this example. If a mailman gives you a letter from your brother, you can say, "My brother sent me a letter." But the word brother, the referent of that word is not the mailman, right? The referent of the word brother is just your brother. The reason why you can use the verb sent like and ascribe it to your brother is because he partakes in the operation of sending. It's just he does it indirectly, not directly. So the mailman directly sends it, whereas your brother sends it indirectly. So they're both doing the operation of sending. It's just one is direct, the other one's indirect. So when you say, my brother sent me a letter, the word brother doesn't refer to the mailman. And that's going to be another way to show why the Unitarian analogies aren't analogous. Because the referent of the name isn't the agent, it's still referring to the original person. But another thing is that applying divine agency to explain the messenger is like completely disastrous. So suppose this, if an agent can be called Yahweh because he's sent by Yahweh, can we call any Christian by the term Yahweh? Because we have to remember, right? This is God's name. Like, you can just substitute this for anything. So like, if let's say Adam is in the image of God, right? He's going to be God's agent. Can we go up to Adam and say, hey, what's up, God? No, you can't do that. That's like, it's just dumb. It's not how that works. Similarly, right? Can you go up to Peter because he's in Christ's image? He's part of Christ's body. Does that mean you can go up to Peter and say, hey, what's up, Peter? Like that's not, I'm sorry, you cannot go up to Peter and say, hey, what's up, Jesus? That's not something you can do because of agency. So if you can't do that, I don't see why agency helps explain why the angel of the Lord is called Yahweh. Similarly, right? if we can just call agents Yahweh because they're an agent, then we will never know when it's actually Yahweh or if it's an angel. So, for example, let's say you want to prove that Yahweh is omniscient. Well, you could go to the text that say he is, but then how do you know that it's not talking about an agent because the referent of Yahweh is just that agent instead of Yahweh? Which means that you distance God from creation entirely in terms of epistemology because you never know when it's God and you never know when it's not.
Yeah, for sure. I'm scared of a Jehovah's Witness coming to my door now and saying, I am Jehovah, divine agency.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good point. I mean, like, this idea
that's where
that
their theology leads. That, like, if,
Yeah, for sure. Because arguably, like, the Christian body, the church, is God's manifestation on earth. And it's through the church that all of his work and his kingdom is, like, spread out. And so you could argue that almost like if you were to use the principle of agency consistently, that divine prerogatives are to be attributed to the church and church members. But obviously that would lead to like a theological collapse that no one would.
And before someone points this out, someone can point out like theosis, but the issue is that theosis doesn't involve you like saying I am God, where like God refers to how you have the divine essence or like claiming that you're Yahweh or anything like that. Theosis just refers to like sanctification basically. So theosis doesn't help them either to show that the church is like deified in the way that the angel of the Lord is.
Paul Schlachter counters by saying, I don't hear Roy's voice. I hear a digital representation of the voice, an image of someone far away. Still, I'd call that representation Roy or Roy's voice.
Yeah, that doesn't work because the referent of Roy is still the person. That's me. It's the referent of Roy is not the actual representation. It's me. Like, rather the visual representation is just a medium by which I'm communicating.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't think anyone here actually like calls what they hear like Roy.
Like, like for example, right? Are the like let's say that you point to the pixels on the computer screen. Are those pixels named Roy? Well, if you think that the referent of Roy can be the pixels on the computer screen, then you're basically saying that the pixels just are Roy. But then if I'm Roy and the pixels are Roy and we're not the same like person, we're not the same object, we're not the same substance, then it follows that there's two Roys, which is nonsensical if you want me to be honest. And I think that's what the Unitarian analogies lead to. They actually lead to polytheism, which we're going to cover in a bit. But
I think another message of doing a rejoinder to this comment is that I think particularly Wisdom of Solomon 7 talks about like, so this is about the angel, this is still about like this is still about like the second power. Wisdom of Solomon 7 talks about how wisdom, like the second power in heaven, is a perfect representation or a perfect image of Yahweh. So having every single attribute like a complete representation of it. So complete so that you could basically identify the two in a sense.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what. So this kind of shows why all Unitarian analogies fall apart to show agency. You need to explain like the whole term referent thing. Like you need to explain what the term is that you're using that's going to be analogous to the term Yahweh, and then you need to show what the referent of that term is and show how it's analogous to the angel of Yahweh passages. But every analogy involves basically like you have this person who does this thing indirectly, right? And so like let's say the whole mailman example, right? You have your brother who sends you something, but he does it through the mailman, and then you could say my brother sent me a letter. Now the issue is that in that case the referent of brother is still your brother, it's not the mailman, and every Unitarian analogy is going to fall prey to that. Whereas with the angel of the Lord passages, the referent of Yahweh is still the angel of the Lord, as we've shown.
All right. We got to move on to the next slide. I don't think Paul has any other responses. All right, sweet.
Yeah, we can continue. We still got a lot more in the debate.
So we can probably skip this one, but one like thing that people talk about is saying that like the angel of Yahweh is just quoting Yahweh. The issue is that that's just not true. Every time the prophets quote God, they begin with "Thus says the Lord," so it can't be a quotation. That's just not how that works. Plus, if you look at like a really good example of this would be the Bethel one, where the angel says, "I am the God of Bethel." If someone comes up to you and says, "I am the God of Bethel," right, without any further like introduction, that's like your name. That's introducing yourself. You don't introduce yourself by quoting someone else. Like that doesn't make any sense to do that. So this is something that Drew talks about, right? Where God's name is basically unique. You can't have God's name without having the divine essence at all. So, like in Psalm 83:18 and Nehemiah 9:6, that's what it basically says is that you alone are Yahweh, and it's speaking to God. So there's not two Yahwehs, there's one Yahweh. Similarly, right, God's name has glory. Like God has glory on account of his name, which gets back to the whole like name equals essence thing, right? And this is important because God doesn't share his glory like that to creatures. So if the messenger has a name, then he has the glory. But if he has the glory, then he's not a creature. And finally, in the ancient Near East, name equals power equals essence. And you can just review Drew's presentation for that. So this is what I talked about when I said that Unitarianism is actually polytheism. Same thing with Judaism, actually. So we can just run through this argument. Firstly, if the referent of Yahweh in the Bible is the angel of Yahweh, then the angel of Yahweh is Yahweh. Now, when I talked about term and referent and names and titles, we already went over this. If Yahweh is a name and the referent of that name is the angel of Yahweh, then it follows that he's Yahweh just based off of how terms and reference work. So, like if like the referent of Mark is the person down the street, then the person down the street is Mark. That's just how terms and reference work. So the second premise is going to be the referent of Yahweh is the angel of Yahweh in various places in the Bible. Well, we already covered that, so clearly that's true. So 3 follows. The angel of Yahweh is Yahweh. So the angel of Yahweh is not the one who sent him. I think that's kind of obvious, which I'm just going to call it the Father here, since that's terminology we're familiar with. Now, the Father's Yahweh, I think that's obvious. So either the angel of Yahweh is the same Yahweh as the Father, or he's not. So what I mean by same Yahweh as the Father, to give an example, let's say you have Mark the evangelist and Mark of Ephesus in a room. You can say that person is Mark and that person is Mark, but they're not the same Mark. They're 2 Marks. Or you can say, hey, I met this guy Mark at a store, and then I met this other guy at the store, and they're actually the same person, so that's the same Mark. Now, this doesn't mean to be the same Yahweh means to be the same person, but that's just an analogy, right? It's like if you meet Mark at a store, and then like a year later, you meet someone named Mark at I don't know, a racetrack, you can say this Mark is the same Mark as before. Now, either right, this is just going to be like law of excluded middle. Either the angel of Yahweh is the same Yahweh as the Father, or he's not. Now, if the angel of Yahweh is not the same Yahweh, then there's 2 Yahwehs, right? Because that's just like how sortals work. If 2 things are not the same relative to a certain sortal,
then there's two of that sort of like I don't know, like if A is a ball and B is a ball, and if A and B are not the same ball, then there's two balls. Similarly, if Mark is a man and John is a man, and they're not the same man, then they're two men. So similarly, if the Father is God and the Son is God, then unless they're the same God, then there's two gods. Now, this is not to say that they're the same person, but rather they're the same God. So, based off of what I said before from like Nehemiah 9:6, there are not two Yahwehs. So, the angel of Yahweh is the same Yahweh as the Father. However, if the angel of Yahweh is the same Yahweh as the Father, then they can't be two different substances. Um, I think that's just kind of obvious. To think about it this way, right? Is the the Unitarian kind of thinks of it this way: you have this substance that is God, and then you have this substance that's like a creature that's the angel of God. And both of these substances are God, just on its own, because you have two substances. That already seems to be just polytheism because you have two Yahwehs. And I don't really see how you would get the type of unity needed to preserve monotheism unless they're the same substance. So it follows from that the angel of Yahweh and the Father are consubstantial. Now, obviously, if they're consubstantial in the way that I'm positing, that being literally being the same substance, then they're going to have the same external operations because operation just flows from it. But before I move on, I think you should go back a bit. So what this shows, right, is that when Unitarians and rabbinic Jews like argue that the Trinity is polytheism, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Because think about it, for the rabbis and for the Unitarians, what you have is you have the substance God, and then there's the other substance, the angel of the Lord. Both of them have the divine name, but for them, right, you have two things or two persons with the divine name. It's just that there's two substances as well. Whereas for us, we have two persons with the divine name, but we have one substance. So any accusation of Trinitarians being polytheists will go even more up against like the Jews and Unitarians, because unlike us, they have two substances. They have two different gods, which means that Judaism and Unitarianism actually just collapse into polytheism. Because the only way to maintain monotheism is if the Father and the Son are the same God. But if they're not the same substance, they can't be the same God. But yeah, that should be enough for now. So
that's a really good argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea that like, okay, if the angel of Yahweh is not, in some senses Yahweh, then you have biblical characters like bowing down to someone who is not Yahweh, and you could say like, oh well, the angel's just like a stand-in for God's presence, like it's just a representation of Yahweh. But again, I think you pointed this out in the presentation. I actually wasn't aware of this beforehand, but like Judges 6:22, then Gideon perceived that he was the angel of the Lord, and Gideon said, "Alas, O Yahweh Adonai, for now I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." Okay,
Yep.
Gideon's afraid of the angel of the Lord.
Plus, Peter is a
Not
representation of
just.
Christ. Peter is a representation of Christ. You can't worship Peter though.
Yeah, so the referent of worship, or the referent of awe, is not Yahweh through the angel, but it is the angel itself, at least in Gideon's case. So
Yeah.
I was actually not aware of that. Well, I was aware, but I actually never really looked into it beforehand. So appreciate you pointing that out.
Mm-hmm. By the way, who's doing the clicking sound in the background?
That's not me.
Oh.
I've been muted most of this time, so
I'm like walking around right now, so it's not me. Oh, I don't know. All right. Anyone have any other thoughts, or should I move on to monarchical Trinitarianism?
Yeah. The other thing with this, like, an agency argument, it might work for some passages, but then there are other passages. I think you brought this up that it won't work with. Like, for example, Judges 2:1, I believe, where it's the angel of Yahweh saying, "I made the covenant with you." Like, you cannot use agency to argue out of that. There's no representation you can make there. It's just the angel of Yahweh is the God of Israel that made the covenant with Israel. It's simple as that.
Also, hold on. I'm gonna get some water and be right back. If anyone has some other thoughts, just add them, and then I'll start the next one when I get back.
Yeah, I think Judges 6:22 is pretty conclusive, because like the referent of worship is explicitly made to be the angel.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
and just to kind of repeat what I was talking about earlier, because I feel like I didn't articulate it super well, but just on Paul's comment earlier of he didn't hear Roy. Yeah, I don't hear Roy's voice. I hear a digital representation of the voice, an image of someone so far away. Still, I'd call that representation Roy or Roy's voice. So like whenever like you said that, my mind just went to wisdom of Solomon 7, where it talks about how so even though wisdom is not inherently the angel of Yahweh, they still kind of fill that second power slot of like a figure who is somehow distinct from Yahweh but still receives worship as if they were Yahweh. My mind just goes to Wisdom of Solomon 7, where it talks about how wisdom, that figure is the language is a spotless mirror, and then the parallels that with the word image. So wisdom is a spotless mirror, a reflection or a pure emanation of God's essence. So the idea is that wisdom perfectly encapsulates every single part or attribute of Yahweh. So in this case, for the example that you gave of Roy's voice, it would be more like if the representation of Roy's voice that you were hearing was accurate to every single precise detail that was indistinguishable from Roy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like it's not a perfect representation of his voice. Like audibly,
Yes, but
it is.
what we're saying is that the angel or the second power wisdom would have been a perfect representation.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm back.
Such that you could not tell the two apart.
Yeah. All right, monarchical Trinitarianism.
All right, so basically, the monarchy of the Father just means that the Father is the source of divinity for the Son and the Spirit. So the Son and the Spirit are communicated the divine essence from the Father. So the Father begets and spirates. The Son is begotten, and if you hold to the filioque, he spirates. And the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son if you hold to the filioque. Now the Father is unbegotten and unspirated. Now technically the Spirit is not begotten, neither is the Son spirated, but being unspirated and unbegotten is like typically associated with being the Father, which is why we don't usually mention it. But yes, the Son is not spirated and the Spirit is not begotten. So like this can explain some of the statements where like the Son receives authority or is subordinate to the Father, right? Because let's say like the Son says, "I get my power from the Father," right? We can just explain that in terms of the eternal begetting, because the Son is eternally begotten, so he receives the power and the divine essence from the Father eternally. So this is important because what this means is that basically Christianity says that a person can be begotten and yet have the divine essence. The Eunomian premise, which there's this guy named Eunomius, he was an Arian, and his premise was that like anyone with the divine essence is necessarily unbegotten. Now, this is important because Arian or like Unitarian exegesis of the biblical text will often involve just assuming the Eunomian premise, but the premise just isn't justified. So Unitarians are just using their assumption as an interpretive tool. So, like for example, right? Let's say someone makes the argument: one, anyone that forgives sin is God. Two, Jesus forgives sins. Three, therefore Jesus is God. Okay, so a Unitarian, will often reply to that by saying, "Oh, but the Father gives him authority to forgive sin." Well, the only reason why that would be important is if you just assume the Eunomian premise and think that um, Jesus forgiving sin is only important if he's unbegotten. Well, yeah, the Father gives him authority to forgive sins. That's because the Father communicates the divine essence. If you have a problem with that, then you're just assuming the Eunomian premise. You would actually have to give an argument for it, but I've yet to see a good argument for it. All right, if you go to the next slide. Oh, okay. So appropriation just has to be, in this context at least, has to deal with how we apply titles to the divine persons or just to God in general. So there's relative titles that are applied to someone on account of a relation of origination. So for example, Son applies to the second person of the Trinity and only the second person because he is begotten. No other person is begotten. The divine essence is not begotten. So the Son only applies to the second person. Now, essential titles are predications that happen or that are due to each person of the Trinity. on account of the essence. So Savior would be one, right? All three persons are. Now, appropriated titles are essential titles, but they're given to a specific person of the Trinity. So, for example, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are immaterial substance, right? They're all immaterial. They're all substance. So, Spirit applies to them. They are also holy as well. So, technically, the title Holy Spirit is like a title that applies to all three. However, it's appropriated, meaning that it's given specifically to the Spirit to distinguish him from the other two. Even though technically, yes, we can refer to all three as Holy Spirit. Another example, right, is going to be how the title Lord is appropriated to the Son. The Jesus is just referred to as Lord with no further disambiguation, and is called the one Lord. This is an appropriation. The Father and the Holy Spirit are still Lord. It's just that the title is appropriated to the Son. Now, the title Father is going to be appropriated, or I'm sorry, the title Father, actually, yes, the title Father is an appropriation because technically speaking, all three persons are Father over creation. So the title Father is an appropriation to the Father based off of the monarchy of the Father. Similarly, the title God is actually an appropriation that is given to the Father because of his role as the monarch of the Trinity. So the Father begets and is unbegotten. This is like similar to how God is uncreated and is the creator. So we appropriate the title God and Father to the first person of the Trinity. This is not because the Son isn't God. No, the Son is still God, just like how the Father is Lord, even if the title is appropriated to the Son. Now, like basically, right, what this does is it shows why any exegesis of the New Testament, where like you say, oh, well, the Father is just called God with no disambiguation and then is distinguished from Jesus. Well, that's not going to work, because if you want to try that, then you're going to have to say that the Father isn't Holy Spirit, or you're going to have to say that that the Father and the Holy Spirit aren't Lord. Because if Jesus is the one Lord, and if you want to use the rationale that, well, if the Father is the one God, then Jesus can't also be the one God, well, then it follows that the Father isn't the one Lord. Meaning that if you don't accept appropriation as like a valid way to title the persons of the Trinity, and instead you want to say that, like, I don't know, only the Father is God, well, you're gonna have to run into the problem that, like, the Father isn't Lord either. And like a lot of, well, not a lot of, but one of Alex O'Connor's arguments basically just hinges upon his rejection of that, even if implicitly.
Yeah, for sure. And as a reminder for those of you guys who don't know 1 Corinthians 8:6, there is one God, the Father, and there is one Lord Jesus Christ. And for us not to entertain appropriation as a reasonable method of exegesis, then we're basically saying that the Father is not Lord, which is blasphemous. So.
Yep. Now, the reason why appropriations are given is like based on the economy or like origination. So the title Father, right? Even though the title Father can be applied to all three persons, it's applied specifically to the Father because of his role in the economy. So the Father sends out the Son of the Spirit. And also because of his role in the processions. So the Son is begotten by the Father and the Spirit proceeds from the Father. So they have their source in the Father. So it's based on the economy and origination. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see the references. So that's about roughly it for appropriation and Nicene Christology in the Hebrew Bible. So now that we have this background out of the way, we can watch the rest of the debate, and like you'll kind of see the concepts that I've outlaid in this intro explain like it'll basically explain why Alex O'Connor is wrong, and I'll like jut in whenever to like, or like cut in to like whenever it gets brought up.
All right, let's continue.
All right. So that is Alex O'Connor's 20-minute opening. So David is going to go back up to the podium. He is going to do a 12-minute rebuttal round.
All right, thank you, Alex. In my opening statement, I showed that in the first century, there was an interesting discussion within Judaism about the two powers in heaven. They have various ways of dealing with this. And we can see why when we read passages like Genesis 22, the story of Abraham and Isaac. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Here I am, he replied. Then God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah, sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on the mountain I will show you. So this is God saying to Abraham, take your son. Verse 11, but the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham, is what he starts to do. Here I am, he replied. Do not lay a hand on the boy, he said. Do not do anything to him. Now that I know Now I know that you fear God because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son. So this is the angel of the Lord saying, you haven't withheld from me your only son. And it was God who ordered Abraham to do this. So we have a situation like this, and I argue that Jesus enters the discussion when they're confused about the two powers in heaven and claims to be one of them. And so there we look at what Jesus says, what Jesus does, what his friends say, what his friends do, what his enemies say, and what his enemies do. Alex seems to suggest that there could be some sort of angel or something like this, or even a person who's endowed with this kind of divine authority. I got problems with this even here in Genesis. So look at what they said. Then the Lord, Genesis 33, then the Lord said to Moses, leave this place, you and the people you brought up out of Egypt, and go up to the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I will send an angel before you and drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you because you are stiff-necked people, and I might destroy you on the way. Who was accompanying them and guiding them? Well, the angel of the Lord. But here he says, I'm not going with you this time. So this is the Lord speaking. It's not the angel of the Lord. You say, oh, this is the Lord. This is the Lord speaking. This is the Lord speaking. It says, I'm not going up with you now. When it was the angel of the Lord who was accompanying them. So these are the sorts of things you have. And people try to figure out how to deal with this. And they came up, again, with all sorts of ways. And Jesus entered the picture and claimed to be one of the two powers in heaven. So what Jesus says, we went through 3 examples of Jesus claiming to be one of the two powers. He's the divine son of the Father. He's the Lord of King David. And he's the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. And we saw how people reacted to him claiming to be the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. In response, Alex was quoting, I quoted Psalm 82, and then Jesus using this passage. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So they accused Jesus of claiming to be God. And Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I said you were gods? If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and scripture cannot be set aside, what about the one whom the Father set apart as his very own and sent into the world? So Jesus is sent into the world according to this passage. Why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son? This is not, and I have no idea how you would ever read the Gospel of John like this, let alone anything else Jesus said. This is not Jesus saying, what, you're misunderstanding. I'm just a regular dude. Again, if this were the only verse in there, maybe, because given the rest of what we read in the Gospel of John and the rest of the Gospel, Jesus is not claiming to be a regular God. He's using a legal technicality here that they should be aware of. They're saying, hey, here's what you're claiming. You're claiming to be the Son of God. This means you're claiming to be equal to God and so on. And therefore, this is blasphemy. And Jesus' response is, well, really?
So Drew covered this right, but we would interpret it a little differently. We would say he's making a so much greater than argument, where he's saying that he's greater than the divine council.
Yeah, or I argue specifically that he's placing himself in the role of like the prosecutor, the one carrying out the word of judgment in Psalm 82. Also, I'll just respond here instead of in the chat. Paul Schlachter's just latest comment: the angel of Yahweh is a perfect representation of Yahweh. He counters by saying it's hard to tell two guys apart when you have no direct access to them. Yeah. So basically, how do you know that Yahweh is perfectly represented if you only have access to him by the representation? So essentially, what we're arguing is that would Jews in the Second Temple period, or maybe even before the Second Temple period, would they have had a category for a being that kind of bears the same essence as Yahweh, but is nonetheless distinct from Yahweh, personally. And I cited Wisdom of Solomon 7 kind of as not necessarily a proof text, but as a way of saying that the second power in heaven, or wisdom in the case of Wisdom of Solomon, would have been like a perfect representation of Yahweh. So we're not arguing like, okay, is this accurate to reality? We're arguing, okay, would they have believed this? And I think that the author of Wisdom of Solomon did believe that that wisdom was a perfect representation of Yahweh, because he says it. So does that answer the question? It's like we're arguing, okay, what did they believe, so to sense? What did Jews in that period believe?
Young Christian, do you want me to answer the whole "is Jesus unbegotten" full stop?
I just made that as I just brought that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys watched that discussion.
So considered as like a substance, or like absolutely, the Son does not beget or is begotten. Considered as a relation, the Son is begotten. If you want to say the Son is begotten or unbegotten, full stop. When you're using the word Son, that's a relative term. So it doesn't make sense to say the Son is unbegotten, full stop, without any qualification, because you're like switching between signifying a relative thing, and then you're moving to how it's signified in absolute terms rather than relative terms.
But you say humans have a soul, stop. So it's not.
It's more complicated. It gets into like relations.
I'm messing, but can I say something on John 10? Because there's some stuff to be said there. So
you were there for the John 10 stuff, right?
Yeah, I just want to say like a few brief points. I don't know if you guys mentioned these points I'm about to make, but like
sure, why not?
Yeah, so I don't think any of us believe Jesus is claimed to be one of those gods, because when you read that psalm, those gods are evil, right? Whatever those gods are, they're evil. The point Jesus is making is that, and I think Drew just brought this up now, Jesus is basically saying if these evil gods can be called God, then why are you accusing me of blasphemy when I, who do these miracles before you, am claiming to be the Son of God? So it's like he's not claiming to be one of those gods. He's clearly distinguishing himself from them as being greater.
Yeah, I think we covered that's like our general argument. He's greater than the divine council is his claim. But I think that's good enough for now. We can probably continue.
Well, in the Psalms, God calls people Elohim. Therefore, you can't just say calling someone some divine title is blasphemous and deserves a death sentence. You have to show that that the title is not from God, that it's not true, that it's false. Have you done that? No. Okay, you can't kill me. You can't just say there's a claim and therefore we will kill you over it. So that's a legal technicality. Again, if you're somehow reading this and see Jesus is just claiming to be a regular guy, well. All right. So we have John 17:5. And now, Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory I had with you before the world began. Why? Alex quoted John 17 to show that Jesus is just claiming some regular relationship that we all have with God or something along those lines. What does Jesus say in the same chapter that Alex is quoting? And now, Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory I had with you before the world began. That sounds like Jesus is claiming to have glory with the Father before the world began. Doesn't sound like he's claiming to be a regular guy. Doesn't sound like he's saying, oh, you guys are just misunderstanding everything I said. It's just one big misunderstanding. So what Jesus does, we've looked at it. I think he said he's going to respond to it. So what does Jesus do? He's the judge. He's the final judge of all people, according to him. Again, the Old Testament says that Yahweh is the one who's going to sit on his throne in judgment. Jesus said, yeah, that's me. The Old Testament says that Yahweh is the one who raises the dead. Jesus says that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. The people in their graves are going to hear the voice of the Son of God. Now that is very strange if that's how we all are. We're all going to be raised from the dead by the Son of God. If that's him saying, oh, we're all just the same and you'll be in me and I'll be in you. Very strange way of putting things. What his friends say. Now, this is interesting. Alex quotes Stephen in Acts 7. Now, this is an awesome passage because this kind of proves everything I was saying in my opening statement. Look at this. So, Stephen rebukes the Jewish leaders in the harshest terms you can possibly rebuke someone. Watch what he says. You stiff-necked people, your hearts and ears are still uncircumcised. You are just like your ancestors. You always resist the Holy Spirit. Was there ever a prophet your ancestors did not persecute? They even killed those who predicted the coming of the righteous one, and now you have betrayed and murdered him. You who have received the law that was given through angels but have not obeyed it. That is absolutely brutal. Guess what? They get mad. They don't get violent. What happens? When the members of the Sanhedrin heard this, they were furious and gnashed their teeth at him. But Stephen, full of the Holy Spirit, looked up to heaven. Have they gotten violent yet? Looked up to heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Look, he said, I see heaven open and the Son of Man, remember that? The Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. Oh, you got God and then just someone else. How many powers in heaven? When do they get upset? Watch when they get upset. I see heaven open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. 2 powers in heaven, and Jesus is one of them. Now watch how they react. At this, they covered their ears and yelling at the top of their voices, they all rushed at him, dragged him out of the city and began to stone him. Meanwhile, the witnesses laid their coats at the feet of a young man named Saul. When do they get violent? When he says Jesus is one of the 2 powers in heaven. That is the precise moment when they get violent. Jesus is one of the 2 powers in heaven. So keep in mind, this actually supports me, right? I mean, this is one of the early Christians who gets stoned to death for saying that Jesus is one of the 2 powers in heaven. And if you're thinking he's just a regular guy hanging out in heaven, first of all, you might want to check about someone being in the presence of God and what sort of person you have to be. But look what I mean, oops, do I have it? Oh, I don't have it. Right after this is when Stephen, I don't have it on slide. Right after this is when Stephen looks up and says what? Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. Is that just a regular guy in the presence of God up there? No, that's someone who receives the spirits of people. Is that a regular guy? So Alex thinks this is just God endowing someone with authority. Does not look like that. Jesus seems to be the authority here. And this not only gets Stephen killed, this sets Paul on a rampage. Paul says, I have to wipe this stuff out. Why? We're told in the book of Acts what really sets Paul off. When Ananias is told that Paul is coming, well, Saul back then, he says that he's been told to apprehend everyone who calls on this name.
Yeah, I think David right here could also have brought up, for example, Jesus saying to the Father, receive my spirit in Luke 23:46, and then also in the Psalms, Psalm 31:5. Into your hands I commit my spirit, Yahweh, which is the same wording as Acts there. So that I think that's 2 points David could have brought up there. It's like that's divine language.
Yeah. Also, the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power. Well, Stephen quotes that's from Daniel 7, which we argued in the last stream is like a 2 powers in heaven binitarian or proto-Trinitarian text. And it's also the same text that Jesus quotes whenever he's asked when he's standing trial, who are you? He says, you'll see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power coming with the clouds of heaven, again, quoting Daniel 7. So, and that's also what causes, the high priest to tear their robes. So, like the same passage or the same claim that Jesus makes that sets the high priests ablaze is the same claim that Stephen makes of Jesus whenever before he gets stoned.
In fact, I believe the Greek term used in Acts 7:59 there is the same one used for calling upon the name of the Lord. So that's also calling upon Yahweh's name now to Jesus in that passage in Acts. So I think I don't know if Alex was the one who pointed out this passage first, but this was the last passage I would go to if I was trying to prove that Jesus wasn't God, because like it's
Yeah.
full of
Well, Alex goes to the Stephen passage to demonstrate that like you can get accused of blasphemy without claiming to be God. But again, I think David demonstrated that the same claim that gets Jesus accused of blasphemy, claiming to be the Son of Man in Daniel 7, that's the same thing that Stephen does, except he claims that Jesus was the Son of Man in Daniel 7 and gets accused for blasphemy. Because we would argue, and we have argued in the last stream, that the Son of Man in Daniel 7, due to receiving the epithet of a cloud rider, which would have been reserved for Yahweh in the Old Testament, that would have placed Jesus as, the Yahweh, not Yahweh figure, the second power in heaven.
Yeah. I guess we can keep going now. That's what I want to say.
Hey, why is that an issue? Calling on the name. That's how you describe prayer in the Old Testament. Calling on the name of Yahweh. And Paul sees the Christians calling on the name of Jesus the way they're supposed to call on the name of Yahweh. Why is this relevant? Paul converts to Christianity about 2 years after the crucifixion. When is this taking place? This is not something that happens 50 or 60 years after the time of Jesus. We have Christians calling on the name of Jesus as they call on the name of Yahweh. We can trace it to within 2 years of Jesus' crucifixion. So if this is a misunderstanding, that's a pretty big misunderstanding. Jesus must be the worst communicator of all time. Alex brings up the Septuagint, responding to John. I didn't rely on the passages he's responding to, but if you want to go to the Septuagint in terms of interpreting the claims of the New Testament, let's go to Luke 6:46. Jesus says, "Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say?" You want to talk about the Septuagint? There's only one other place outside the Gospels where they use this Lord, Lord. That's the Septuagint, and it's a translation of Adonai Yahweh, God, Adonai Yahweh. So that's the Lord Yahweh. But in Greek, they would translate Adonai and Yahweh as Kurios. So it's Kurios in the Septuagint. And here Jesus says, "Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do what I say?" And so if you want to interpret Jesus based on the Septuagint, claiming to be Yahweh, there you go. There it is. And it's in the Gospel of Luke. So at the end of the day, the claim is that everything is just some sort of big misunderstanding. This is very, very, very strange to me, because he's basically saying Jesus was...
I was saying it's also in Matthew. So I just to boost the reliability of that claim that it's that claim comes from the historical Jesus, because it's you have the criteria multiple attestation. So yeah, it's
multiple attestation where Lord, Lord refers to Jesus. And as far as like in the Old Testament, it's in that passage that David's about to talk about. So
yeah.
Matthew 7:21, in case anyone wants to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good communicator. You think about the Beatitudes and the Sermon on the Mount and the parable of the prodigal son and the parable of the Good Samaritan and the golden rule and so on and so on and so on. Jesus seems like the best communicator of all time. He's careful about what he's saying, and sometimes he unveils things in different ways, but when he makes a point, it seems people get this point. If all of his followers just seem to misunderstand him and start worshiping him and praying to him, making doxologies for him and so on, putting their liturgy around him, then you're saying Jesus was just a terrible, terrible communicator. And that, I have to say, is the one option I cannot accept here.
All right. So now Alex is going to go up to do his 12-minute rebuttal.
Get the messy, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, because of course
for this, there's like one slide I have prepared for this. I can just, if you want to bring it up, it's like really short.
I think we should wait till he like finishes.
Yeah.
No, like for Woods or Bell, never mind.
Yeah, that's about it. There's not much to say here for me specifically, so I stayed quiet for most of it. I think I like this presentation overall. I mean, I wish he went more into like John 10, but it's limited time. But
yeah, John 10 is really difficult, because I know my presentation I was like 20 minutes, because you really have to go all into the backdrop of like the Deuteronomy 32 stuff.
Yeah,
I kind of get why David didn't spend too much time on that.
Apollos, can you bring up the comment by Ice Cowboy at 7:49 p.m. EST or 6:49 CST for you? It's like right.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Comment.
7:39 or 7:48.
It's 49.
By the way, the Do Art Stuff films that just appeared in the chat is also one of my friends from school.
Go if you go all the way,
an inside joke among us.
if you go all the way up in the comments, the first comment by Ice Cowboy.
Oh yeah, 6:49 my time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that earlier.
I saw bro's biceps that were bigger than my head. Is this true, guys? Can we validate this? That's my
This
my
is
friend.
true. I
That's
can
my
confirm
friend,
this.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, he's nice.
That or Ice Cowboy has a small head. So, yeah. We want to go over to Alex's statement?
I think we should.
Yeah, we should.
All right.
We're responding to each other at cross purposes. I respond to an opening, he responds to my opening. I sort of have to take it back a few paces, but I'll try and make it interesting. We heard about the angel of Yahweh and the suggestion that this might indeed just be Jesus. It might be. Look, I don't claim to be the sort of final authority on exegesis here. I'm simply asking you to consider what you think is a more appropriate explanation. I suggested the divine name-bearing model as opposed to the two powers in heaven. And when I look at passages such as Exodus 23 verses 20 to 21, see, I am sending an angel ahead of you to guard you along the way. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. I just ask which interpretation lends itself more nicely to the passages. David's rebuttal there seems to suggest that I was under the impression that Jesus is.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that Alex seems to have almost a dichotomy between what he calls the name-bearing model and the two powers in heaven model. I think the verse that we brought up last time, Exodus 23:21, I think kind of refutes the idea that these are two completely different models. So I think Roy went into this in his intro, but yeah, behold, I send an angel before you to guard you on the way, to bring you to the place that I've prepared. Pay careful attention to him and obey his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. So again, this is the angel of the Lord, and one of the ways that God describes the angel of the Lord is that his name is in him. So kind of the second power in heaven bears the name. So I think that kind of demonstrates that the name-bearing model and the two powers in heaven model are not competing things. They're the same thing. And also, my presentation last time, I can repeat some stuff if you want. But the idea that
I think people should just watch part 1, but
yeah,
basically,
it's a little later in part 1. It's definitely past the halfway mark. But I basically argue, starting in the ancient Near East, then progressing into the Hebrew Bible and in Second Temple intertestamental literature, that the idea that the idea was that a person's name and like their essence, or like the fundamental part of them, would have been kind of the same in the ancient Near East and in Hebrew culture, as
yes,
well
have
as
the name is have the essence.
yeah, as well as in some of the Deuteronomistic history texts. So that's Deuteronomy through Second Kings. The name of the Lord would have been a substitute for like the divine presence. So, for example, in Deuteronomy, you have God telling the Israelites to go to prepare to go to Jerusalem, go into the promised land, because he's going to build a place and his name is going to dwell there. Okay, that's not talking about the consonants YHWH. No, it's talking about God himself is going to go there. Similarly, in First Kings, I think it's chapter 5, verse 3, Solomon talks about building a temple for God, and he says that he's going to build a house for the name of the Lord to dwell. Okay, again, it's not literally YHWH. No, it's God's presence dwelling there. The name of God is the presence of God. And then later in my presentation, I demonstrate that in New Testament theology, Jesus is the name. So in John 17, Jesus says he manifested God's name to you. He manifested God's presence. Likewise, you have in Acts, the disciples rejoiced that they were counted worthy to suffer dishonor for the name. Okay, the name of Jesus. Jesus is the name of God. Likewise, you have in Romans 10:9, for whoever calls upon, or first Paul says, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, you will be saved. Okay, if you call out to Jesus, you confess to Jesus, you will be saved. And then his proof text for that is from Joel, where it talks about if you call him for whoever calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. Okay, the name of Jesus is the name of the Lord. They share the same name, which means they share the same essence, according to like Jewish philosophy, which I argue in my presentation last time.
Also, so my original presentation about about names and reference and terms, right? If the angel of the Lord has the name Yahweh, then he's Yahweh. Like, just based off of how names and reference and terms work. That's just
Yeah,
how those
Roy, it'd be
concepts
wrong
go.
if I called you Apollos, and Apollos would be wrong if I called you Roy.
Yeah, so if if I have the name Roy, like let's say you want to say the person with the profile picture of Thomas the Apostle has the name Roy. He bears the name Roy. Well, that's equivalent to saying that person is Roy. Like, there's no difference between the two. So I think it's kind of nonsensical to say that something has the name and can be referred to by that term without saying it is that thing. Like, how is it the case that you can refer to me as Roy and then like say I have the name Roy, but then like in reality I'm not actually Roy? Like, what does that even mean? That's just like a contradiction.
Yeah, we can continue. I just wanted to pause it there to basically talk about how the dichotomy that Alex presents between the name bearing model and the two powers in heaven. It's like those are the same thing.
Yeah, but one other thing is that the view that like this is Yahweh, but like it's not the same Yahweh, which is like what Alex is basically saying.
as I explained before, that's polytheism. You can't have this idea of like a creature is Yahweh, because that would lead to two Yahwehs. So this is why I wanted to do the intro slide first, because it shows like the basic concepts you need to understand to like get our rebuttal, because like that basically does the heavy lifting for us in this section.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I must confess that Apollos is not my real name, so there's that.
Oh well, I mean,
in any case,
it's still a title by which we refer to you.
Yeah, it's still functionally, it's still my name. Which is why like we have modifiers in the ancient world for names, like Jesus the magician, or Simon the magician, or Simon the zealot. Whereas in modern day, we have like last names and middle names.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ice Cowboy says he might have a small head, so I might be onto something there, guys. And then LA Apologetics says, "God bless you all."
Thank you. God bless you too.
Yeah, thanks, LA.
I think I've seen that channel before. I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out. But yeah, let's continue.
Oh wait, can I say one more thing on?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
It's like brief point, a minor point, but the text doesn't actually seem to indicate that. It doesn't really say that the angel was given the name. It just says my name is in him. So that's like a
I've brought that.
I mean,
up.
technically
that up
speaking, right?
Oh,
so
okay, yeah.
he was given the name though. Like I would agree that he was given the name in the sense that he's communicated the divine essence. So that just refers to the eternal begetting, though. It's not really like an issue for us.
Right.
Yeah, I think Paul Schlechter. Hopefully we get that last name right. I don't want to mess it up. But he says, "Got it, thanks. But isn't this a boomerang? I find it a bit weird that you guys are indirectly arguing for Jesus killing a bunch of Egyptian firstborns. Are you okay with that?" That's like a completely
Bruh.
That's like
we just went all the way over here out of nowhere.
Yeah, so firstborn is just like a legal title. It's not like a title of like being a baby. That just refers to
it doesn't
legal
mean
inheritance.
newborn.
Yeah, this is just cope. This is literal cope. It has nothing to do with the stream.
Absolute grasping.
I mean, okay, we can talk about it at some other point, but like I think right now, in order to keep from like getting sidetracked and like in order to make sure that we're like understanding the New Testament text properly, I think we need to focus like very specifically on this one thing.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, something on that point, right? God is the giver, and he has the authority over life, so he can take life when he wills so. Another thing, I guess you can say in a way, yes, Jesus is the one who took the lives of the firstborn. In John 10, the language parallels Deuteronomy 32:39 very closely. And that verse in Deuteronomy says, "I kill and I make alive." So I mean, in a way, you could say, yeah, Jesus was the one who was involved in that. I don't see the issue.
Yeah, not only that, like we as Christians believe in an afterlife and that death isn't the end.
Yeah,
so
and I also
like,
think it's typological of like Israel being God's firstborn, and like what the destroyer angel like does the Egyptian firstborns being almost like analogical to what Egypt was doing to Israel too. So I think there's a typological dimension to it.
Yeah, plus, I mean, it's not really a bother to me, given that they're not like newborns or whatever. They're not babies. Like firstborn is just a legal term to
Yeah, well, he never said first newborns in his original.
Yeah, but it's kind of implied, I mean, like, if your claim is just Jesus killed a bunch of people who would have gotten legal inheritance over Egyptian property, I mean, okay. What's the argument there, man?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been like punishment against the nation of Egypt, but yeah, I mean, we can talk about this at some other point, but it is kind of a rabbit trail that like I think would kind of like deter from the topic of the stream, and I want to respond well to this, to what Alex is saying. So.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Continue on.
To take him to a Bible study on Exodus.
That is far, far from the case, especially
for sure.
In John's Gospel, where Jesus seems to posit himself as something of a model of faith for his disciples. And for what it's worth, this is kind of the image that I get of Jesus reading through the Gospels. What is he supposed to be? Something like an idyllic, faithful servant of God, and certainly in a special position, if you include the epistles in particular, and Jesus is, of course, exalted. But I want to get into that, but I suppose I should turn to Philippians chapter 2, which David mentions. Of course, we're not talking Jesus' own words anymore, but it's still quite interesting what people came to believe. The mindset of Jesus Christ, who being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God as something to be used to his own advantage, but rather made himself nothing, as I'm sure you all know. That word grasped there, harpagmon, or something like that. I'm not very good at pronouncing the Greek, but it means something like to steal, to seize. Isn't it a bit strange that if Jesus is God, he didn't consider equality with God as something to be seized, to be stolen? That's how that word is used in the Greek language.
Okay,
You can steal something to be rightfully his.
Okay, I've got something on this.
I have slides on it too. Who wants to go first? I'm sure Young Christian also has some stuff on this as well.
My stuff is my stuff is pretty simple. I essentially just say that.
Do you have visuals or?
I don't. But so
Okay,
do you want to
how
go
about
first?
this? We'll put my visuals up, and then you can it's on the next slide where I cover Philippians 2.
Yes.
And then Drew can talk over it, and then I'll go last.
Okay.
All my stuff on that is from memory, so I mean, if you guys cover everything, then I don't need to.
Yeah, a lot of this is from memory too. I didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare a whole bunch for this stream, but yeah. So basically, Alex talks about harpagmos, and I think he partially misses the idea that maybe that this verb might be used to kind of be a polemic almost against like Roman imperial ideology. So some scholars like Catherine A. Shaner and Michael Gordley go into this. The idea is that harpagmos would have been used almost as like when kings would go into battle and kind of plunder a land. The booty that they would take would be used with their either harpagmos or the feminine form harpagma. So harpagmos, the male form, is a little more rare, but harpagma, the feminine form, I have the usages of it pulled up in the Septuagint. It is let's see. Yeah, so harpagma is translated in the Septuagint as fraudulently acquired possession, prey, booty, spoil. So the idea is that it's essentially something that they would have basically used to their own advantage, in a sense. It's something that they would have stolen to their own advantage. And essentially the second point is that like the context of the Philippian hymn is a call for Christians to count others more significant than themselves. That's kind of how Paul introduces the hymn in Philippians 2 verse 3. He basically calls on the Philippian church to count others more significantly than themselves, and he uses Christ as an example of this ethic. So Paul's example of Christ would have no rhetorical effect if Jesus did not, in some sense, deserve to harpagmos or to relish in his equality with God. The theme of the passage is counting others more significant than yourself. It's to seek the benefit of others more than the benefit of yourself. And Paul commands the Philippians to look to Christ as like an example of this ethic. Christ did not seek after the benefits of being equal to God, but rather sought after the benefits of others through the incarnation and crucifixion, which led, later in the hymn to his exaltation at the resurrection. So Christ did not serve himself, but served others. If Christ did not, in some sense, deserve to serve himself through his equality with God, then the rhetorical force of this passage as a call to self-sacrifice is lessened. So it makes a lot of sense in the context of Philippians 2, which is a call to count others more significant. It's a call to count others as more significant than yourself. That idea would not be communicated if Paul and the Philippians did not believe that Christ, in some sense, deserved or already was equal to God. Christ did not harpagmos his equality with God. He did not consider it something to be used to his advantage. He did not use it as something that could be bolstered. He did not treat it like gain. He did not treat it as like plunder. He did not treat it as riches, in a sense. Instead, he emptied himself, and that's the ethic that the Philippians are called to model. And if Christ was not, if Christ did not already have that equality or being in the form of God, if Christ did not already have that, then it would not be like the rhetorical force would be subtracted.
Yeah, for sure. And I was just gonna add real quick, like as a pretty useful thought experiment, like try, because Paul ultimately is drawing an analogy for us to be humble like Christ was humble in his equality with God. Basically try to like insert ourselves into the situation. Like if we're going to translate equality with God as something to be seized, then is our equality with other fellow Christians something to be seized? It's like, no, that's ridiculous, because our equality with fellow Christians is something not to be taken advantage over, because we are rightfully equal with other Christians. So
yeah, and again, I think Paul uses the strong language of harpagmos. So it is strong language. It does, it is used in context of stealing, and I think Paul uses that language, that overly strong language, kind of for the purpose of doing a polemic against Rome. I think. Because that would
so
be
hyperbole, basically.
Yeah, I think it is hyperbolic. And I think it's hyperbolic for contrasting Jesus with the rulers of Rome who did do harpagmos. They did go into and basically steal. So it's used in Plutarch, I think. I have the Perseus Tough if you want to pull it up.
If nobody else has thoughts on it, then I guess I can start my.
I just want to say one quick thing,
okay.
and I think Drew and Apollos just alluded to this, but I just wanted to give what the specific verse, Philippians 2:3. It says, "Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. Esteem better others than himself." Excuse me. So right there, that's the verse that gives us the context to understand verses 5 through 11. Right? It's not that we, and I don't know if Alex mentioned this, that Jesus lost his deity or anything like that, right? Because we as believers do not lose our inherent qualities when we lower ourselves and humble ourselves. That verse is to give us context clues to understand the next following verses. Now, Roy, we gave you the ingredients. Cook as a dish.
Yeah. So let's start with this whole rebuttal. So basically, his point is that verse 6 says that Jesus grasps equality with God. But, like, if he did that, then that implies that he didn't have that. Or, I'm sorry, he says that Jesus does not grasp equality with God, or he doesn't see it as something to be grasped. And O'Connor is going to say that, like, no, that doesn't make sense if he already has it. Because if he already has it, then why does he need to grasp it?
Yeah, it doesn't say Jesus did not grasp equality with God. It says he did not consider it something to be grasped.
Yeah. So if you go to the next, okay. If you go to the next slide, you'll see some citations for that. So for starters, like the word for grasp, contrary to what he says, more like accurately means to take advantage of. So he's saying he did not see equality with God as something to be taken advantage of, which goes back to what they were saying, which implies that Jesus was already equal with God and did not take advantage of it and instead became man. And the above rendering is like supported by the full verse of it, which says that Jesus, though he existed in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped, which implies that like the form of God is already the same as being equaling with God. Paul begins with though, so that which would mean that despite that is the passage is saying, despite being X, he was not Y, and the formula implies that there's some connection between being X and being Y. So under the Trinitarian interpretation advanced by like Locke, this passage makes sense because there is a connection between being in the form of God and taking advantage of being equal with God. Whereas O'Connor's reading, that doesn't really work. Similarly, like the grammar and parallelisms in the hymn just support the position that a form of God or equal with God is like the same thing. And you can see Wilbur's article on this. Now, if you go to the next slide, so he says that like Jesus was exalted only after the resurrection, but like it already says before then that Jesus was equal with God, so that doesn't really work. So verse 9 doesn't really help him because contextually, Jesus was already God prior to it.
Yeah, because like Unitarians always like to make the point out, like, why was he given the name? It's like because he emptied himself. So.
And yeah, well, if we pull up the passage itself, yeah. So
Do we want to do that, like, actually, or?
Well, no, I have it on 22. I have it on slide 22. So like right, yeah, right there. So if we look at the passage, right, it says you should have the same attitude as Christ Jesus, who, though he existed in the form of God, did not regard equality as God as something to be taken advantage of or grasped in this translation. But he emptied himself, taking on the form of a slave, and by sharing human nature, he humbled himself by becoming obedient even to the point of death on a cross. As a result, God highly exalted him and gave him the name that is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus every knee will bow, in heaven and under earth, and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. So, his idea, right, is that, oh, well, the name is given to him afterwards. The issue is, right, is that if you just read right above, he has the name before this. So whatever you want to interpret this to mean, it clearly doesn't mean that the name was never present in Jesus prior to this, because that's just not what verse 6 says. So if we go back to the slide I was talking about before, the 24. So I'm just gonna quote Wilbur here, right? Actually, that's. Do you want me to quote the full thing from Wilbur, or should I skip that part for now? Because that might be a bit too long. Apollos, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably gonna go into Adamic Christology and stuff like that. It's up to you guys. It's y'all's stream, so.
Well, I'll just say this. So, what O'Connor says is that form of God means image of God, and that doesn't work because we know how morphe theou, or like form of God, is used, and that's just not the word you use for image of God.
Yeah, so I have the
Yeah, it's the word is different in like the Septuagint that they use for image.
yeah. So that I have that in my notes. I think I definitely
Yeah.
think it's likely. So I agree partly with like James Dunn that you have an Adamic Christology going on here. I think that's part of it, but I think that if Paul or the author of this hymn wanted specifically wanted to exclusively connect Jesus to Adam and do nothing more, I think he would have used icon, because that's the word that we have for image in Genesis 1. I think Adamic Christology could be part of it, but I don't think that's all of it. Because if it was all of it, if it was all of it, we would expect a direct connection to Genesis 1, which with the word icon, and I don't think we see that. I think Paul or the author of this hymn uses a far more deep word, morphe. I have the Perseus Tuff dictionary for morphe, or the entry right here. It basically means a shape, a fashion, or a mold. Some definitions have like a kind or a sort. So like Jesus was in the kind of God. Jesus was of the same sort of God. Jesus was in the same shape as God. So yeah, I think the connotations of morphe are more deep, and kind of more essential than icon for image. So I think that if Paul wanted to connect Christ exclusively to Adam and not do anything else, he would have used icon. But I think the fact that we have morphe means that there's something deeper going on. Yeah, that's all I have to say on morphe.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's gonna. Yeah, the next thing he should get into is gonna be like John 17:22, which we kind of covered earlier, right?
Yeah.
So we won't have to say much.
Okay.
I think it was covered in part 1 as well, for the brief time I was there.
Yeah, we talked about how it's mainly eschatological, and the fact that Jesus is praying for it means that it's not realized yet.
There was something I wanted to say. Back to John, that is. I don't see many people using specifically John 13:13, where he says, "You call me teacher and Lord, and you are right, for so I am." I don't know why I don't hear more people use that argument as an argument for Jesus claiming to be God.
All right. And with that, did we want to go over the debate?
Yeah, that should be fine for now.
All right.
Yeah.
Wait, could I just share one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys think about this guy. I know like some people disagree with him on a lot of things, so that's fine. I'm just sharing the book that he wrote that I read. It's The Forgotten Trinity by James White, and he went over the passage in Philippians 2, and some of the arguments he makes I sort of incorporated, like that first 4 verses, because I think the point he makes stands, right? The context of us humbling ourselves should translate into what Paul says about Jesus in verses 5-11. So it's something I want to share real quick.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that book.
I don't know if I'd recommend it. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, we can talk about it later.
Yeah.
The only issue I have is just because when he talks about distinct persons, he uses the word separate. I have an issue with that because it's not proper terminology. Other than that, I like it.
James White isn't exactly the one you want to go for like your triadology.
And indeed, because he then died on the cross and humbled himself even to death, therefore, he was given the name that was above all other names. Therefore, whatever exalted position Jesus is given here in Philippians 2, and by the way, he is given it. He's given it because of his crucifixion. Therefore, he's given the name above other names. Again, which interpretation lends itself more nicely to these passages? For what it's worth, my favorite interpretation, I was discussing this the other night at dinner with, well, not with David actually, that would be giving too much away, but it's this so-called Adamic. James Dunn has written about this, the sort of Adam Christology as applies to Philippians 2, who being in the very nature of God, this word meaning like the form of God. We consider that Jesus is supposed to be the answer to Adam's sin. Adam sinned and Jesus redeems. Adam's made in the image of God and considers equality with God as something to be grasped, to be seized when he takes the fruit and eats it. And that is how man falls. So how is man redeemed? Well, Jesus Christ, though also being made in the form of a God, in the image of God, did not consider equality with God something to be seized, not him, but humbled himself. Therefore, Jesus is exalted. We're told in Hebrews chapter 2 that for a time Jesus is made lower than the angels, presumably while he's here on earth. Again, it just reads to me as if at least while on earth, Jesus is certainly not approximating Yahweh, but he's also not just some dude. David mentioned the glory that's given to Jesus in John chapter 17, verse 5, the same chapter that I was using. Yeah, verse 5, Father, glorify me in the presence that I have with you before the world was created. Let's keep reading John chapter 17 and see what Jesus wants to do with that glory. In fact, the very passage that I quoted, my prayer is not for them alone, I pray that all may be one, Father, just as you are in me and I'm in you. May they also be in us, blah, blah, blah. Immediately afterwards, so they may be brought into complete unity. Then they will know, I've copied the wrong passage actually, Jesus says that the glory you've given me, I will give to them in John chapter 17. He says, the glory you've given me, I will give to them, the disciples. We're told in Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, that God shares his glory with nobody. And this is sometimes a suggestion that's made is sometimes that because Jesus says, glorify me, God, in John chapter 17, he must be God because God shares his glory with nobody. But people just seem to forget that in the same chapter, Jesus says that he will give the glory that he has been given by the Father to the disciples too. Again, all I'm asking you to consider is however you interpret these verses where Jesus is given glory, Jesus is given the judgment, and bear in mind that Jesus is given all of these things, what he then does with those things, and whether he delegates them to other people. Because if he does, then it's clearly not just something that can be delegated to God himself. Only God judges. Only God can judge. But Jesus says that he will judge. Jesus also promises judgment over the 12 tribes of Israel to the disciples. So are the disciples God. Jesus forgives sins, and only God can forgive sins. In John chapter 20, verse 21, he says, as the Father has sent me, again, kathos, as, just as the Father has sent me, I'm sending you. If you forgive people's sins, their sins will be forgiven. If you do not, their sins will be retained. I'm told that only God forgives sins, but then Jesus gives that ability to his disciples. In other words, all of these things which are supposed to indicate that Jesus has a special relationship with God, of course he does, but it's a relationship that he hoped and literally prays that will be shared with everybody. Also, this Luke chapter 6, verse 46 thing that David put up, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. As far as I understand, in Luke chapter 6, verse 46, when it quotes Lord, Lord, and as far as I understand, David was saying that in the Hebrew, this is presumably Yahweh Adonai, right? Is that right, David? Yahweh Adonai in the Hebrew. That's all addressed in his second rebuttal. And then said, but in the Greek Septuagint, this is translated as Kyrios, Kyrios, because it's Lord twice. Which translation of the Old Testament are the New Testament writers using? The Septuagint. So the passage that they read would have said Kyrios, Kyrios, Lord twice. Wouldn't have said Yahweh and then Adonai, or rather the other way around, I think it is. Would have said Kyrios, Kyrios. So, of course, they wanted to use this in Luke's Gospel.
Yeah.
Stop it here, but so we already covered John 17 earlier.
Yeah.
Basically, we can just take it as referring to theosis, where in the future the disciples will have glory. The issue
the
is
fact
that
that
Jesus is saying that he has glory in the current, not like in the future he's gonna have glory, and like after like the eschaton, after the end times, he's gonna have glory. No. Jesus has glory in the here and now. It's not in the future. It's not just in the future. It's in the here and now. The issue is that if you look at what Isaiah says, Isaiah talks about like how God cannot share his glory to anyone. Now, clearly, that's talking about the here and now, whereas the end times is where that's going to be the exception. So, to give an example, if I say nobody is sinless besides God, or nobody can be sinless besides God, clearly that's not referring to the end times, because after the new heaven and new earth, there's not going to be any sin. But in the here and now, if there's someone who is sinless, then they're God. Similarly, in the here and now, if someone has God's glory, then they're God. And we already covered this before, but in John 12, Jesus says that God's glory is his glory. When Isaiah saw God, he saw Jesus. He was looking at Jesus.
Yeah, we already talked about the John 17 thing. I just have 2 points on it. John 17:5 still demonstrates that the relationship between Christ and the Father is not totally analogous to the relationship between Christ and the disciples. The disciples did not have a pre-existent relationship with God, as Jesus claims to have in John 15:5. And additionally, the fact that Jesus prays the disciples, the fact that Jesus prays so that the disciples will be one, implies that they do not have that unity yet.
So Paul, the thing is, we are responding to it. It's just that like we
I
don't
actually
need
think
to.
Alex is doing a pretty good job. I mean, I do respond where the disagreement is.
Yeah, we do respond to them. It's just we would only pause where we need to, or like at the end, and we don't
Yeah.
have to talk a lot because
Yeah,
we already
we
did
went a
like.
long time without pausing for a bit.
Yeah, so we did that because we kind of already covered a lot at the start. So you just kind of have to like put the pieces together in like your head,
Yeah.
and you can see like why his arguments don't work.
But if there is a specific claim that you kind of want us to say, okay, do we agree? Do we disagree with this? My cat just walked in; it's being really loud. But if
Just
there's
like ask us and we'll respond.
Yeah, if there's like a specific claim that you want us to say, okay, do we agree, do we disagree with this? You can leave it in the chat, and we'll just give our thoughts.
Yeah.
So.
Also, another thing. So this gets back to the Enovian premise, where he talks about how Jesus is given these things, right? But I mean, why is that an issue that he's given them? Unless you want to assume the Eunomian premise, but I don't see why we have to assume that.
Another thing is just if I don't think we want to be pausing every 5 seconds, just so that this stream is watchable, right?
Yeah.
Like we're not gonna pause. All right, Alex said the word "I." Who's this "I"? He's like, we're not gonna do things like that.
We're not Jordan Peterson.
yeah, exactly.
What do you mean by what? And what do you mean by favorite? And what do you mean by color?
What do you mean by is? What is?
It depends what you mean by is. All right, yeah, let's get to the stream.
Because it says the same word twice, which then just means Lord, because that's the translation that they're reading. Also, this idea that Jesus is a perfect communicator. So David's like mocking this idea, saying, "Am I supposed to understand Jesus?"
Yeah, with the kurios thing. Yeah, I don't know if Alex totally gets the argument here, because the idea is that kurios would have been a way of referring to Yahweh, in the Second Temple period, because it's how Adonai Yahweh was translated in the Septuagint, and here we have Jesus saying that people are calling him kurios. So people are saying Jesus is saying that people are calling him Yahweh because kurios is a way of referring to Yahweh in the Septuagint. All right, we can continue. I just don't know if you fully got
being a terrible communicator. Well, if you look at the way that the Jews were interpreting him, like kind of, at the very least, people were deeply confused. Everybody was confused, not just his Jewish opponents because they were hardened of heart. His disciples regularly struggled with his teachings too, asking him to expand and explain what on earth he meant. He even says at one point that Jesus was speaking in parables, so that, quoting a psalm again, they will be ever seeing, ever looking but not seeing, ever hearing but not understanding. The Gospels tell us that Jesus was speaking intentionally in such a way that people would misunderstand him. And then it says that when he was alone with his disciples, he explained everything. So no, I don't actually think that Jesus' public ministry was entirely clear to everybody who was listening. In fact, that's part of the point. I thought that Jesus is constantly trying to hide his identity because he has to be careful about how he expresses himself, which, by the way, seems to raise a contradiction. When you consider the fact that we're told that in at least John's Gospel, Jesus is going around willy-nilly calling himself God in the full view of his disciples and also his opponents. He invokes the divine name, and anybody listening would have completely understood what he was saying. And yet throughout the Synoptic Gospels, there is a motif, the Messianic secret, so it's called. Every time he reveals his identity, he tells him not to tell
If
anybody.
you want to pause it here, I could say something. The Messianic secret exists in John too. I mean,
yeah, Jesus is not going around willy-nilly claiming that he's God. Also, if you do, Paul, if you do want to, like, a part that we agree with of Alex's content, I actually do. I actually would say that that David's argument of like, oh, people should have just understood Jesus. I don't think that's a good argument. I think Alex is good for calling him out on it, but
okay, it depends on who, because if you're talking about the disciples after the resurrection, yeah, I don't think they're going to misunderstand. I think that's fair to say they'll understand.
Yeah, I think you have to take on a case-by-case basis. Like, okay, what do they misunderstand and why? But
Also,
yeah, I mean, I don't
about,
think David's argument is that good in that sense. But
if we want to talk about the whole thing about like how Jesus gives the power to judge, do we want to save that for later, or do we want to do that now? Because I already have some slides on that.
we could probably wait till it comes up more relevant.
No, he already brought it up. I don't think he's gonna bring it up again. He's gonna go into worship next, so.
My cat just sneezed really loud, but yeah, I don't know. I just find it weird that Alex is saying that like Jesus just calls himself God willy-nilly in John when for his tactic in the debate, he's presupposing the reliability of John, and then demonstrates that Jesus does not claim to be Jesus does not claim to be God even in John. So
yeah,
I don't know why he does that. But maybe he's doing an internal critique just to be charitable.
If you pull up my slide to 24. Yo, Apollo, is you there?
Is this it? This is slide 24.
Yeah. So this is where we left off. There's just some notes about John 24. So if we go to the next slide, that's where we go into the judgment stuff. So like his point is that like Jesus gives the power to like to forgive sins, right? To that I would say that like you need to qualify that, because when the disciples like forgive sins, they do it in the name of Jesus. It's like, can we do a miracle and say in the name of Moses? No. The reason why is because that causal power doesn't derive from Moses ultimately.
So whenever you're talking about the ultimate source of a thing, you say, I do this in the name of, or something like that, right? Or I do this by the power of, or something like that. You're not going to say, I do this in the name of Moses and then like heal a blind man. Because the power doesn't belong to Moses, but rather Moses is just an instrument of God. So why can we say, I heal you in the name of Jesus? Well, it's because it's proper to his nature itself that he can forgive sins. So, like, to put it another way, right? The crippled man from Acts 3, you could say, Peter didn't heal me, uh, Jesus did. But who can say, Jesus did not heal me, the Father did? That doesn't make sense because the operation of saving or healing is done by all three persons fully. So, therefore, we can't say that. Similarly, right? I just don't think he got like the Lord argument. I can't lie. Like I don't know what he was trying to do with it. I don't think he understood it because I'm not sure what his response was. Like he.
Yeah, it just seems like a misunderstanding on his
Yeah,
part.
I don't even know what to say there. But Drew basically said it where Kyrios just refers to Yahweh. So I don't know how you can say that like Jesus is that without him being Yahweh. So I don't think he understood what it meant.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I didn't even hear what he said, so.
But yeah, now he's gonna get into worship, so I have some slides on that afterwards. Oh, also we're like
Yeah, I
halfway
have
through
some
my
stuff to
notes,
say
I
too.
think. We're halfway through my notes, so the stream shouldn't take that long now.
Don't tell them I'm the Messiah. But it's fine for them to know that I'm God. I don't know about that. I think the best way of understanding who Jesus is like I say, a sort of idyllic human being. Take when Jesus walks on the water, for example. Another example that's often given as a high Christological moment, because of course in Job 9 it says that only God treads upon the waves of the ocean. Sure, but people then also forget that Peter also walks on the water just afterwards. But Peter starts sinking. And Jesus says, you don't have enough faith. What does that imply? That if
Because
Peter
he
had enough
stops
faith,
believing
he
in
could have kept
Jesus.
walking on the water.
Yeah, I think I have some stuff on that as well. If you go to slide 26, um, I don't think he understood that argument too much. It's a little more complicated than just Jesus walks on water, therefore he's God. Um, Basically, right, walking on water and the way he does it, um, like associates him with Yahweh. Basically, like you have similar language and terms being used of Jesus that you have of Yahweh in the areas where Yahweh walks on water in the Old Testament. Similarly, right, Jesus is the subject who of cry for salvation, right? He extends the saving hand, he stills the storm, and then once you get back into the Kyrios thing that happens, or Kyrie as a barber puts it, that definitely makes Matthew 14 significant, and it shows that it's definitely a high Christological moment. And then Peter uses Lord again, and it's kind of suggestive of Psalm 16:8 in the Septuagint. And finally, right after all these allusions to Yahweh being applied to Jesus, you get Matthew 14:27, I mean, where Jesus says ego eimi, which is I am in the Greek, right? Which goes back to Exodus 3 and like Isaiah, where God introduces himself with ego eimi. So right here actually is an I am statement where God is introducing himself as the great I am. Except now it's Jesus. And then finally, the story ends with them implying worship to Jesus, right? And that's going to be important because in Matthew 4, that type of worship is reserved only for God. And we covered that in the last stream with how worship is applied. Now, if you go to the next slide, we have some more stuff on that. So this is actually from a 2018 master's thesis on like the Christology of Matthew. And what he goes over, right, is that whenever like you have someone calming the storm, right, that's only going to be God who's doing that. It's God who has the power over the storms. And basically, right, in the ancient Near East, you had this idea of like the sleeping God motif where like you have the God who is sleeping, he awakes and then he calms the storm. And Bernard Batto points this out, and that's basically what's happening here. He has an article on it called, I think, the Sleeping God motif, which he goes a lot into it, and I'd recommend checking that out. So that's going to be important because when Jesus calms the winds, right? That's going to be calling back to that. That's also going to call back to the Old Testament as like Yahweh calming the winds. And they asked the question, what kind of man is this that even the wind and the seas obey him? Given that question is being asked, they're clearly thinking Christologically. And that's in Matthew 8. And then Matthew 14 builds on that question, where you have the similar event, and the response of the disciples is to worship him. So you get the question asked in one event, and then when the event happens again, the question is answered by the disciples worshiping him, showing that Jesus is God. Now I think he's going to get into worship like directly after this. I don't know. I assume so though.
Okay, then we'll pull up the debate because I haven't heard him get into worship yet.
I was expecting him to get into it very soon, but
okay, yeah, let's see if he gets
he pushes it harder in his next rebuttal.
Oh, there are 2 rebuttals in this debate.
There are. So after Alex goes, Dave's going to go, and then Alex is going to go.
Gotcha. All right. We'll see.
What are we to take from this? If Jesus is supposed to be God because he walks on the water, but then Peter walks on the water too, I don't think that's a very good interpretation. In other words, we're told that God forgives sins, but then the disciples are given the authority to forgive sins in John chapter 20. We're told only God walks on the water, then Peter does this immediately afterwards. We're told that only God can have the authority to judge, as David says, but the disciples are promised judgment over the 12 tribes of Israel. That's not the only time the judgment is delegated, by the way. We're told that Jesus explicitly claims identity with God by saying he and the Father are one. But then Jesus prays that his disciples will be one in the same way. We're told that God will share his glory with nobody else, but Jesus claims to have had glory with the Father before he was born. But Jesus then says he wants to share that glory with the disciples. We're told that Jesus only rightly accepts worship. This is interesting, by the way. David flashed on a few passages of Jesus accepting worship in the Gospels. The word most commonly translated as worship in the New Testament is proskuneo, which means to bow down or prostrate before a higher authority. And of course, Jesus received this proskuneo worship, therefore he must be God. If that is the case, then we have to consider the fact that David, in the Septuagint, for example, bows down proskuneo before Esau. That Joseph's brothers proskuneo before him when he's governor of Egypt. That the entire nation of Israel offers proskuneo worship to King David as well. That Lot proskuneo before 2 angels. Proskuneo is littered throughout the Old and also the New Testament, by the way. In the parable of the unmerciful servant, when one of the servants returns, he offers proskuneo to his master. And this is the story that Jesus.
Yes, I think Alex's main point here is that like proskuneo mainly means to just like bow down before, and it's used a lot of times for other people, and this is true. But proskuneo is not the only way that like ancient Christians worship Jesus. So this book I was going to bring it up at some point, but ancient New Testament Christological Hymns by Michael E. Gordley basically just kind of goes into like all the hymns in the New Testament. So there's a chapter dedicated to Philippians 2, which we talked about earlier, Colossians 1, and the prologue to John. There's also another chapter that goes into some other stuff as well, like oh, I just got big.
What happened?
You could put the book on the screen.
No, I did that because you were putting a book up. So
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. A New Testament Christological Hymns, Michael Gordley. So he basically goes into a lot of the hymns of the New Testament. So, like I said, Philippians, Colossians, prologue to John, as well as some of the hymns in Luke. Some of the 1 Timothy 3:16, the hymn there. And he basically, one of the big observations that he makes is that in pretty much all of the Christian hymns that we have, which I think there's a good chance that some of those can be dated to prior to the composition of the books that they're in all those hymns, you have Jesus as the object of worship. Okay, so they're not, so early Christians are not just, bowing down to Jesus, but Christ is also their object of worship in song too. So as far as I know, you don't really have now this, don't quote me on this, might be wrong, but I don't think you have hymns dedicated to other figures in Orthodox Judaism. I don't think you have that.
I don't know if they'd say that only God can have hymns dedicated to him, but on the regular, I don't think they'd if someone's
hymns of worship in particular.
I don't think someone's gonna produce a hymn to someone that isn't God in that type of context, but maybe they could. I just think it would be unlikely.
Yeah, but I mainly meant that in the context of worship. And
they probably at most maybe mentioning a character. I don't think they're gonna direct.
Yeah, that wouldn't be dedication though.
Yeah. So okay, if you go to my slides, I actually cover this. So what his point, right, is that proskuneo isn't sufficient to prove Jesus is God because
that's applied to non-divine figures. The issue is, right, is that how this word is going to be used in the Septuagint is different from how the New Testament uses it. So, for example, the New Testament says that proskuneo is only worthy of God. So, when Jesus is asked to worship the devil, and the devil uses proskuneo in this passage. So he's asked to provide that to the devil. Jesus responds by saying that we should only worship God alone, with the implication that we should not worship anything but God. And this is in Matthew 4:10 and Luke 4:7-8. And Jesus' response doesn't really make sense unless you admit that Jesus is only saying we should worship God. Because, let's just say this, that you're the devil, right? Which, okay, that's kind of a weird way to put it, but suppose from the perspective of the devil, you say Jesus should apply worship to you, and you use the word proskuneo. And Jesus responds, you shall worship the Lord your God alone, right? That only makes sense if he's saying that proskuneo in that context can only be applied to God. So within the New Testament context, which is going to be different from the Old Testament context, proskuneo can only be used towards God. Because, well, I guess the New Testament just uses terms differently, which, I mean, that's how language is and it updates. Now, similarly, right, people attempt to apply proskuneo to the disciples, and yet they rejected it because they're creatures and not God. Yet we see this being applied to Jesus, so it follows that Jesus is God. And if you want an extended treatment of this, you should look at the Carpenter thesis that I said earlier, but also Thomas Joseph White's book on Christology, The Incarnate Lord, covers this a little. And then Locke's, his, I guess you could say, masterpiece on Christology, released in 2017, gets into this a lot more in depth than I can.
Alrighty then.
Is saying. Also, let's not forget that in Revelation, Jesus promises that his true followers, their enemies, will proskuneo worship before them. Jesus himself in Revelation is saying that human beings will receive proskuneo worship. If proskuneo worship is something that only God can receive, then all of these people sinned.
Wait, what
All of
passage
them.
is he
The
referring
entire
to, by the way? Did anyone catch that? Because I don't.
I'll
Yeah,
look
I'm
for
actually.
it. You guys
Yeah,
can
because
do
as
that.
far as I understand Revelation. Revelation says that you should not proskuneo a regular angel. You can only
Yeah, that's why
proskuneo
I'm
God.
confused. What verse is he citing specifically? Do you know? Let me
repeat that real quick.
I'm gonna find it. You all can keep.
Wait, I'm gonna go look through the
proskuneo before him when he's
interlinear.
governor of Egypt. So the entire nation of Israel offers proskuneo worship to King David as well. But Lot proskuneo
What are we
before
looking for? I'm sorry.
angels. Proskuneo is littered throughout the
In Revelation, wherever it says that Jesus' followers will be worshipped or whatever.
The one about the angel not being worshipped. Are we talking about?
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. But how I
Yeah.
understand Revelation.
So actually, I'm gonna bring this up now. But Alex O'Connor, he later brings up how latruo is the word used to describe worship that is only rendered to God alone. I'm pretty sure in
I have to
Revelation
play on
Jesus
that.
is given latruo, so I think that's gonna be an issue for him if he wants to argue.
I'll see.
What's that?
Old and also the New Testament, by the way. In the parable of the unmerciful servant, one of the servants returns, he offers proskuneo to his master. And this is the story that Jesus is saying.
It's Revelation 3:9.
All right, I'll pull that up real quick.
Yeah.
Come on. But about that whole thing about the servant offering a proskuneo, isn't the master he's talking in that analogy or parable that Jesus gives? Isn't the master an analogy for Jesus or God? What's the issue there?
Oh, Paul says Revelation 19:10.
Yeah, Revelation 9:10 is a command not to proskuneo, fellow creatures.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about because I'd assume I know that passage in.
It's Revelation 3:9 that talks about bowing down before the faithful ones. Yeah.
So I think every time proskuneo is used, even in Revelation, it's given to God.
Yeah. Okay, so I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but are lying. I will make them come and bow down before your feet. Right off, if it is the case that Revelation 3, what is it, verse 9? if it is the case that the interlinear says that it's proskuneo, I would just point out that this is not prescriptive for normative action for Christians. So.
Yeah, and you would need to distinguish too, like proskuneo, just like okay, bowing down out of respect for like a higher authority versus like worship.
Well, then I would say
that's
that
given to God, I think. And
suppose we take that view. The issue is that the instances of proskuneo, in Luke, Acts, and Matthew are going to be like Luke Acts could just be using a term differently, basically, because that seems to be indicated. Because Luke Acts thinks that like proskuneo can only apply to God,
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, whereas in the Old Testament,
to...
in the Old Testament and in it seems Revelation, I think they apply proskuneo to creatures. I think they might just be defining their terms differently. The issue is that it's not like you have Revelation says that proskuneo is applied to Jesus, and then Luke Acts says that only God can have proskuneo. No, Luke Acts says that Luke Acts applies proskuneo to Jesus, and then says only God can have it.
Yeah. Also in Matthew,
as far as I understand Revelation, the way that unbelievers, the synagogue of Satan in particular, is going to proskuneo is going to be different from the normative action for believers, because believers worship the true God, which, if anything, would be indicative of a high Christology, because unbelievers would proskuneo to us because what is there to worship? Because they're clearly not worshiping the true God. So
yeah, I just think that proskuneo doesn't have to mean worship; it can just mean bow down. That's what Alex says here. So I mean, I think in the case of Revelation 3:19, it is just like bowing down to an authority. And I think whatever you have in Luke and in Matthew, Matthew also has this in the temptation scene. Jesus says, Jesus quoting Deuteronomy 3:6. Basically saying you shall not worship the Lord your God, and him only you shall serve. So the word serve here is laturo. Alex is going to go into that a bit. Laturo definitely denotes a more like dedicated, like consistent service form of worship. So the fact that there's the parallelism between proskuneo and laturo probably indicates that what's being prohibited in Matthew 4 and in Luke in the temptation scenes is like a dedicated like religious service to somebody. That's not the same as simply just proskuneo, simply just bowing down to someone out of authority. So like bowing down would have been a pretty normal gesture.
I know Revelation gets laturo to Jesus. I'm trying to find where. Yeah, it's in Revelation 22:3. And there will no longer be any curse. The throne of God and the Lamb will be in the city. His servants will worship him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, same root word.
Yeah.
It's just a conjugation. Laturo is sosin.
Yeah, well.
All right, let's continue for now.
Yeah.
Wait, that's interesting. You have to find out like who the referent of him is, the Greek pronoun autos, because it's single. Is it referring to God or the Lamb, or is it referring to both at once? I think it could be. That's really interesting. So yeah.
I think it's both at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a single throne. Yeah, the throne is singular. Yeah. They'll worship him, auto referring to both God and the Lamb, because the throne is singular. Yeah, it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also, let's not forget that in Revelation, Jesus promises that his true followers, their enemies, will proskuneo worship before them. Jesus himself in Revelation is saying that human beings will receive proskuneo worship. If proskuneo worship is something that only God can receive, then all of these people sinned.
Wait a minute, but those are unbelievers who are not worshiping the true God. So
yeah,
but
I'm pretty sure that like Revelation specifically says that believers ought not to proskuneo, whereas when it talks to like how unbelievers will proskuneo, that's like a punishment, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, we already talked about this before, but like proskuneo, the meaning kind of depends on the context. Like in some sense, it is just a kind gesture they would give to an authority, but in some senses, like in the case of Matthew 4 and Jesus' temptation on this wilderness well, when he says you shall not proskuneo anyone else, because it's used in parallelism with laturo, it's more of a like religious, cultic, devoted kind of worship.
Huh? All right, I think that's sufficient. We should probably.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All of them. The entire assembly of Israel sinned when they bowed down before David. I don't think that's a good interpretation. There's another word that's sometimes translated as worship, which is latruo. This is religious cultic worship that is only offered to God. Nowhere in the Gospels is this offered to Jesus. How many times is proskuneo worship? How many times is any kind of worship accepted by Jesus in Luke's Gospel? Does anybody know? Zero.
Well,
The word comes up 3 times.
so
In
just pause this
Revelation,
quickly.
it's
Yeah. So if he's going to use Revelation to see how the Christians define their terms, isn't it fair to also look at Revelation to see that Jesus has offered latruo? Plus, why are we why are we arbitrarily selecting the Gospels only? Revelation is also a book that it contains the direct words of Jesus.
Yeah, and he's the one who brought up Revelation to begin with, so it's not as though he's like trying to be on point.
What's interesting,
with,
right, is that Matthew and Luke Acts are the two that say that proskuneo is only applied to God, and then they go on to apply that worship to God and Jesus. But then with Revelation, it seems that Revelation thinks that proskuneo, like it defines proskuneo in a more like loose sense, rather than Luke Acts more strict, only reserved for God sense, right? But then, despite that, it still gives latruo to Jesus. So no matter which definition of the term you take, right, it doesn't matter because it's still, whatever it is, the worship is going to be given to Jesus in such a way that he's divine.
Yeah. Additionally, I have something to say about latruo. So in latruo's like secular usage, it doesn't inherently mean worship. It's used of like servants or slaves and their masters. It's also used of it's used generally to refer to any kind of like committed or like devoted service. It means like serve or work for. Any kind of committed or devoted service is the basically the definition for latruo that we're going to be using. And there are examples of this. I could provide some if you all want. But so though this word, with the exception of the passage in Revelation that we talked about, though this word is not applied to Jesus, a word with arguably like a stronger connotation is, and that word is doulos. Okay, it's the word for slave or servant. You have in Paul's epistles, he refers to himself as a doulos, a servant or slave to Christ. So again, doulos also has it means specifically servant or slave, but it again has the connotation of like a committed service towards something. So the same idea as latruo. So okay, even though the word latruo is not necessarily applied to Christ, with the exception of the passage in Revelation, even though the word is not applied to him, the concept of committed or devoted service is applied to him, through the doulos language in the epistles, where people call themselves a servant or a slave to Christ.
Yeah.
Twice in the temptation of the desert where it's discussed, and once at the end after Jesus has ascended so he can say nothing about it, and in a verse that's contested in our manuscript traditions. How many times in Mark does Jesus accept worship? This time the answer is 2, but one of those is the demon legion, that's usually translated as throws himself at his feet before Jesus. And the other is when the Roman soldiers mockingly worship Jesus. They offer proskuneo. Why? Because he's the king of the Jews. Because proskuneo worship is something offered to kings, higher authorities. I'll keep going perhaps in my further rebuttal, but if worship is something that is only due to God, then there are a lot more sinners in the Bible than we think. Okay, thanks.
All right, so now David Wood is going to do his second 6-minute rebuttal, and then that'll be followed up by Alex's 6-minute rebuttal.
All right, Alex says we're looking for the best explanation. I would submit that the best explanation for Jesus claiming to be one of the 2 powers in heaven, and for claiming to do things like judge the world and raise the dead at the resurrection, and for why his followers are praying to him and worshiping him and calling him God and the Son of God and doing the same thing, doing the exact same thing that Jesus does, namely claiming to be one of the 2 powers in heaven, and for his enemies to repeatedly accuse him of blasphemy, ultimately sentence to death, and then people who say the same thing, like Stephen, also find themselves being executed. I would say the best explanation of that is Jesus was claiming to be God. That's just me. It's like if I met like 5, suppose I never heard a word from Alex, but I meet like 5 of his biggest fans, and they say, yeah, we love Alex, he's the Messiah. And then I run into 5 of his harshest critics, and they say, man, we can't stand that dude Alex, he thinks he's the Messiah. Even if I never heard a word from Alex, I'd be thinking he was claiming to be something like that, and that's what's giving his friends and enemies that indication. Likewise with Jesus, even if I didn't have any words from Jesus, if I just knew these guys were people were being put to death for making these kinds of claims, and then his followers were going around worshiping him and praying to him, I would think he's saying something. Now, Alex apparently thinks that the best explanation is this divine name-bearing scenario. If so, Jesus did a really terrible job of getting that message across, and it doesn't seem like anyone really got the point unless we do some creative interpretations of some passages. Alex again quotes Exodus to say that the angel of the Lord is just some representative who bears the name. Again, I quoted the exact same book he quoted where Yahweh says that I'm not going along with you anymore, which is Yahweh saying that he was the angel of the Lord who was guiding him. He says that his view is that Jesus is presented as the ideal servant of God. The ideal servant of God convinces people to bow down and worship him and pray to him, and so this is what the ideal servant of God would do. That's a very strange ideal servant of God, since that's kind of precisely what you shouldn't do if you're not God. He says that proskuneo can mean bow down. Yes, the word proskuneo depends on the context. If it's a religious context, it refers to worship. But you can, yes, someone can just bow down to you out of respect, and that would be, you can bow down to a normal human. But guess what? We have clearly religious context in some of these passages. For instance, Matthew 14:33, they are freaked out. Those who are in the boat worshipped him, saying, truly you are the Son of God. That's a different sort of context, and I want to ask you for a favor, and I want to bow down out of respect. As for Philippians 2, it sounded like he was saying, Dunn's theory, that this is just saying that when it says who is in very nature God, it's actually the form of God. But this is just saying that he was a human being, and since he found himself as a human being, like we're all the image of God, he humbled himself and therefore he was eventually exalted and so on. It just doesn't work. Let me just read it. Who being in very nature God, or you can just make up a translation, say image of God for fun. Who being in very nature God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Yes, that can mean seize. It can also mean used to his advantage. You look at what makes sense in context. Did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness. The decision to humble himself is what led to him being made in human likeness. This isn't a human being who's sitting around going, hey, I'm in the image of God. I could strive to be like God, like Adam did, but I'm going to humble myself instead. This is a divine being humbling himself by becoming a human being. And then, being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore, God exalted him in the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Alex seems to think that if you're a human being and you humble yourself in this way, that God can just exalt you to the status of Yahweh and apply these passages that are just Yahweh, when Yahweh says there's no one else but me. That's what's being quoted there from Isaiah. As for Kyrios, Alex says, well, what would they be using? They would be using the Septuagint, the Greek translation. Yeah, and they went to a passage, they used the formulation Kyrios, which is specifically referring to Yahweh. That's what Jesus uses. He's quoting Kyrios. He's calling himself Kyrios. The only other use of that is the Septuagint, where it refers to Adonai Yahweh. So why is Jesus using it? Again, I only brought up that point because he brought up the point about the Septuagint and using it to interpret the claims of Christ. So I said, fine, let's go with it. We got in Luke, and therefore that's him claiming to be Yahweh. Was Jesus a bad communicator? He says, but Jesus wasn't clear, and he barely stated. So yes, I grant all of that. Jesus was a careful communicator. He was careful about how he communicated certain things. He tried to unveil certain things over time when people were ready for it. That's not what I consider a bad communicator. I consider all of that part of being a very good communicator. If you're saying that the people who all heard Jesus all got it wrong somehow, or that we don't really have the records of the people who somehow got it right, that his friends got it wrong because they continue and they build their church around him, and his enemies are sentencing him to death, I would say that's a really, really, really bad communicator, and that just does not line up. If everyone is concluding the same thing about this guy, that he's claiming to be God, that he's claiming to be one of the two powers in heaven, the best explanation is not some idea that no one got. The best explanation is very simple. He was making those claims. That's why we have all this evidence.
All right. Check. Okay, so now Alex is going to do his second 6-minute rebuttal.
Yeah, I suppose I really want to nail down this worship point since I was kind of getting at that at the end. And David says, yeah,
I have like one slide on this. I think we should probably wait till Alex's part is done.
Yeah, I wish David talked more about like the angel of the Lord stuff, and just the significance of names and Jewish
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the whole like name bearing theology are like refutation, or I guess it's not refutation. It's more like analysis of it.
Yeah.
Like what we said on that basically debunks his entire argument.
Yeah. I guess another thing that I just thought of on like the whole idea that like, okay, everyone misunderstood Jesus. So people, I guess, the Pharisees mistook him for claiming to be God. I think both in the narratives of pretty much all the Gospels, the Pharisees' anger escalates definitely through different degrees. So I think that if Jesus was misunderstood that badly, he would probably like chime in at some point and be like, hey, you guys are misunderstanding me, because their anger doesn't just go from like 0 to 100. It like escalates in different degrees. So
We covered this last time, but he's kind of presupposing this idea that like it's always the case that the Pharisees misinterpret Jesus. There's a lot of cases where they do, but it's not always the case.
Yeah, it's more so that trope is more so associated with the disciples, like pre-resurrection.
Yeah, but I mean, to give you one example, right? When Jesus asked the question, like, where did the baptism of John come from, heaven or from like earth or something like that? I forgot the exact quote. The Pharisees understand the question, and they're like, oh, if we say from heaven, then people are going to ask, oh, why didn't you accept him? But if we say from earth, then the people are going to get mad because they consider him a prophet. So clearly they understand what Jesus was doing there. They understand like his trick or his like riddle, if you will. It's just they don't want to answer it because they know it'll get them in trouble. So that's one example of like them understanding it.
I think people go to extremes on this. They'll say that the people listening to Jesus either correctly represented him none of the time or all the time. Like for example, some people will say, well, they're the Jews, they're wrong. Like, yeah, they're wrong about a lot of things, but it doesn't mean they're wrong about everything. I'll see people make that argument when you see the clear statements from Jesus that are claims of deity, like claiming to forgive sins. They say, oh, but they were the Pharisees. They were wrong when it says, who can forgive sins by God alone? It's like, that's taught in the Old Testament. That's biblical theology. That's not just Jews being Jews. Or Pharisees being Jews. It's not Pharisees being Pharisees. It's biblical theology. So, and then some people will say that they're right 100% of the time. I think Orthodox Muslims make the argument that, for example, the rich young ruler, he stops calling him good. He understands him as in Mark 10:18 as not being good anymore. But it's like the rich young ruler is not really presented as someone that's supposed to be accurate here, right? He's trying anyway. Yeah. So he's not presented as someone that's supposed to be
Yeah, if you want a good critique of that argument, you can look at you know Agan?
Yes.
Yeah, he has a debate where he covers that, and what he points out is that the rich young ruler like goes back sad because he didn't come in with the right heart, or he didn't leave with it, I should say. So using him as your standard is not a good idea.
I also watched Thomas Apologia's video. He had an excellent presentation. I don't know if you know who that is, Thomas Apologia.
Yeah, I know them. I actually might make a response to him on the incarnation.
Is that the video where I haven't watched it, but I think it's called "The Incarnation Debunks Classical Theism"?
Yeah, I might make a response because I'm making a video on the like metaphysics of the incarnation, and I might go over the argument he makes.
Yeah, I haven't watched that. I had no idea what it was about. I just saw his presentation on Mark 10:18. I thought that one was really good.
I don't think you'll be interested in the classical theism debate. That's not really your type of thing, if you want me to be honest.
No, yeah, the like Trinity philosophy debates between Christians, I don't really get into that. So yeah, it's not much of my thing. I don't mind listening to it. It's just it's not my thing. Shall we continue?
Just simply bowing down, but in a religious context, it means something else. Like, what do you mean? How do you know that without begging the question? Like I say, let's actually evaluate that. That's why I was sort of going through how many times proskuneo worship is given to Jesus in the New Testament, or at least that Jesus accepts it in the New Testament. It doesn't happen once in Luke's Gospel. It basically doesn't happen once in Mark because it happens twice. And one of these is a demon, and one of these, which I suppose is an interesting thing to explore in itself, but one of these is them to be mocking Jesus because he's the king. Why would they consider mocking him with proskuneo worship if he was claiming to be king of the Jews? Because that's what proskuneo means. If proskuneo can mean actually worship of the kind that Latruo usually gets at, that is worship, cultic worship of a religious figure, as David suggests, here's a riddle for you. Why isn't it given to Jesus after Jesus ascends? Why isn't it that people are offering proskuneo worship after Jesus ascends, except at the moment of his ascension at the end of Luke's Gospel, which, as I say, is contested in our manuscript tradition anyway? Why not?
What? Okay.
Because it refers to
What
a
is he
physical action.
talking about here?
Because it's not referring to
I'm
worship.
genuinely confused.
Yeah, proskuneo does. It refers to more of like a physical, the physical posture of like bowing down to something.
No,
Yeah,
when
I
he
mean,
says it's
like,
contested in
Christianity
our
doesn't have a
manuscript
Mecca,
tradition.
last I checked, so.
No, when he says it's contested in our manuscript traditions, what is he referring to specifically?
Maybe he was being brief because of the lack of time. I have no
John.
idea.
So in John 5, I think it is the man who was sealed at the pool. I think there's a verse that's not in our earliest manuscripts where he does proskuneo Jesus.
Verse 4.
Additionally, I'm gonna check the Septuagint use of proskuneo real quick.
John chapter 5. The only verse I know of in John chapter 5 that isn't in the earliest manuscripts is the last part of verse 3 and then verse 4. That's it.
Okay, yeah, well, we can rewind there. I'm checking Logos, the uses of proskuneo in the Septuagint real quick. Yeah, so proskuneo is so it seems to be used of like worshiping the gods of the other nations in like Judges 2:9, 2:19. Use of worshiping, Yahweh, Judges 7:15. So yeah, it seems to be able to refer to the like physical action of bowing down, or like cultic devotional worship.
But does anyone like have a reference on that, on the whole, like, because he thinks there's an act of proskuneo, right, where Jesus receives it, and like at the end of Luke, I know about that, but he says it's contested in our manuscripts, but I'm confused. Where is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's a.
I don't think John chapter 5 is the one. The only verse in John chapter 5.
Yeah, I don't know if it's John 5.
Yeah, it's that the only one that's contested is end of verse 3 and then verse 4, which is just it's an explanation of the pool of Bethsaida. It's nothing major. In fact, John 5 pretty much teaches that there's worship of Christ. In verse 23, all should honor the Son just as the other honor the Father. He who does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. Like that would be essentially worship. So
yeah. Well, in that case, if anyone in the audience has any ideas as to what Alex is referring to, feel free to
let me go
comment.
let me go back upstairs and I'll go search it up on my computer real quick.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before, of that being contested anywhere.
Didn't he also just say right now that Jesus isn't given proskuneo worship after his ascension? Isn't it in Revelation alongside the Father?
Yep.
This
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
true.
know.
Yeah.
That was a weird point for him to make right there. I don't know.
All right, I'll continue.
Of the kind that David wants it to be in this context. In John's Gospel, which we didn't get to, how many times does Jesus accept worship? The answer again is once. Just once it happens in John chapter 9. This is the man who was born blind, who I mentioned earlier. In verse 38, he says to Jesus, Lord, I believe, and he worshipped him. Except he doesn't say so in Papyrus 75, he doesn't say so in Codex Sinaiticus,
Yeah,
he
it
doesn't
was,
say so
it was
in
John
Codex
9, not John
Washingtonianus.
5.
In other words, this verse isn't present in our...
What's that?
Oh, yeah, it's John 9, not John 5. That's my bad.
Mm-hmm.
earliest manuscripts. We're pretty confident that there are elements of the Gospels which are later interpolations, most famously the ending of Mark's Gospel, which is not in our earliest manuscripts, and the story of the adulterous woman, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, which are not in our early manuscripts. I'm interested as to whether David thinks that there are things in the Gospels which didn't actually happen, either because they're recorded incorrectly or because they are later interpolations. But at least in this case of worship, it seems to be a later interpolation. At best, we've got one instance of Jesus accepting worship in John's Gospel, and our manuscript evidence seems to suggest that there's none. If worshipping Jesus is supposed to be some indication of his divinity, why is it only Matthew's Gospel who seems to mention anything to do with worship, and uses a term when there's another one available to indicate cultic religious worship to someone who's divine? Yet he chooses a word which just means physical prostration before someone who has a higher authority, like, I don't know, maybe the Messiah. Like, the disciples bow down and worship Jesus. At what point do you think they began to get the picture that he was God? They knew that he was the Messiah for a long time, but I genuinely don't know when David thinks they began to realize that this person was God. Do you think there might be an instance of them offering proskuneo worship to Jesus before they fully realized that? I think so, because proskuneo worship is a physical action that's given to people who are of a higher authority. Just to belabor this point, in the Septuagint, here are some examples of proskuneo worship. Lot worships two angels in Genesis. Abraham worships the Hittites. Isaac blesses Jacob to have all the nations on earth worship him in Genesis. Jacob worships Esau. Joseph's brothers worship him. Abigail worships David's servants in 1 Samuel. Saul worships the dead Samuel in 1 Samuel. The sons of prophets worship Elijah in 2 Kings. David worships the temple in Psalm 5. All the people of Israel worship King David in 1 Chronicles. It's the same term, proskuneo. But David wants to suggest that sometimes this proskuneo worship can mean cultic religious worship, even though there's another word available that people use to mean that, but it's not being used in this instance for some reason. I want to know what that distinction is, and how we can know which kind of worship is being given, without simply begging the question and saying that, well, when it's given to Jesus, it's obviously of the religious kind. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, this worship point is essentially bunk. Some of you might be thinking, hold on a second, in the temptation in the desert, Satan asks Jesus to worship him. And what does Satan say? You know? He says, worship, it is written, worship God and serve him only. So you're only supposed to worship God. And people say that this is an indication that any worship of anybody other than God would be immoral. That interpretation cannot be the case. Firstly, because it would condemn all of the people that I've just listed to be sinners, including the entire assembly of Israel. That can't be it. Let's look again at this passage.
Okay, if you pull up my slides, if we just go where we left off. If you go to the next slide. Okay, so this is Wood's second rebuttal. I didn't really have much to say. I said he's long insofar as we refer to the NT usage, but that's meant to say wrong. I think when it comes to Luke, Acts, or Matthew, they use proskuneo to refer only to God. But if we go to like the next slide, we'll see that. Firstly, like his argument is just from silence that laturo isn't only given to Jesus. First of all, it is in Revelation 22:3, which we covered. We can also point to the Old Testament, where whenever Yahweh is worshipped, it's likely being Yahweh. It's likely the Son being worshipped, because the person the Israelites saw in the theophanies was the Son. So,
and also I talked about earlier that like, okay, the concept of laturo, which doesn't inherently mean like religious worship. That's how it's used in like a religious setting, but like in its secular usage, it meant like committed service. And you have that same idea still being applied to Christ when, you know, Paul calls himself a doulos of Christ, as well as other parts of the New Testament.
Yep. So now this is the important part where he was talking about his interpretation of Matthew 4:10. So firstly, he says that it would condemn all prior biblical figures. Not true, because the New Testament just like uses the word differently with a different definition. So it would be an equivocation to say that like anyone who gives proskuneo to someone other than God is condemned. Such and such figures of the Old Testament give proskuneo to people other than God, therefore they're condemned. If you
right out of curiosity, do you guys happen to know when Koine Greek was developed? Because I'm pretty sure the Septuagint was made like hundreds of years before the type of Greek, you know, the Gospels were written in.
So would it have been around?
Or is it like the same type of Greek? Not sure.
I think it's sort of evolved over time. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not, don't quote me on that. Right. I don't know, but I think it was a little different. over time it's just sort of.
Okay, so like Koine Greek was being developed around the same time that the Septuagint
Yeah,
was being made.
whatever it is, right? I think Luke and Matthew are using their own definitions here.
Yeah. So like Alexander the Great, conquers, Jewish territory. Old Testament gets so Alexander the Great unites everyone under a common language, Koine Greek. Okay, Hebrew Bible was translated into Koine Greek. You got the Septuagint. That language changes as all languages do change over hundreds of years, and then we eventually get New Testament Greek. But it's not like a different language. I mean, it's
but
still the same.
So his argument, right, is going to be that like the word only, like that only qualifies latruro. So it's not that you can only give latruro to God alone, but proskuneo that's not qualified. So you can't make that argument from Matthew 4 or Luke 6, I think it is. The issue is, right, is because Satan only asked Jesus to like worship in the sense of proskuneo. But Jesus responds by saying, "You shall worship God," where he uses proskuneo. But if this can be applied to other figures, then Satan could just say, "Well, Jesus, I'm not asking you to give me latruro. I'm only asking you to give me proskuneo." So the command doesn't forbid it. Now, Satan could say that, right? But clearly, that response wouldn't fly because Jesus here is saying that proskuneo can only be applied to God. Whereas under Alex's interpretation, that kind of falls apart.
Can I say something I just saw right now?
Yeah, go for it.
Matthew 4:10. It kind of looks like the term proskuneo and latreo are used almost interchangeably here, because it says "Kuriantantheansu proskuneses." So, the Lord your God you shall worship, proskuneo, kai auto mono, and him only, latreo says, you shall worship, using the term latreo. So it almost looks like they're using it interchangeably.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier to talk about how like
Oh, you did. All
like
right, then.
proskuneo can both mean like bow down, generally like the physical action of bowing down to someone, but it can also mean like a more liturgical religious worship because it's used.
Are you like
latruro.
I know Drew is learning Greek. Are you also learning Greek?
I had a class of it for 2 years.
Oh, okay.
I'm not like an expert, but I have a decent background to pronounce the word, and then
Yeah.
I think that's the end of
for what it's worth, like as far as like pronunciation goes, there is a standard pronunciation called the Erasmian pronunciation, but no one really knows what it like actually sounds like.
It's not set in stone, but we just use Erasmian. It's the standard.
So we're pretty close. So that's the end of his response, because I don't have any more slides for it. But after that, it's just open discussion and Q&A, and we're basically done because we're at what slide are we on? We're on slide. Okay, yeah, and the summary slide is on 36. After that, it's just references. So we're basically done. So we could probably knock this out tonight.
Okay, so this is just going to be 2 parts?
Yeah.
Okay. Did we want to play over the open discussion and Q&A?
Yeah, I have some slides for that, so why not?
Okay, Ben.
Jesus is quoting a passage which, by the way, he's actually changed. In the Old Testament, the passage that he's quoting says, "Fear God," rather than worship God. But besides the point, the word "only" here qualifies not the word worship, but the word serve. Worship God and serve him only. Worship here is proskuneo, which we know that Jesus can't be saying only proskuneo towards God, because all of these people, including people that Jesus talks about himself, are offered proskuneo worship. Indeed, proskuneo is worshipped. It's promised to all of you in Revelation. So we know that he can't mean only worship God in that sense, but only qualifies the word serve. Worship God and serve him only. What is the word serve? Which Greek word is translated in the passage to serve? Does anybody know? Latruro, cultic religious worship. So this is a reaffirmation of the point. The proskuneo worship is fine. But latruro worship is something special that can only be given to God. The key text here is James Dunn's "Did the early Christians worship God?" And as he rightly points out, there is no talk anywhere once in the entire New Testament of latruro worship being offered to Jesus. Why not?
Yeah, so we already covered that, basically, right?
Yeah. Just to kind of reveal what we already talked about. It's like, okay, yeah. So you have like 2 different types of proskuneo. So you have like a cultic religious form, but also like just a physical act of bowing down. So just because you have like, say, someone bowing down to King David, that doesn't mean they're like worshiping him, like offering, the cultic religious devotion to to David. You have to distinguish based on context. Like, okay, is it like a cultic religious kind of worship? Is it worshipful bowing down, or is it just like respect? But also, second thing is that I think we already talked about this earlier, that even though you don't have laturo being used of Jesus, with the exception of in Revelation, which we already talked about, even though you don't have like the word used of him, which it's not like a super common word, so that's not like a knockout point or anything. It's not a very common word. Even though you don't have that specific word used of Jesus, the idea is still there, because like I said, that laturo in its secular usage just refers to like a committed form of service. And you have that in the New Testament elsewhere, where Paul calls himself a doulos of Christ, a slave or a servant.
Yeah.
All right, we can continue.
I mean, yeah. So it's just open discussion now. So we'll see.
That concludes Alex's second rebuttal round. We're going to move to open discussion. All right. Well, shall we spark it off, gentlemen?
Whatever you like.
Let's do it. Open dialogue. Who would like to take the lead?
Well, I have some questions, perhaps, to ask David about his position on Jesus' relationship with the Father, with particular regards to the authority that he derives from the Father. So, one question, for example: why do you think that Jesus prays before raising Lazarus from the dead?
The Old Testament says that God is the God of all flesh. If a divine being were to become incarnate, as is claimed of Jesus, and that divine being really became a flesh and blood human being like Jesus, then if he's also had an eternal relationship with the Father, then I don't know if I'd expect him to be an atheist when he entered into creation. So in other words, if the Christian picture is correct, we've got Father and Son for all eternity. Son enters into creation. Was he going to be an atheist? If he's going to, as part of this, if he's going to be the ideal human or something like that.
Yeah,
and so
the Son of Man, one might say. As
far as what Jesus is going to do, you would continue the eternal relationship that you've had with the Father, and you would do that through prayer. So
what I mean to say is,
I don't know if I 100% agree with David's answer here. I know that's an answer that can be brought in some context, but for this answer, I'm not sure if I agree.
So, okay. If you pull up my slides, I actually have something on this, because basically what he's pointing out is like Lazarus, before he raises Lazarus, Jesus submits
prays,
to the
right.
Father, right? He says that he says that the authority to do this is given by the Father. David Wood explains this in terms of the incarnation, but like that's not necessary, because the monarchy of the Father basically says that the Father gives the divinity to the Son from eternity past. So,
the other thing you like, the persons do not act separately; they act in unity. So that's another thing you can argue, and I think that might be a better point to argue than Jesus becoming flesh. God's the God of all flesh, and Jesus wouldn't be an like. I think that's a stronger point to make.
I feel like he's kind of just assuming the eunomian premise, where he's saying that, oh, Jesus receives authority, therefore that authority, like, isn't part of Jesus having the divine essence, I guess you could say, or like that authority isn't due to Jesus having the divine essence because it's received. Like, that's just a eunomian premise. I don't agree with that. Like, I there's no reason to take this view that you have to be unbegotten to be God. But since we're like at the end, you could play this. There's a good video by Orthodox Shahada, that's like 10 minutes long, that goes over the eunomian premise, and it could probably explain it better than me.
Gotcha. Did you want me to link that in the description, or do you want me to like actually play it, or?
I put it in the chat if anyone wants to watch it. If you want to play it, or what do you? If they're fine with it, go ahead.
Gotcha. I don't know Orthodox Shahada, so there's that. Like, I don't have any like relations with them.
I've heard of the channel. I've never watched it.
Yeah, same. There's that too.
Oh well. I guess don't play it just in case to get mad. But if anyone wants to go watch that video on the eunomian premise,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can link it regardless.
I linked it in the chat already, so we should be fine.
Did you?
I don't think it's showing up.
Yeah.
Or maybe my computer is just slow. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, it doesn't show up for me.
I think it's because YouTube automatically blocks links, so I think you have to put it. Let me send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, try to put it in brackets or something, see what happens. Or get rid of the HTTPS.
How about I just check your DMs real quick?
I think there's a way to send links. Like my friend, when he does live streams, he's able to send the StreamYard link into the live chat. But I think there's a setting for that, and I have no idea how to activate it. I tried, and didn't work. So I don't know.
All right, there you go. I sent you the link, so you can just there you go. Now
There we
I
go.
can see it.
Oh, you just put it. Okay, yeah, brackets, cool.
Yeah, if you put it, I think Apollos has to put it since he's the owner of like the channel. But if anyone wants to go check that out, that's a good breakdown of the Eunomian Paris.
Mm-hmm. And I'll link it again in the description. Yeah, but as far as like what Alex is going to bring up in the open discussion Q&A, anything else we want to go over in the slide, or do we want to go back to the debate?
Let's see. The next thing he brings up is the Lord of the Sabbath thing, which I don't think he makes that good of an argument for it, but we'll see why.
Mm-hmm.
Could Jesus have risen Lazarus from the dead of his own accord, on his own authority?
I suppose, yeah.
Suppose.
Because all authority has been given to him.
Given to him by God, right? Which the way that I read that is that the Father has delegated the authority that is rightfully his to Jesus. And it's often said to me that Jesus raising people from the dead of his own authority is actually an indication of his divinity. Because we have Old Testament passages of people raising people from the dead, like Elijah and Elisha. And the point is always made that, well, they pray before they rise from the dead. Jesus doesn't pray. But before he raises Lazarus in John chapter 11, he looks upward and says, Father, I thank you for having heard me. I know that you always hear me, but I've said this for the sake of the crowd standing here, so they may believe that you have sent me. And when he says this, he cries out with a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. So Jesus is not only praying before raising Lazarus, but also saying, I always do this, because I'm doing it right now publicly, so there's no confusion that you're the one who sent me to do this.
So the authority is both his own and it's received. So Jesus has the power, but that power is also received from another. Whereas with like the prophets in the Old Testament, it's only the case that they're instruments by which God does things. They don't actually have like God's essence or God's glory. Whereas with Jesus, the portrayal we get is that it is the case that the authority is intrinsic to him, despite that being given to him. So, for example, I have my human nature, but that human nature is communicated to me by my parents.
Yeah, I also think it's worth talking about that there's a difference between, just being brought up from the dead and resurrection. So, just for like some background in like Jewish eschatology.
I don't know if you want to call Lazarus a resurrection. It's more.
Yeah, I don't, and I'm going to connect this to a different passage in a second. So, and I think that David Wood does fail to do this, but just for some background.
Actually, before you do that, can I say one thing quickly?
Yeah.
So when David Wood says that, like when he says that Jesus could just give life on his own without the Father's authority, depending on what he means by that, he could fall into implicit polytheism and he would be wrong, or he could just be phrasing it very poorly. Because the way he sounds, like it's kind of like you could have the Son doing an operation through his divinity that the Father doesn't do, but all external operations of the Trinity are shared between the persons. So every operation that Christ does in his divinity is done by the Father, because operations are inseparable. So this idea that Jesus could raise Lazarus on his own authority without the Father is just nonsensical. And in fact, if you look at the early Christians, what they'll say is, so for example, Gregory of Nyssa says this, is that the unity of action in the Trinity actually grounds monotheism. So no unity of action means no monotheism if you look at their views. Or alternatively, David could just mean that like Jesus could have done it without like praying, like he could have done it without like praying to the Father like he did there, which I guess, yeah, that's true, but that's kind of a weird way to phrase it.
Yeah, so,
I think. Go ahead.
I was gonna. You can say what you're saying. I'm probably gonna be talking for a minute.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think what happened was David didn't really know how to answer, and he didn't want to spend like a good 5-10 seconds saying nothing. That doesn't look good on stage. So he just he probably went to that as yes, just to not wait too much. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think when we say like raising someone from the dead, I think we can mean kind of two different things. There's just the general miracle of like resuscitation. Okay, this is what we see in Elijah. I think this is what's going on with Lazarus, where the person is dead and then they're alive again. I think you have that as raising from the dead, but I also think there's resurrection, which is different. Resurrection is more eschatological. So for the Jewish context behind this, in the beginning of Daniel chapter 12, you have those who dwell in the dust of the earth shall awaken, so they have a resurrection. And then some of them go to an everlasting life where it says that they'll be transformed and be like the stars in the sky. Okay, that's deification, that's theosis. So they'll be like the stars in the sky. Their body is transformed. They're glorified in a sense. You also have this in 2nd Maccabees chapter 7. So for context, 2nd Maccabees chapter 7 is so like Antiochus Epiphanes, raised Jerusalem, makes Judaism illegal, and then you have these 7 brothers that are martyred. And each of the 7, not necessarily each of the 7 brothers, but a lot of the brothers, before they're martyred, they give, in a sense, they give a little speech before they're martyred about how, like, on the last day, God will raise us up from the dead and we will be given everlasting life. So you have like a general raising from the dead that just means resuscitation, but you have an eschatological resurrection from the dead that would happen on the last day. And the Lazarus episode is the former. It is not. It's the Lazarus miracle is the kind of miracle that like Elijah could do. But what's interesting is that Jesus, so Jesus in John 6:40 through 44 says that I will raise people up on the last day. So Jesus is the one who performs the eschatological resurrection that was more significant than just Elijah raising up someone from the dead. Okay, Jesus' resurrection on the last day is more significant. It was the kind of resurrection that was talked about in Daniel 12 and 2nd Maccabees 7, which is interesting because in the case of 2nd Maccabees 7, it says that God will raise us up on the last day. So Jesus is the one acting as God, raising people up in the eschatological resurrection, not just what Elijah did. Okay, that was different. Okay, Jesus is doing God's eschatological plan by raising people up from the dead on the last day. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. And so, even in instances where Jesus appears to perform miracles of his own accord, such as calming the storm, or indeed raising other people from the dead, like the widow's child, he tells us here in John's Gospel that he always is in communication with God beforehand, but right now he's saying so publicly, so that people will know that he sent him. Why does Jesus need to pray before he raises Lazarus from the dead?
This is the exact same chapter where Jesus declares himself the resurrection and the life.
That's right.
And it's in the same book where Jesus says that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. Everyone who's in their graves will hear the voice of the Son of God.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so if you're thinking that when we talk about Jesus,
I just said there we go. Yeah, the Jesus raising up.
we're thinking of him as some rogue deity who does things on his own. That's basically the entire meaning of John chapter 5. John chapter 5 is basically one response to this. Jesus heals on the Sabbath, and this freaks him out because they say, "Hey, what are you doing?" He says, "Well, the Father's working until now. I'm working too."
Yeah.
And so since the Father's working, I get to work. You all don't get to work. I get to work. And then they accuse him of claiming to be equal to God. And then he explains it. That it's a verse that Muslims use. He says, "By my own self, I can do nothing." But if you look at what he's saying, it's I can do nothing separately from the Father. But that's the same chapter where he claims that he's the final judge, where he claims that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection, and he explains it and says, "For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son, just as they honor the Father." The only way you honor the Son, the same way you honor the Father, is if they have the same nature and attributes. You wouldn't honor anyone else like you honor God.
Interesting.
And so Jesus is saying that the reason he's the one who judges everything is so that we honor him the same way we honor the Father. That sounds.
Do you believe the Father has a distinct loving relationship to the Son compared to the loving relationship he has to all of us?
Yep.
Because I've heard you make this point before that he says that it's that word "as" is quite important. What you just said, so that he will honor, so that they will honor me just as they honor the Father. That word "just as" is pathos, which I mentioned earlier. That's also used when Jesus says, "So they will know that you have loved me just as you have loved them." So if we're going to be consistent in my usage of the term here, if Jesus is saying that they will honor you just as they'll honor me just as you honor the Father, then the loving relationship has to be treated in the same way, right?
I think you can say, I'm trying to think, if you say that, I can say I love this person just as I love my wife. And yeah, you're right. I can say, well, I just mean I love both of them, but not, I wouldn't necessarily be saying I love that person exactly as I love.
That's why there are 2 words in the Greek. That's why there's like a word.
No, I'm fine. I'm talking about you have to interpret words in context. Yeah. What's the context of this? It's Jesus claims that since the Father's working, he's working also. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because the discussion among the rabbis was, does God work on the Sabbath? Yeah, and so Jesus is so God works on the Sabbath because he's upholding and sustaining the universe. Therefore, I get to work on the Sabbath as well. And then, hey, you're claiming to be. Like they think he's claiming to be another God, and he clarifies, no, by myself I can do nothing. He points us out, and in this context, he's the final judge, and so you will honor the Son just as you honor the Father. There, in context, it would be very strange to say, well, I just mean honor me in some sense, like you honor the Father, but not in that way. The Old Testament, Yahweh is the one who sets up his throne to judge. Jesus is the one who says all judgment is given to him. Yeah. And so if all judgment is given to him, and keep in mind, the Old Testament says Yahweh is the one who's going to judge, and you're saying, yeah, but it's given to Jesus. Yeah. And he says it's so that we honor him the same way we honor the Father.
Yeah, okay, so I want to talk about the Sabbath moment because this is quite important. This is in John chapter 5 as well. This whole episode sort of hinges on the idea that Jesus is working on the Sabbath. It says, my Father is working, so am I. So your interpretation of this is to say that, well, my Father in heaven, that is God, is working on the Sabbath, so am I, therefore I'm God. This story of Jesus working on the Sabbath is reported in multiple Gospels. In Mark's Gospel, when he's found working on the Sabbath, and the Pharisees say to him, this is Mark chapter 2, look, why are they doing that which is not lawful on the Sabbath? What does Jesus say in response? Have you not heard what David did? Have you not read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and they needed food? And they enter the house of God and take the food which is not lawful on the Sabbath. So Jesus justifies his breaking of the Sabbath by referring to another human being who also broke the Sabbath. He then tells us that the Sabbath was made for mankind and not mankind for the Sabbath. A very famous quote.
Real quick, if we're going to go over the whole thing, it looks like at 2 times speed, it's going to be 30 minutes. So do we want to do that, or do we want to just like summarize the main points that you guys wanted to talk about?
I'm fine with going for that long.
I might head out here in a minute. I don't know what else do they cover.
I sent you the script. So basically, he covers the Sabbath thing. After that,
Yeah, I'm
like I
not
want
as
to get into that
knowledgeable
because I don't think you can make
on
a
the
good
Sabbath
argument.
thing as much as you all probably.
So then he talks
Okay, no
about how
worries.
Daniel 7 wasn't interpreted as being like about Yahweh being the Son of Man. Then he talks about how two powers theology is late.
Really?
Yeah, and then I have like a summary in my notes, and then I just go through
Is he aware
references.
of like Philo
Do you want to stay there for that?
in the Logos?
Do you want to? How about this? We quickly 30 minutes left. You say?
Yeah, it's going to be 30 minutes and probably a little bit longer than that if we're going to actually add commentary. So.
Well, the only commentary I have left is everything I just listed. Like we are on slide 32. No, yeah, slide 33-ish, and it ends at slide 36, and that's the summary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to take that long. How about
Can I say
this?
something real quick?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it was just Alex. Alex said that the same story is recorded in Mark 2. They're two different stories, just because.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up first. Is that these are just different stories. So he's going to argue that there's an interpolation. If we want to, do you want me to just give my summary of his argument?
I personally would do that, but it's totally up to you.
Okay, because I think I can stay and like have him draw out his own argument, but
Yeah.
if you guys don't want to, then that's fair.
I'll probably gotta head out in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out now.
So
Just
like he
hang with
brings up
family.
that the Lord of the Sabbath passage, and he seems to imply that the Son of Man, that is Jesus, is an interpolation, and that it merely said men in general. So it says that Son of Men are Lord of the Sabbath, not necessarily the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. So from what I know, this doesn't have any manuscript evidence at all to support it. But according to him, right, the internal logic of the passage supports his view. So, according to him, Jesus and Mark is making this argument. One, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. Therefore, the Son of Man, Jesus, is Lord of the Sabbath. But according to O'Connor, the premise too is an interpolation, right? And he's saying that this is because two makes more sense if the is added, and really it's just this new modified premise where therefore man is the Lord of the Sabbath. So like he thinks that two modified, let's call it, or two prime. He thinks that two prime is the original because it follows more naturally from one. It's just that two follows from one just as easily. Jesus is greater than any man. So if the Sabbath was made for men, then obviously Jesus would be greater than the Sabbath. And if he is so great that he is its Lord, right? If he's the Lord of men and men were made for the Sabbath, then it seems clear that Jesus would be the Lord of the Sabbath, right?
Yeah. I mean, also you have just Jesus being like the archetypal man anyway. I mean, you get that stuff in Hebrews.
Yeah. Also, right. The issue is that the title Lord of the Sabbath implies being in a place of authority over the Sabbath itself. But that only works if Jesus is divine, and I have a bunch of citations for that where to go into it. After that, he goes into how nobody interpreted Daniel 7 as referring to the Son of Man being Yahweh. But we already went over that when I talked about the whole Charles Quarles article and like the Septuagint and how.
Yeah. The Septuagint uses here. I'll pull it up real quick.
Just a question: how long are we going on left? Because I want to
I'm
go.
finishing it up right here actually because
I'll probably finish up after we get in the Septuagint.
Yeah.
Well, there's just one more thing after that I have to comment on, and then I have the finishing slides with like the references and everything.
Yeah. So the Septuagint of Daniel 7 says, "A being like a son of man came, and the Ancient of Days was present." But in the Greek, there's and a being like a son of man came, and hosts, the Ancient of Days is present. Now the word host means like or as. So it could also be translated a being like the Son of Man also as the Ancient of Days was present.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's really interesting. I actually did not know that.
Yeah, so that's what Charles Quarles points out. So that just kind of proves them wrong about the whole nobody interpreted Daniel 7 that way. Now, finally, this is the last bit of commentary I had in my script or notes. It's that if you go to the next slide.
Hey, look, Big John Steele showed up.
Hey.
No
Big
way.
John Steele in the house. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I came on as one of his episodes when we did the review of the debate I had against Craig McNeil, FTFE.
Yeah.
So there's
I
that.
like his channel.
Yeah, for sure. Convinced me to leave Christianity and stuff.
Look, I was like, I wonder if we should like host those lives, but the issue is, right, is that we don't have enough followers to do it, so that's why we can't.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
from what
I-
I'm observing so far, and this might be just because we're like emerging fan bases, but as far as I can tell, doing live streams is so much more efficient when it comes to like getting subscribers.
Yeah. Also, do we want to like
Yeah.
get Big John Steele on the like StreamYard or
If he wants to, here I can
if he
send.
wants to? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, do you want to
Cool.
join?
I was gonna say, have you guys seen? I don't know. I saw the clip from Discord, but there was a clip of an elderly woman joining Big John Steele's stream, and then she says, "There's no good reason to leave Christianity. You shouldn't." It was so wholesome, and he was like, "Yeah, that's the catch." You know, it was a wholesome moment. It was pretty cool.
So,
Oh,
all right,
okay.
let me quickly finish this off.
All right.
So basically, he says that O'Connor says that two powers theology is late. We've seen above with like the whole like angel of the Lord, Daniel 7, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's already there in the Old Testament. And
So
the issue is that the Old Testament was being read out at the time of Jesus. So the idea that two powers is foreign to Second Temple Judaism doesn't work because the Septuagint and like the Hebrew or Aramaic versions of the Bible just discuss it. And I think Drew has some stuff on Philo.
Well, I wasn't gonna bring up Philo in particular, but I was gonna kind of just kind of double down on your point that like second power theology cannot be late, because you have kind of so the proof text that David kind of gave for two powers theology, like for example Genesis 48. Okay, really, no matter how you date the Old Testament, they're in our earliest material. So let's just like presuppose the documentary hypothesis, source critical datings. Okay, Genesis 48, 15 through 16. The God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless the boys. Okay, I'm pretty sure that most scholars date this to either the J or E source. I think the J source. I'll have to double check, but even if it's the E source, like that's still pretty early. Even the advanced leaders argue that the J and E source would have been the same thing. So that's still early theology. Even if we go outside of the Pentateuch, we have Hosea 12, 3-4. So this is talking about Jacob striving with God. It says, "In the womb he took his brother by the heel, and in his manhood he strove with God. He strove with the angel and prevailed." So again, you have the parallelism equating God with the angel in Hosea. Okay, so Hosea is, dated pretty much out of consensus, like prior to the Second Temple period. So the idea,
Even if it was during, like Alex,
even if it was during, even if you date all of these texts like as late as you possibly can, like that's still before the time of Jesus.
It's very interesting.
Yeah,
Angel
same thing
is
with
used,
the angel of the Lord stuff too.
used interchangeably with Yahweh. Angel used interchangeably with Yahweh. Very interesting.
Yeah, and this stuff is found in our earliest biblical material. Well, maybe not like excluding like say some of like the Hebrew poetry and like Judges, Deuteronomy 32, arguably, but it's still in our earliest like narrative material. So like J.E. source, Hosea is not really narrative, but it's still early. So yeah, I don't really know where he's coming with the idea that two powers theology is late.
You have something about Philo that you wanted to talk about, though, right?
Oh, I don't really have to go into too much depth into it, because I think I already demonstrated that point with just Genesis and Hosea. But again, Philo talks a lot about the Logos. Here, I'll see if I can I'll see if I can find some specific quotes of Philo. I'll have to do some searches, but he definitely talks about the Logos in this two powers kind of like proto-Trinitarian way. Yeah, do you want me to try to find it, or?
Yeah, you can just like leave a comment.
Panel would know what you're talking about, but it might be confusing for some of the viewers.
Huh?
What are you saying, external?
I think the people on the panel would mostly know what like the Philo stuff is, but it might be useful to like break it down for the viewers.
Did you hear that, Drew?
Yeah, I'm looking for the quotes right now.
Okay. But as far as like the summary of the debate, you want to wrap it up, Roy?
Yeah, I can wrap it up real quick, and then he can bring in the Philo stuff.
The Philo quote, yeah.
Yeah. So I think both of them gave like high tier arguments. I obviously disagreed with Wood in some places. Definitely with O'Connor a lot. I obviously am gonna think he was wrong, and I think David Wood definitely like came out on top. But I think O'Connor definitely put out like high tier arguments here. I really like how they went into the Old Testament a lot. I feel like they should have focused more on that than like New Testament, because that's probably more important. Wood had limited time though, so he couldn't cover everything. If you want like a good but not exhaustive list of literature that covers this, just go through the citations I have. So if you go to the references, it should be the next slide. Yeah. So, Barber's book is going to be a pretty recent one, just on historical Jesus stuff. That's where I got the stuff on like Lord, the Lord argument, and the whole like Jesus calms the storms, or no, that's from Carpenter's, but that's where I got the whole Jesus claims to be God in Matthew 14:27, where he says that like I am, be calm, I am, when he walks on water. Bernard Batto, he's the one that talks about the whole sleeping God motif and how Jesus is like the sleeping deity who wakes up and then calms the storms. John Bear's One God, Father Almighty goes into like the monarchy of the Father, which I think is important when discussing Alex O'Connor's critiques of like, oh, why is Jesus given authority? Michael Bird's in like the like chapter in Did Jesus Think He Was God? Or in how God became Jesus, the real origins of belief in Jesus. I think it's useful. That talks about like the whole Lord of the Sabbath stuff. If you go to the next page, that's the full book. I'd recommend checking that out. Bo Branson in The Logical Problem of the Trinity. That's not really related to this as much, but I gave an argument in the first stream based off of John 10 and John 5, where I basically said that Jesus and the Father share the same operations. Therefore, they have to have the same nature. He makes that argument there. Bo Branson's articles from 2022 and then his chapter in 2024 go over the monarchy of the Father as well. That one Carpenter thesis that goes into like how Matthew supports divine Christology. Carson and Moo's introduction to the New Testament is just an overall good way to get yourself introduced to the New Testament theology and like the historical setting. And then there's Martin Chemnitz's The Two Natures of Christ. This is like a good overview of just Lutheran Christology overall, or even just Diophysite Christology overall. Now, this article, The Divine Christology of Remember Me, we didn't get into this much, but basically in Luke 23:42, you have what is called the lament, and laments are only given to God, yet it's given to Jesus, indicating that he's God. Then you have Christ in all Scripture, which goes into like the angel of the Lord stuff. If I remember correctly, it goes into it briefly. I don't know for sure, but I know it goes into Messianic prophecy. the Pauline Christology book by Gordon Fee, that's like a very good book. I'm sure Drew knows about it, right?
Actually, not much. I'm
Really?
actually not as knowledgeable on Paul as much as I am on all the other stuff. So
Okay, but that's
I'm familiar with Gordon Fee, though. I've heard of the
yeah.
book before, but I haven't read it.
So that one Friedman article, Moses, Elijah, and Jesus of Divine Glory. So there's a So there's two figures in the New Old Testament that see a theophany: Elijah and Moses. Both of them are on a mount, and both of them are in a specific context. What's interesting is that in Mark, that exact context of like having a mount is like repeated, and then you get Moses and Elijah on one side again, but this time the like object of the theophany, the person who is like God being represented, isn't the Father, it's Jesus, which means that them seeing Jesus is the same as them seeing a theophany, which indicates that he's God.
Yeah, so recap over there. Moses met a transfigured God on a mountain. Elijah met a transfigured God on a mountain. Jesus transfigured met Moses and Elijah on a mountain.
Yeah,
Coincidence?
and there's parallelism there between what happened before to like demonstrate his deity. Now the Gather Cole book, the pre-existent Son, that's where I got that Mark 10:18 thing. It's also a very good place to look for if you want to see how Mark, Matthew, and Luke have high Christology. Robert Gundry's commentary on Mark is partly where I got the whole point about Lord of the Sabbath. It's just a good commentary overall, although I wouldn't agree with everything. Unseen Realm is like necessary reading. Same thing with Bible Unfiltered. That's where a lot of the Angel of the Lord stuff comes from. The one article by Heiser, "What's Ugaritic got to do with anything?" That's also necessary reading. It goes into the Old Testament context. That's also where I learned the whole Daniel 7:13 argument. Keener's commentaries just overall are going to be great. He's very good as a scholar. He's very well researched, so I'd recommend checking them out. Now Loke's two books on divine Christology, those are like must reads in my opinion. They go very in depth into like how Paul especially shows that Jesus is God and how the belief in the divinity of Christ originated with the historical Jesus. Finally, we have McGrew's book. I mentioned that and Petrie's book. That like when O'Connor at the start mentioned how John is unreliable. I just brought those two up as like sources that contradict them. You want to check those out if you want to talk about reliability of the Gospels. Now, that dissertation by Keith Pang, that's probably like one of the most recent and comprehensive sources on John 8:58, or not just John 8:58, but the whole ego e me stuff and how that indicates Jesus is God. So obviously you have the ego e me claims in John that are scattered throughout the Gospel, and this talks about how that proves Jesus' divinity. Now there's that Charles Quarles article that I always cite for like the Daniel 7 argument. That's also a good thing. Then there's Sijuwade's article. I don't really like Sijuwade's Trinitarian theology overall, but he's correct on the monarchy of the Father, at least some parts of it. Finally, Thomas Joseph White's The Incarnate Lord. That's just a good way to study Christology from like a Thomist or a Catholic perspective. And then there's Wilbur's The Messiah's Pre-Existence and Divinity in Philippians 2:5. That's where I got my stuff on Philippians 2 from. I think David Wilbur has a YouTube channel as well, so you should probably check that out. He has some good stuff. And then finally, that like Williams article. That's what I cited when I talked about preachers not having the divine name. When like Alex O'Connor claimed that it was common for them to have it or something like that, and I cited that. Now finally, this master's thesis, the meaning of logos in John 1 and 1:18. It's like a very comprehensive overview of like what the meaning of logos is and the exegesis of John 1:1 to 18. And I'd recommend checking it out for anyone who wants to know about that. But they didn't really get into that during the debate, so that's like extra reading basically.
Yeah, and in addition to all those sources, I'd like to recommend Hurtado's "Who is the Son of Man," where he actually goes into the original language that Jesus spoke, Aramaic that is, and tries to reconstruct from various sources, various historical argumentation that Son of Man, in its proper context, in the way that Jesus is using it, is self-particularizing. In other words, he's referring to himself, not just like some generic human being. That being said, I haven't read it myself, and Dr. Michael F. Bird, one of the sources listed here in this bibliography, calls it "quote unquote" out of my pay grade. So that just goes to show you the level of scholarship that's involved with that. But in any case, yeah, I'm glad that you guys were able to come on here. So guys, go ahead and subscribe to Mongol Logos.
It's gonna be useful to like show the channel real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that right now. They're a great team of like aspiring biblical scholars and hobbyists when it comes to biblical scholarship. With respect to Christian apologetics. Let's see here. Image file, invite guest, maybe stop screen.
Yeah. If you want to like contact us, you could always leave a comment on our YouTube channel. I also have an Instagram, Roy M5886. Or you could like ask Cryptic on his Twitter, which should be in the description.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I want to see this subscriber count like skyrocket because like I'm super grateful to what these guys have done as far as like helping out with live streams and stuff like that. So like
Make it,
yeah, thanks.
Make it surpass all of us combined.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I might even just like put that. Just because of
Roy,
like how
can
grateful I
I
am.
tell them what we're working on next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So, do you want to go ahead?
I think you should talk about where you and me were working on, and then I'll go with it.
We're working on we're working on a video debunking the problem of evil. Roy wrote it. I voiced it. It's coming out pretty soon. The basic premise is that in order for the problem of evil to be an internal critique, it has to actually show how Christian morality would indicate that God would remove all evil from existence. But Christian morality does not require this. In fact, Scripture itself says that this would not be the case. And so it fails as an internal critique. And if it's not... If
it's not an internal critique, then it really loses a lot of force.
Yeah, because then the atheist has to substitute his own morality.
Yeah. So I don't think that's really a response that anyone has used before. So it's going to be interesting. So far, we have a video on something called the logical problem of the Trinity. That's like a complicated philosophical topic. I don't have time to get into that right now. We have a video by Sam called "What Scripture Was Paul Citing in 1 Corinthians 15:4," and he argues that he's citing from Leviticus. Then Sam made another video called "Does Romans Teach Adoptionism?" All right, actually, you should pull up the channel. Like on
I had it up earlier, but
okay.
Yeah. But in any case,
have...
I'll link you guys in the description. I'm pretty sure it's already linked. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time in whatever project comes our way.
All right, we'll see you, man.
See you guys.
Thank you. See ya.